Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is an incredibly difficult, open-world survival game set in a universe where every single apocalypse has happened. A zombie outbreak, invasions from other dimensions, Lovecraftian horror monsters, SCP lab outbreaks, and magical disasters. It all just happened at once. I want to do a deep dive into this world and have a narrative character to follow, thus we meet Aiden. Named after the Greek Adonis, ironically he was born sickly and weak. His entire life has been spent indoors, playing video games, scrolling through the internet, and watching YouTube tutorials. Doctors told him he'd never live to 30. However, in his mid-20s, his luck finally turned. An experimental science project called Becoming reached out to him, offering him a new life, and he eagerly accepted. After a harrowing series of surgeries and bionic implants, Aiden was made something more than the sum of his parts. The next day, the Cataclysm happened. The initial portal storm hit his home city hard, riots and monsters, destroying most of the city in mere moments. In the midst of the worst of the chaos, a small portal appeared in Aiden's apartment, and a cybernetic monster, barely recognizable as once human, stepped through. The creature tossed a strange black crystal to him and simply said, "Seek the Idzodi," then vanished quickly as it had appeared. Now we find Aiden in his small apartment, waking up after the ravages of the first storm. With a crystal beside him, a mysterious goal, and power awakening within him. He has never been happier. Sure, the world ended, but he's been waiting his whole life to live. There's no way he's going to let a few eldritch monsters and hordes of undead to stop him now. I think the first thing Aiden is going to do is take stock. We don't have much. We have our eyeglasses, which we need to be able to see. We have a cell phone, and we have this lifting field, this energy around us that we can put a single item into, granted to us whenever we picked up this strange black crystal for the first time. We also have a few powers available to us. We have Night Eyes and Speed Reader, which allow us to see in the dark and or read books quicker, respectively. And we also have Force Shove and Farhand. Force Shove, which is a power not unlike what you see in movies, where we can shove something against the back wall, and if we shove it hard enough into a solid object, not another creature, but a solid object, we can even do damage. And Farhand, which allows us to pull things towards us, and there's some pretty clever ways that we can use this. Lastly, we check the readout on Aiden's left wrist that lets him know what the state of his bionics are. We have a metabolic interchange that allows us to turn food into bionic power. And then we have a couple things that allow us to sort of look at what our situation is, mess with our immune system, and analyze our blood for foreign bodies, filter out anything, including drugs. And then we have one that will be getting used excessively. Repair nanobots. Unfortunately, our flesh is still weak because of our flimsy, lightweight, nearsighted, and poor healing, that we will be forced to use these repair nanobots to get almost any amount of healing done. We're going to leave them off for now, but I will say that one nice thing about these is that they will not consume power if there's nothing to heal. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that our metabolic interchange will also not consume power if there's no power that needs to be made, essentially. So we actually can realistically leave both of these on. I'm just going to go ahead and decide ahead of time that we're going to leave them both on, because if we take any wounds on this first day, we don't want to spend any time activating our bionics. I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to pick up the crystal. We want to bring it with us. We'll even favorite it, because out of everything we have, it's the only thing we really care about. We are going to favorite our eyeglasses as well, though, because if we lose those, then we're going to have some serious issues with vision. And we're just going to look around our room real quick. So we have a halter top, an extra pair of glasses, a rain hood, a leather collar, black leather collar with a bell dangling from the front. Don't worry, the bell's silent. Let's not talk about why that's there. And a pair of fingerless gloves, which we will actually just go ahead and wear, because those are just good for us. They give no encumbrance, and they give a little bit of protection to our hands. There is a little bit of water in here, but it is frozen. Despite it being day 90 of spring, that's kind of a A weirdness of Cataclysm is that the water is always frozen for the first day or two. And there's a wood saw here. That's actually very useful. Tree cutting, wood sawing, and absolutely terrible butchering quality. I don't even know why you would put -90 on there. Let's see. We have some knives, some butter knives, a pot. We're going to take that pot, and we're just going to move it. And then we're going to check these knives real quick. The chef knife is probably the best one. Let's check the steak knife. Yeah, the chef knife is definitely the best out of all of those with a 16 pierce. We'll go ahead and wield that. We're going to put the pot in this room here. That'll be actually Aiden's room itself. And, ooh, a flashlight. It's going to be hard to carry that, though, without any kind of backpack. It's going to be one of our earliest goals to find a backpack. We do have a little bit of food. A couple plastic bottles of mineral water here. We're going to take one of those with us, just in case. Some leather gloves. And a dive hat, cotton hat, knit hat, wetsuit shorts, and a small fire extinguisher. Okay. So that's about all we have in our apartment. We have a weapon. I think the last thing we need to do before we actually leave is we're going to step out onto the balcony here and just take a look around. So we're in our apartment tower on the 4th level. And if we head down into the city proper, yeah, the portal storms did a number on our home city of Lowell. There is a lot of undead around. There is an absolute lot of them. An absolutely crazy amounts. We are pretty close to the river, and there's more buildings off to the west there. Kind of a nice little thing. There's a huge police department down to the south. This is enough zombies that it is going to be unlikely for us to be able to get a lot done right away. We're going to want to make sure that we get as much done in this apartment tower as possible before we even head out. One of our goals early here is that a lot of these other apartment buildings are going to be locked, and we're going to have a hard time getting into them, right? So one of our earliest goals is going to be to make a makeshift crowbar. So we're going to go ahead and favorite that recipe. And we'll go ahead and favorite some recipes for bandages as well. We already have a cutting tool, so we can favorite the nicer recipe for bandages. And I think we need a makeshift hammer as well in order to make the crowbar. So we'll favorite that. So what do we need? We need a pipe and a tool of hammering with one or more. I will note that I know for a fact that pipes actually have a tool of hammering one or more. So we're going to put our knife away, and I think Aiden likes his appliances, but knows the situation he's in. He's seen out there. He's seen what the world's like. And he is ready. He is an optimist, and he is ready to survive in this apocalypse. He's played video games before. He knows what he's supposed to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to break down, probably just bash down some of the stuff here. I'm thinking the sink might be the best option. The problem is that Aiden's very weak with his strength, so there's a good chance that we actually can't bash this down. We bring our knee down on the sink multiple times, smashing into it, and finally we hear it break. Okay, we got some copper tubings and a set of pipe fittings. The pipe fittings will be useful. We'll catch our breath real quick. Let's see about the gas oven. Hopefully we can break this. There we go. We got some sheet metal, copper wire, scrap metal. Okay, that's something. What we're going to do is we're actually going to open the window here, and we're going to see there's no weapons we can make with that. That's a little unfortunate. We could make a brazier. Wait, we have a tool of hammering 2 or more? Where? Hold on. Let's go ahead and say quality hammering. Apparently a chunk of steel has a hammering of 1. Where are we getting a tool of hammering 2 or more? Is there just a hammer in one of these shelves? There is. Okay. So we're going to pull out that hammer. I missed that with my initial... I missed that there was another shelf, another thing here. Okay. So the hammer helps a lot. In fact, we actually probably could have deconstructed some stuff because of the hammer. Okay, we're going to break down... we'll move everything out of it first, but we're going to break down the fridge next. And it looks like we're not damaging it. However, we have notified our neighbors that we're here. What we're going to do is we're going to leave our hammer. We'll use this as a workbench back here. We'll leave our hammer there. And we'll pull out our chef's knife. I think we're going to check our neighbor apartments. See if them are open. That door's locked. That one's open. But we do see a boomer. Can we take it? So what we're going to do, I think, is Aiden is very physically weak. If we tried to get this thing in a melee fight, it's just going to explode on us. So what we're going to do is Aiden's going to very quickly step in, rush off to one side, and we were going to try and aim to push this thing, but I just realized that it's actually out of range, and it spit bile at us, actually knocking us to the ground. So can we do it here? No. Our force shove actually only has a range of 2 right now, which means we have to step all the way up to here, and we're going to yeet it backwards. As we do, it hits the back wall, but it doesn't take any damage. Let's try it again. Once again, we're just not strong enough yet. We're going to close the door. Catch our breath. We also see that there's a fat zombie in there. We don't want this to be the first encounter with any of these to be our death. Now that they've already damaged the door, we're not actually going to be able to get in there anymore. But the fat zombie came out. Okay, here's my goal. We know we're on the 4th floor. We're going to let this fat zombie get closer to us. And then we're going to go around it, push it. And we unfortunately did too good of a job, as we actually yeeted it across. Oh, and then it slipped and fell. And it fell down the ledges. Okay. We've gotten rid of one of them. Where's the other one? Right there. See if we can get it to come out. And we'll do the same thing again. Wait until it gets somewhere. There it goes. And push. We lose our concentration. Push it again. Okay. And as it came for us, once again, it fell down. Okay. That was honestly kind of lucky. The bile in the wave keeps making Aiden slip as he tries to get in. But we did manage to get into another apartment now. There's some food here. Definitely something we're going to want to keep track of. We'll close the windows because we don't want things outside on the ground to see us. Things will be able to see us from a pretty long distance, and we're going to be attracting a lot of zombies here if we let those things see us. So it looks like we have some painkillers and some soap. We'll keep that in mind. I'm looking for something that will let us... office scissors is good. Ooh, welding wire. We'll grab that and bring that back real quick. We're looking for something that will allow us to... Ooh, actually, hold on, this utility shelf. I'm pretty sure... Oh no, we're using our chef knife. Oops. We need to go back and get our hammer, which gives us an opportunity to put away these welding wires and office scissors as well. So we just need one pipe. And if we can get one pipe, we're going to be able to break down a lot of these buildings and break down these doors, more importantly. So let's see if we can break down this shelf. We're damaging the hammer, and we're not damaging the shelf. Can we damage it with our bare hands? No. Okay. Can we deconstruct it? Let's turn on our flashlight real quick on the cell phone and see if we can deconstruct it. Oh my god, we could deconstruct it the whole time. And we got 8 pipes! Holy crap, that is actually way better than I was expecting. Way better than I was expecting. Let's go ahead and just haul all of it. We hear shuffling inside this apartment. Okay, we'll haul everything back to here and make a makeshift crowbar. Okay. That is a significant step up here. Now that we have the makeshift crowbar, we can go ahead and take that off. We also want to make some lockpicks. We want to get good at lockpicking very soon because we're not very strong. So getting doors open with lockpicks is actually just going to be a lot easier for us. We're going to take that lockpick into an improvised lockpick and take it with us. So there's a chance we can't get the door open with the crowbar. Whatever's behind us here, we're going to do the same strategy as before. We'll even move this stuff out of the way. And we're going to do the same strategy as before. We're going to open up the door, and anything that's behind us here, behind this door, of course, we can't get significant leverage with our crowbar. Okay, so we're going to try and do it with a lockpick then. But anything behind this door, we're going to maneuver in such a way that we can yeet it down the stairs. And we're probably not going to be good enough at lockpicking yet to do that. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to check the rest of the doors real quick. See if any of them are open. There's one. Okay. Carefully move our way in. We see some thread here. That'll be very useful. And a battery. A lot of this stuff we're going to have access. Ooh, some nice books. Out of the Cage, Auto Weed, Big Book of First Aid, Hot Rod. Go ahead and close the windows here. See if there's any bandages. Nope. Again, close the windows. We don't want anything down below to get attracted up to the 4th floor here. Because if we can clear this 4th floor of this apartment building, then we will actually have a little bit of a safe haven here. But there's a lot of work to be done to get to that point. How do we get into these other rooms? I think that lockpicking might end up being our best option, because we can't make a better crowbar than the one that we have right now, which only has 1 level of prying. It seems unlikely that we're going to be able to do it, and I think we want to work from this way out because we'll have light here. We know that there's zombies in here. Another thing that we could do is we could just bust down the door. Since we failed again and we've wasted like an hour and a half now trying to open this door, I think we're just going to bust it down. There's a zombie dog in there. Okay. We're going to take a moment to catch our breath and back away from the zombie dog. We're going to step here. Lost our concentration. Yeeted him. Okay. Oh. I think what we're going to have to do is, yeah, we're going to step here. Lost our concentration again. Oh, come on. We're running out of stamina. Okay. With his last stamina, Aiden shoves the zombie into the open air and sees it careen down, but not before the zombie managed to bite our torso. That bite felt really deep. Okay, we're all catch our breath. Our torso is already beginning to regenerate with the repair nanobots. We're going to keep in mind that we're going to be spending calories really fastly while repairing. And now we are in a desperate search. We need to find antiseptics or something similar now. We have no choice. Oh, hey, there's a plastic apron there. That gives us a little bit of coverage. We're going to go ahead and wear it. The wetsuit hood also gives us a little bit of coverage. And it's not that much encumbrance, so we're going to wear that too. It's a poor fit, but it's something like armor. There's a signet ring there. Nothing in this bathroom. Newsboy cap, briefcase. Again, we'll close the windows, because in the future we want to be able to come into here without too much concern. Just double check, make sure that there wasn't any antiseptic here. Antacids. Oh, no. Butyrol. Fortunately, we don't have asthma. We're gonna do the same thing. Bust down the door. Catch our breath every once in a while. Once the door gets busted down, we don't want to be out of breath. We found a screwdriver. We could actually just tape these doors down. I don't know if you can take down a locked door, though. Okay. We didn't hear anything come the door, so we can be pretty... Oh, hey, there's a whole bunch of hetzamine in there. We can make a hetzamine stove. That'd be really useful. We can be pretty positive that there's no zombies in here. Screwdriver. Perfect. Okay, now we can just deconstruct things. Already looking good here. Let's see. Cotton balls, ammonia, washing soda. Nothing like what we need here. Okay. Let's see. I don't think we can, but I think we're gonna try. Can we take down? No. We cannot take down a door that is locked. So we are going to have to bust it down. Don't damage our crowbar. Actually, is our crowbar even the best thing for this? Bashing 9. The crowbar is the same amount of bashing as our hammer is. Again, nothing came to the door, so we know it's empty. Nothing in the bathroom. That's not good. We need antiseptic badly. We get an infection this early. Aiden knows how that goes. He's seen zombie movies. Infection on day 1, that's just death. There's no way you're going to survive that. Worst case scenario, we find antibiotics for after the infection sets in. Bust down another door. Once again, our neighbors aren't home. He knows they're zombies now, but even Aiden likes to still think of them as his neighbors. He didn't really know any of these people before. They all just thought he was some sickly kid. None of them really took the time to get to know him, so he doesn't really know any of them in turn. And looking around, there's a lot of useful things here, but we don't see any healing medication, any antibiotics. I think we only have one room left on our floor. Our crowbar's about to break, but fortunately, we can easily make another one. We got eight pipes out of that earliest little deconstruction there. Still not seeing what we need. Check the bathroom. There's a sports drink. A lot of good books, though. We're going to be really good on early game knowledge here. And as a bit of a bookworm himself, Aiden is going to be very happy to read through all of these books. I think really quickly we're going to eat this raw potato because we know that we've spent a bunch of calories with our power supply system here. Okay. It's dangerous, but it's a risk that we have to take. We're going to go down to the next floor. We're going to check. Ooh, what's this? One of the doors is boarded up. There's a chance that there's someone still here. We're checking all the doors, make sure there isn't any that are just unlocked. Another boarded up door. Can we pry that open? No, we can't. Okay. Second verse, same as the first. Bust down the doors. We don't hear any residents coming to it, so it seems like a lot of people weren't home this morning. Probably headed out to work early in the morning. And this is one of the consequences of no hope. We have searched several rooms now, and we're not finding anything of what we need. And desperately need, too. We're going to leave the doors that are boarded up for now. We could go back and get our hammer. It would make this work a little bit easier. But the reason I don't want to do that is because this is replaceable. Our hammer isn't. Our hammer actually gives us something nice. Ooh, there's a leather trench coat there. Okay. We'll have to keep that in mind. It's a poor fit right now, so it would be kind of inconvenient to wear. But later on, once we can actually do something with it. Where's the bathroom in this room? In this house design? Can I tell by looking at the other ones? Has to be this door. Okay. It sucks because our crowbar is about to break, but we have to break this down. Okay. We can see through the cracks of the door. Is there anything in there? Toilet brush. No. Plenty of food. Plenty of food. As we are trying to lockpick this door, Aiden is once again lucky. He's a person kind of filled with luck, as our wound has actually healed. The bite wound has healed. It did not get infected. We're going to drink some of our mineral water because we're starting to get thirsty. And our panic, at least for the moment, has subsided. We're hearing a lot of really loud smashes and crashes below. See, can we actually see below? If we go up to the roof, we probably can. Hold on. Let's take a look. Yeah. Looks like we have some sort of building over here. A gun store. What's up to our north? Kind of just take a look around real quick. A huge horde sitting around the northern side of the building. Okay. Aiden sees that and just kind of... Holy crap. Holy crap. Aiden backs away from the ledge. He has no comment. Something's been killing these. A bunch of ferals dead. First I thought something must have been going on, but that's a lot of ferals. Yeah, there's a lot of strange dead there. And this side of the apartment complex has absolutely no zombies, which may be valuable information, it may not be. It looks like the first floor of this place has been pretty heavily destroyed. Something even took out some of the walls. So the first floor is going to be off limits, at least for a day or so. We want to give them a chance to move on, perhaps. And it looks like all of the zombies that are nearby are on the northern side of this building. So something might have happened over there. something that attracted a bunch of the zombies from the nearby areas. You see some turkeys off in the distance. And there's a building really close by here, just a house. Whenever we do leave, this is probably going to be our way out, down the stairs and out this back area to this house, because it provides the most amount of cover. However, Aiden kind of knows that we need to be better prepared before we leave our apartment. Rushing out into the apocalypse isn't going to get anything done. We're going to drop our old broken down crowbar, make a new one fairly quickly. And I just noticed that our chef knife is actually floating in our lifting field. How you can imagine that is like there's literally a knife floating behind his head, something that he can just instinctually do. Doesn't even need to focus on it. So what do we need before we leave? We need bandages, which we can get by tearing down these curtains. As soon as we did that, we realized that we probably didn't want to do that there, to be honest. But that's okay. That's not going to be the worst thing in the world. Just make a handful of makeshift bandages. Now, the bandages are going to be a lot less effective on Aiden here because he will not heal very quickly, even with a bandage. We can disassemble this microwave. Looks like there's nothing in there that is super useful for us. We can just go around and disassemble a few things around the house real quick. And my goal is to get enough things that we could probably make a cudgel. It's an early weapon that will be at least something. It has some blocking ability. We don't have the recipe for it. So we actually need to practice melee for just a little bit so that we can get the recipe. There we go. Craft it on our table so the crafting's a little bit faster. And once we have a cudgel, we'll be able to have a little bit of blocking so that we can... Whenever... We're going to have to be very reliant on our silent abilities early on because we are very, very weak. And it does seem like there are some creatures on the floor just below us. We'll probably go ahead and drop the chef's knife because the cudgel is... Like, it does less damage on the surface, but it's going to be better than the chef's knife. And we'll go ahead and store the cudgel in our lifting field so that we can equip the makeshift crowbar. The makeshift crowbar is not the best thing in the world, but at least it's useful. And it's expendable. One of my first goals is still to clear out this area just a little bit so that Aiden has a safe house here in which to work. So I think we're going to, and we're still worried about what happened with the antiseptic there. So I think we're going to come down and we're going to see if we can find some antiseptic, because if we get bit again, we can't just rely on the wound luckily not being not being infected. And at least the first couple of days, maybe only the first day of Aiden's life is going to be like this, where we're going to have to find creative ways in this apartment complex in order to craft some of the stuff that we need, learn some of the skills we need before heading into the apocalypse proper. Because, well, there's already evolved zombies down there. There's very little we could do against them, at least for now. One thing that we might do is we might even focus on making our psionics a little better. Just kind of focus on laying in bed and grabbing items and yeeting them around our room just to get a better handle of what we're capable of. And to practice this new skill. Antifungal, acetaminophen. I got really excited for a second there. Cough syrup. I've heard that sometimes cough syrup can be really useful, and not having cough syrup can be massively detrimental. There's some cigarettes there. He's gonna grab those. Aiden's not a smoker, but he does know that cigarettes are pretty good trade value in these kinds of worlds. The people who are smokers are going to be desperate for them. So he's gonna go ahead and grab them, just in case he ever meets another survivor. Okay, busting down another building, we did finally find something that we can use as a disinfectant. We have some alcohol wipes here. We can't fit the boxes, but we can fit the wipes. And we're going to go ahead and take those with us, and we'll also take the multivitamins and the sleeping pills. Okay, so we have the basics of medical survival now. The next thing that we need to set up is we need to figure out, with all of this water being frozen in the taps, we need to figure out our food and water situation. We've seen a lot of food around, so we should be good there. We'll go ahead and put down the medicine that I don't think we're going to be using anytime soon. And we'll just keep the bare minimum on us, because we don't have that much room. One thing that we might be able to look into is all of the water heaters are going to be on the basement floor, and going into the basement of this building sounds like a absolutely terrible idea, but there could be a water heater up on the roof. I didn't see one earlier, and it looks like that's because there isn't one. Okay, so the next place that we could get water is that some of these places are going to have some drinks in the fridges, so we can take the forest honey. That's just kind of good in general. And there's some ale here. Once the water unfreezes in the bathrooms, we'll be pretty good for at least a while, but we are going to be constantly slowly running out of water. Food and water is going to be our main concern living up here. Ooh, 3 bottles of lemonade. Perfect. Okay. Maintaining some level of convention. He's trying to just put all of this back into his personal fridge. We also have some of the bottles of mineral water that we had in our own fridge as well. And some mushy oranges and cranberries that aren't going to last very long, so we're going to just go ahead and eat those. I think we're also going to go ahead and make that brazier now that we're not in a dire situation. And we'll set that up somewhere. Like here. As Aiden peeked out the window real quick, we saw that zombies might be seeing or hearing us from a pretty long distance, as there's now a significant horde gathering around the southern side of this building, and they have just been tearing through the first floor. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to close this, and we'll leave it open over here just a little bit, in the hope that they're not going to be able to see us as well. Ideally, we get power going at some point, but that's going to be a lot harder, and that's not going to be... We're going to need to find some solar panels or something like that, and since there aren't any solar panels on this building, that's going to be kind of a little bit of a hassle to get done. But I think what Aid is going to focus on for now is just getting things together and figuring out what all he can use. He's going to go around and disassemble as much as he can on this first floor and just get a bunch of work done on his first day here. We're going to leave most of the furniture in our apartment alone, but we will use everything in the other apartments, just so that we know what we have at our disposal here. The end of Aiden's first day. We have gone around and gathered quite a bit of supplies. We have quite a few tools. We made ourselves a miscellaneous repair kit, which is a very useful thing that kind of just combines a bunch of stuff together. X-Acto knife, wood saw, etc. Gives you a bunch of the basic qualities you need to do a bunch of basic things. A hammer, improvised lockpicks, cell phone, candles. There should be a crowbar somewhere. There we go. And we made a very basic makeshift sling, which is basically just going to last us until we find an actual backpack of some sort. And at the end of the night here, Aiden is going to sit down and baffle over this strange black crystal he has. A strange looking, surprisingly heavy crystal in total darkness. There's a faint light visible in its depths, and focusing on that faint light, we can contemplate the psionic powers that we were gifted when we first touched this crystal. And the one that we want to focus on the most is Force Shove. If we can get a level or 2 in Force Shove, it will be the best way for Aiden to defend himself in these early days. Because as you saw earlier, his apartment tower, it may be safe on the top floor here. Despite all of the noise we've been making, nothing has wandered its way up here, although ferals will be able to figure that out. But around the base of this building is zombies in every direction. Aiden is going to have to find a way out. He is trapped in his safety. The Cataclysm doesn't believe in safety. We have limited resources. They will run out. But he is hoping to be able to use what he found in all these buildings around him, all of these supplies we have, this huge pile of supplies we managed to gather from some of the nearby places. And we've only kind of gathered a very small amount of what we have. We essentially have several apartments, and the floor below us as well, several apartments of just raw stuff to use to aid in our survival. Unlike many survivors, Aiden is starting safe and must venture into danger. The rest of the megacity is going to be extremely hostile, especially to him. But there's locations nearby like a gun store, electronics store, boxing gym, some pawn shops, thrift stores that are very interesting for him to visit very early. But it will be very difficult to do so. This first episode is an introduction into Aiden's story, a kind of an insight of where we are and where we are going. Aiden is a creature of bionics and psionics that is going to be looking into those fields deeper and deeper as we go, and I greatly look forward to exploring them and this mysterious Exodia that we have been told about. In his fourth story apartment, we can clearly see the hordes of monsters and undead that gather around. None intelligent enough to climb up to his high perch, but perceptive enough to see him working away in his window. Aiden is a nerd, and as such, he is not properly equipped to slice and dice through the hordes, but that is his strength, equipment. With his knowledge and skills and the resources of an entire apartment complex, Aiden is going to build traps, armor, and the weapons necessary to augment himself against the nightmares below. Plus, being a regenerating psionic with telekinetic powers doesn't hurt either. Aiden had practiced his metaphysics and his powers for a few moments, gazing into the black crystal and focusing on it, until he fell asleep, and then, almost like he had forgotten that the apocalypse had happened, from west and below we hear smash, loud enough to wake him from sleep. This is a little bit of a problem. We are going to start a fire and see if we can make earplugs. What do we need? Makeshift earplugs. We need a piece of short cordage or a short string. Unfortunately, if we look over here, we'll have a long string. We can disassemble into short strings, which means that we'll be able to make earplugs. Here are makeshift earplugs. And that'll help us sleep tremendously. So we can go ahead and wear that. And then now whenever we activate them, we can plug them in. And we'll probably wear those for the rest of our career, to be honest. Does mean that we'll try and get some sleep again and set an alarm so that we wake up shortly after dawn. Aiden does realize, as do we, that we had put earplugs in. So setting an alarm to wake up was kind of pointless. But as we do wake up, we need to assess what our plan is for today. And as we get a little bit of food in us, we need to be thinking about that. So Aiden is not very strong. He's not very physically fit in any way, shape, or form. But he is really smart. And one of the things that he probably would have realized immediately is that's possibly one of the best ways for him to deal with the early days of the apocalypse here is to make a spear of some sort. And a simple knife spear might actually be one of the best ideas. It is flimsy, so it won't last long in combat. A wooden spear is that still flimsy? It isn't flimsy, but it does way less damage, right? It does 18 pierce. Yeah, it does significantly less damage. Spike on a Stitch is 24 pierce, but is still flimsy. Yeah. The wooden spear, it's not durable, but it's also not flimsy. Flimsy items are going to break really fast. So despite the fact that it is less damaged by a pretty large margin, I think that's... We're going to make a wooden spear, and then what we can do is, if things do get hairy, we can put the wooden spear in our lifting field, and we can make sure that we favored it in such a way that that's always going to happen, and then pull out our cudgel for more of a close quarters melee battle. But whittling down a wooden spear... Actually, we're just going to stop real quick, and we'll stop the fire. And I think what we'll do is we'll open doors in such a way that we can stand in the light. It doesn't look like that's going to work. I think we're going to have to open the window, which is unfortunate. But, yeah. Where did my assembly go? There we go. So that we don't, burn up. We'll also be burning a lot of our fuel doing this. But this also will give us the absolute crap ton of fabrication. It will likely take a lot of our day to make this wooden spear. Because, well, Aiden's never made anything like this before. And whittling down a wooden spear... just from memory, from like watching survival shows, is not the easiest. And I would like to remind you guys that this is not going to be Aiden's first weapon. His psionics and his stamina will probably be his first weapon, but the spear will be useful whenever there's too many. Like 1 or 2 zombies is about what he can handle right now, but anything beyond that, his psionics and his stamina are not practiced enough that he will be able to actually withhold or push that many zombies without just running out of breath. And at some point, it would actually be more dangerous to continue to spend stamina. Okay, finishing that. Do we have anything in our lifting field? We have the cudgel in our lifting field right now. Let's go ahead and unload our lifting field and then pick up the spear, which should automatically... Yes, it automatically went into our lifting field. And then we will... Oh, we don't have a belt or anything to put the cudgel in. So it's not fitting right now. We did have someone ask about this, and yeah, hammer only has prying 1, so we do actually need to keep... Actually, that's a good point. Hammer has prying 1, and the crowbar has prying 1. So with the hammer, we actually don't need the crowbar, which means that we might have enough room. We do not have enough room for the cudgel. It's probably because of the length. If I was to guess anything... yeah, it's 23 inches long, and then the makeshift sling is... After making the spear, our next goal is that we actually want to make some traps. We'll go ahead and get our spear out of our lifting field for the time being, just so that we can pick up another one. Wait, really? It doesn't fit in our lifting field? That's unfortunate. We actually literally can't carry more than one. We are leaving the crowbar behind because we realized that the hammer has both prying and hammering on it, which means that the fully built hammer that we found is more effective than our crowbar in pretty much every task. But we do want to try and move down to the first floor here. If possible, we'll peek down and place some traps and kind of just run away afterwards. We can actually check down. Did anything follow us? It doesn't look like anything followed us. And what we'll want to do is we'll just want to place some traps down. And these traps are going to be one of our best ways of clearing out some, just a handful of the zombies on these first few days. Because, again, I don't mean to hum the point down, or to drive the point down a little too hard here, but we're not going to be capable of melee combat. And the combat we are capable of is going to... Oops, too far. Is going to be kind of few and far between, right? As Aiden goes down to place the next trap, he realized that he was not being as careful as he was before, and one zombie has made it here. And unfortunately, we cleared out our lifting field. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait a moment. Steps on the spike board. It's bleeding. We're actually not going to push it yet. If it comes upstairs, there it goes. Came upstairs, we're going to shove it against the wall and shove it against the wall again. We lost our concentration. We did hurl it away. We crushed it for some damage, and Aiden's just gonna hold out one hand and continuously crush it against the wall, costing us a lot of stamina, but we did kill it. It's the first kill of Aiden. He had yeeted them down the stairs before, but not like this. There's a handheld game system, a book in here, and we'll check her wallet. Kind of flips past the pictures in there and ignores the fact that he technically just killed a human, or at least something that used to be a human. It feels strange for a moment, but honestly, not for that long. He's played video games before, and on some level, he knows that, well, these are zombies. He's doing them a favor on a certain level. Okay. The corpse does also kind of mark which floor is the dangerous floor to us. We're going to put another trap down here. So now we can still get around to this way, where something has busted down this door, and we can get around to this way as well. But if any zombies come in, they're very likely to step on traps. Ideally, we get another trap to put here, because the zombies do stumble, and they also like cutting corners. So it's very likely that they'll move this way, but they're also very likely to move to this space, so we'll probably want to make at least one more nailboard trap. And I think I also want to move this body out of the way. So it looks like the main thing we're missing is just, well, nails. So fortunately, with everything we have around here, we have a lot of nails to get. So we'll go ahead and gather up some more stuff. As Aiden comes back down to the first floor, he sees immediate evidence that this plan to thin out just a few of them is already going to work. I'm going to go ahead and pick up these nails as well. We'll check real quick if there's anything nearby. We got a motorcycle helmet, some compression shorts, some other stuff. I won't be able to wear the motorcycle helmet because he has the nerdy glasses, which he does need to be able to see. But coming back upstairs, he needs to think about what his next step is. He has some basic weapons. He has learned a little bit more about his force shove. It's a little bit stronger than it was yesterday. He's getting stronger every day, and the more he focuses on this black crystal, the more he externalizes his mind, the better he becomes at it. But we need to think about potentially armor of some sort. We do have the ability to make some 2x arm guards and 2x shin guards, which is essentially just duct taped together planks and strings that are kind of on him. We also can make a pot helmet. It's pretty encumbering, but it will at least cover the crown, ears, and forehead. And it does actually have a decent amount of protection. Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and make these. The arm guards and shin guards are only going to take about 45 minutes to make. And they're not going to be comfortable. And they're not going to be great armor. Yeah, rubs against my RM padded arms. So before we put these on then, that's going to be a problem. So we'll go ahead and make both pairs real quick. But we need to see if we can find in one of these places nearby some sort of long sleeve shirt in order to give some protection to him. We can probably wear the shin guards. Yeah. Do we have anything other than that pot helmet for our head? Not really. A scrap helmet would need steel. We actually probably could make a scrap helmet. It's 43 encumbrance. Oh my gosh, that's so much. And it only has 45% coverage. I mean, that's 45% more coverage than we have right now. Perhaps we can break something down. Did we get anything from this? Processor board, copper wire? No. Let's take a look around. We need to find something to put on our arms anyways, so we'll see if we can find some clothing or something that we can break down from some steel in order to make a better helmet. We will also grab some of the food we're seeing lying around as we check these buildings, because the food that we've already grabbed is kind of starting to run out. We only have so many days that we can stay up here and prepare before things start to get problematic. Oh, that's right. We actually learned last time we could just disassemble this. If we grab the bookshelf and move it out of the way, do we get enough light? Probably. There we go. Yeah. Metal sheets. If we grab a bunch of those and take them back to our place where we have more tools and more lights, I wonder if we can disassemble these metal sheets. Oh, I should also put up my books. I have a stack of books here for later, and the reason that they're all here is because I eventually plan on pulling a bookshelf over, but again, we're really, really weak. So there's no way we could actually do that right now. Looks like we need metal sawing in order to pull apart those things. Oh, we can make scrap metal out of the hinges. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. I was just looking at the disassemble menu here. That should be enough scrap metal. How much do we need? So scrap helmet is 50 scrap metal. Okay, well, I'm gonna do this for a moment and see if we can get enough scrap metal in order to pull this apart. Okay, there we go. We actually have a lot of options now. So we can make scrap leg guards. They're 95% coverage, a lot of defense. There are a lot of encumbrance though. But we also have a scrap cuirass. We might make some scrap metal armor here. Oh man, it takes so long to make. 5 hours? It's because we don't have any armor smithing proficiency. 43 encumbrance is going to be so much encumbrance. 18 on the chest for the scrap cuirass is a little bit better. I'm tempted to lean a little bit harder into that. I love the idea that Aiden is basically just taking sheets of scrap metal and taking the knowledge he has from playing video games and just basically duct taping this together with maybe a pillow and some shirts and just kind of like duct taping armor onto him. He has this imagination that how this is going to look at the end is that he's going to look like some sort of fancy knight, and in actuality it's going to look really, really bad. Like, have you ever seen the movie Pan? I think it's with Robin Williams. He's going to look like the Lost Boys, where it just has a bunch of shit strapped to him. It's not really armor, but you know what? It's the apocalypse, and it'll work for now. As we were working on our scrap cuirass, one of our powers and the use of them has led to an insight. We could use a quick burst of telekinetic force to create noise, luring enemies away from you or towards a trapped location. You can figure out the proper technique. That's something we're going to have to learn. We're going to ignore it for now and continue working on our cuirass. That's something that we're definitely going to have to learn, because that might actually be a way out of here. And with our black crystal, we should be able to take advantage of the abilities of the crystal. Well, light up our candle here so we can continue working. We'll be able to take advantage of the abilities of the crystal in order to actually learn new psionics, something that's we wouldn't be able to do if we didn't have one. And do I not have a candle? It appears that I may have burned out my candle. Wonder if we left it on whenever we slept. Well, as unfortunate as it is, I guess we'll leave the fire on. We're going to get really warm, which means we're going to get really thirsty. And we might get some smoke inhalation, but this is a pretty important job to get done. In fact, we're actually going to close the blinds so that we don't attract any more things than we actually need to. And our entire second day of Aiden's life in the Cataclysm has just been spent crafting. His first day was disassembling and gathering materials, and his second day is crafting. Aiden is quite intelligent. He is going to take every advantage he can. So now we have some scrap cuirass. Hammer doesn't need to be in our hand. And let's see how bad this is. You know what? It's a lot less bad than I thought it was going to be. We're really warm, which is mostly because of this right now, right? Nope, we're still pretty warm. And our legs and our torso is pretty encumbered, but not as much as I thought they would be. They're also not as defended as I would like them to be. But we're going to very quickly kind of go through the houses and see if we can find some clothing to wear underneath our arm guards, so they don't rub Aiden's arms raw. Because he's just going to be really unhappy and really uncomfortable, and it basically artificially ups the amount of encumbrance he'll be under. Anywhere we see them, we're also going to be grabbing extension cords and rolls of cardboard, because Aiden has an idea of how those will be useful later. Oh, as we were exploring, we just found a bike helmet, which is going to be a pretty good starting helmet for us. Ooh, and a flashlight. Because it's not going to be nearly as much encumbrance. We'll also wear this bandana. We'll probably don't take it off here in a moment once we get back, but we'll wear it so we don't have to carry it. And it's not going to be as much encumbrance to wear the bike helmet, but it'll still be pretty useful. It does pass up the boarded door, looking back at it, wondering, is it actually going to be a good idea to break down that door? There's no telling what could be behind it. Instead of carrying all of these mushy potatoes back, it's not going to make us very happy to eat them, but it's a good idea to eat them early, because they're going to go bad really fast. We still haven't found anything to cover our arms yet, though. We haven't found what we need on the upper floors. We're going to pull out our spear out of our lifting field and carefully move down into the next floor. I think we will activate our Psionic Power of Night Eyes for the first time. We can see a little bit better in the dark. Check these shelves. Ooh, there's a fencing book here. Might be useful. Ooh, and a candle. Please, please, candles. Candles are incredibly useful right now. Rational, take up some of our valuable backpack space with that. Plenty of food down here still. We see a lot of damage. So honestly, we're a little surprised to not see any zombies here. There are some extra long white gloves. They cover 60% of our arms, 100% of our hands. It doesn't look appealing, and Aiden doesn't really feel like he looks like a hero. But if we don't find anything else, we might have to do, because... Oh, what's that? Another completely repaired hammer. We'll grab that because we've already damaged our hammer quite badly. No zombies yet. Another locked door. We're so close to the ground floor that I don't think he wants to try bashing doors in. This is the point where lockpicks are going to start being useful. I think we'll close the door behind us. We have one more floor that we can look at. The bottom floor is probably far too dangerous. In fact, we're probably already risking it on this floor. If we get into a fight somewhere around here, it's going to be very bad. In fact, as we look down, we can see that the zombies are actually ripping apart the walls and the floor beneath us, causing some serious structural damage here. If this gets bad, Aiden wonders if they're actually capable of tearing the whole building down. We probably can't live here permanently. This is going to be a temporary solution at best. So many useful books in this place. We'll want to find a tablet or something like that at some point that we can store all of them. I think he's going to be brave, and he's going to kind of lean across the railing and look down. It actually doesn't look that bad. Not here, at least. We do see one. See a lot of blood. I think we'll check. Oh, look at that. It's actually really nice to see. It's just so many dead zombies down here. Okay. Because it's nighttime, and we have the vantage of the cover of night, we're going to step down, and we're just going to very quickly move through the bodies here, just kind of check them very, very quickly. And there's a e-ink tablet. Very nice, very nice. It's very low battery, though, but at least it's something. I heard some movement over here. Take a swing with the spear. Already did a good job here. Another swing. We took it down. Another zombie. Actually wasn't that bad. He's feeling some confidence after that. Maybe the spear will be more useful after all. More good for taking these things out. We can grab some of these lumps of steel and these chunks of steel. Take those with us. That's a little bit more material we have to craft with. Always make sure we close the door. And I think we're going to continue to make a little bit of a pile here of things that are very cumbersome for us to wear all the time. So like our cuirass and stuff like that. and we're not going to wear it inside our house, with the intent that anytime we leave, we're going to outfit ourselves with everything here before we actually head out. It's like those chunks of steel made it into our lifting field, which is why we weren't able to drop our backpack earlier. Or sorry, not drop our backpack, but unequip our spear. But that gives us a lot more material to work with. And I think we should be able to wear these arm guards now without being uncomfortable. Yes, we are. Okay. And they're not so bad that I feel like we can't wear them all the time. So if we look at our coverage real quick, let's actually put everything on and see how we're doing. So yeah, if we look at our coverage with the wetsuit helmets and the bike helmets, which the wetsuit hood is a poor fit, we actually have pretty incredible 60% average coverage with up to 30 resistance and bash and 20 in cuts. We're not going to really run into too much ballistic and pierce right away, but those are kind of amazing to have early on. Our arms are not doing as well, and I thought that that was going to be the case. Only around 10, our foot's around 5, our hands are basically unprotected. Our legs are a little bit better, honestly. The shin guards plus the plastic apron is kind of adding up to a decent amount. And how about our torso? Our torso is only around 18, so our head is pretty damn good. We're probably not going to die from a head wound. Our torso is probably something we're going to want to focus on pretty heavily. We'll go ahead and take these off again because they're really, really hot, and that's just gonna burn calories really quick, or burn food really quickly. No, sorry, water. There we go. Don't burn water really quickly to just be so warm. We'll go ahead and take all of that off. Standing by the fire at the end of our second day. Aiden's wondering if there's anything else he can make right now without leaving this place that'll be of assistance to him. If you didn't think of anything, I'm happy to hear it. We have a lot of materials at our availability, and we have enough water to last a pretty significant amount of time. But there's not a lot more that I feel like we can make without some better tools. And as we are right now, we don't really have a lot of those better tools available to us. I guess one thing that we can make that I didn't even think about is bandages. We should be able to clean bandages. I've been recently told about this, that you can boil bandages. And yeah, I actually just never knew you could do this. It makes the bandages just a little bit better. I've actually been skipping that. I've been going straight from mateship bandages to the ones that require medical gauze and some sort of antiseptic, which I do think is probably better. Yeah, base quality good versus a boiled one, which is base quality average. So it's not like I was actually missing out on anything. These are basically the best bandages you can get anyways. So it doesn't look like we have a ton of water. So it's maybe not a great idea to use up our water on bandages whenever we have freaking repair nanites. Again, we're not going to heal very quickly. We do, in fact, have both flimsy and poor healer on top of being a lightweight. So we're not going to be healing through bandage use as much as our nanites are just going to kind of eat through our calories. So there's not much we can do. It's about to be nighttime. It's about to be like bedtime, essentially, anyways. I think what Aiden's going to do is we're going to just kind of put everything on and see about the situation down there. What's our goal? We want to see if we can find some zombies with some tools. Possibly a gun. Possibly a weapon, like a better weapon. And definitely a backpack. If we can get an early backpack and clean it off, that would be absolutely incredible. We are going to leave this extra flashlight we have because we need all of the space that we can possibly get. And again, we don't actually have a backpack. We have a freaking sling over our chest. So everything that we can get out of our inventory here is a good thing to get out of our inventory, because otherwise we're not actually going to be able to pick anything up whenever we get down there. We'll close the door behind us, make sure that nothing comes up the stairs. And with these repaired nanites, Aiden is made brave. So we're going to catch our breath before heading down. Peek down first. And we'll double check real quick. Make sure Nothing has made it into this pile that we really want. There's some chewing gum there. I do want an MP3 player. Ooh, and a lighter. There we go. Oh, and oh my gosh, I literally almost missed it. There's just straight up a hiking backpack there. It is filthy. So we're going to be looking for... Let's go up a level real quick. And we'll empty out our sling. Just drop it on the ground. Pick everything up out of it. Ah. The hiking backpack is not the best backpack. It's going to be pretty heavy, but it has a ton of room. Absolute ton of room. As we step out, we immediately see a tough zombie. The first thing Aiden's going to do is shove it back. And as he shoves it back, it was obviously already damaged as he splatters the zombie. One hand out, psychic powers slamming into it. Splatters it against the back wall. He feels, at least in this moment, powerful. And on its corpse, we found a multi-tool, which will be incredibly useful. We don't want to get too far in here. We can just kind of take a look around. It looks like a lot of the horde might have moved away, but a zombie dog does come from the darkness, and we take one swing at it with the spear, and we do get a lucky swing and take it down. Find another lighter. Okay. Long sleeve shirt. That would actually be much better for us. We'll go ahead and take it in order to, honestly, we'll take all of these that we can. It might tell us that we don't pick something up. No, we actually could take all of it. Oh, that's right, because we have the backpack now. That's right, that's right. It's amazing, actually. We also want some wire, some lockpicks. These guys have kind of done us a favor and broken these things down, so we can just come down here and just grab the stuff that we need out of them, instead of having to worry about breaking them down ourselves and making a bunch of noise. We'll just grab that for now, and we're going to do this in a couple trips of grabs, because I don't want to spend so much time that we let something come up on us. Definitely want to get lockpicks. We've already seen at getting these doors down, it's a lot of effort with a hammer, and if we could master lockpicking, which was a skill that Aiden wanted to master anyways, he always found it to be fascinating. If we can master lockpicking, then we'll be able to much more quietly move throughout the city. We do still hear sounds of shuffling. There are definitely still zombies here. We have no idea how many. We're also picking up all the nails we can. Nails are going to be incredibly useful. Making more traps. Okay, there is a zombie cop right there. Human body covered in weather-beaten and badly damaged set of police gear. We wait a moment in the darkness. Seems like he passed us by. But that's a decayed zombie. We take a swing and miss, and take a second swing and, it goes down immediately. And in him is a battery. Hell yes. That's actually, another flashlight with another battery. It's a disposable battery, but it's more power. Power is going to be a valuable resource for us in these early days. And one of the things I think we're going to do as soon as we get upstairs is we're going to store all the books that we found. And we might actually go around and find a bunch of books and store them. We got some more alcohol wipes. Really good, considering we're going to need that kind of stuff if we ever get bits. Some naproxen is some painkiller. Fortunately, it's not addictive. Zombie kid. He hates to do it, but he reaches out with his hand and gets ready to push her back, hurling her away. She's wounded by it, but not dead. We take a swing. I'm gonna hurl her back again and back away. Immediately out of breath. His psychic powers are really taking a toll on him. She did bite us in the leg. Didn't do a lot of damage. We're going to move around like this. And then just push her back. So we take swings at her with the spear. This is what I'm talking about. Aiden is not a strong person. A single zombified child was able to dodge him repeatedly. However, as you'll notice, our wounds are already healed. As soon as the teeth left Aiden's leg, the wound was already closing. I'm gonna grab some more washing soda here. And whenever we get upstairs, we'll probably make a washboard. See about getting this backpack clean. Oh, I almost didn't see it. Zapper zombie. Lightning arcing across his body. Very pale, dead body with the worst case of static hair you've ever seen. Sparks of electricity frequently jumping off of it, lighting it up in the dark. You might not want to touch it with your bare hands or anything conductive, as fortunately we do have a wooden spear. I think it was attracted to some of the noise we made, but it didn't see us. Again, we have a little bit longer of a sight range than your average zombie right now. But Aiden doesn't really want to be a night stalking predator. He would prefer to be able to walk around during the daytime. This is just a temporary solution to a very hard problem of being fully surrounded. After collecting all those things, Aiden does sit down to just make a washboard real quick, and we're going to see if we can clean this backpack. The only issue we're going to have is that the backpack's kind of huge, so even though we can make a washing kit relatively easily, the amount of water we're going to need in order to wash this is going to be the problem. So let's just see what it's going to take. It's going to take 118 water, which means that, realistically speaking, we need a lake or a body of water to wash it. We need lights to do that as well. There's a field nearby. Is there a park like really close by? Or a pool? A pool would work too. Small dump, cemetery. There is a park here across the street. There is a swamp here as well. As dangerous as the swamp might be, it actually might be not a bad idea. There was a sewer grate. We could also go down into a sewer grate. There is a pond, but it's like 2 blocks over. That sounds like really dangerous to try and get to the pond. I think for now, it's close to midnight. He's just going to take the backpack off, leave it by his door, so that he can be a little bit happier while sleeping. We are going to study psionics with the crystal until we're tired, and move on till tomorrow. Unfortunately, he sat with this crystal in his lap, focusing on it all the way until like 2 a.m. in the morning. And now he's hungry and tired, and did not manage to learn this new psionic that he almost dreamt of in the previous day. So, just gonna have to go to bed. At least we got these traps done and we got a backpack. It's not like we didn't get anything today. Did we wake up in the morning? I think Aiden knows what his goal today is going to be. We are going to take much detergent with us as we can find. We're gonna grab all of our washing soda, which we know was enough. Armor up, store the spear in our lifting field, and the goal today is going to be, oh my gosh, looks like all the zombies have moved out into the water for some reason. It's really strange. The goal today is to see if we can survive on the first floor for any amount of time, see if we might be able to clean this backpack. I haven't actually decided yet where the best location is going to be. The closest location is probably this forest and park right across the street here, but I don't know if that's going to be the best location. In fact, we're going to go ahead and take out the spear ahead of time, and we'll kind of just look down. There's a tough zombie there. Already bleeding, though. As it gets close, we actually don't want to push here. Just the problem is that right now, with the state of the game, force push also pushes all the items on the ground, and I'm worried that it will push the trap there. So we instead step upstairs. Looking back down, it looks like it did die. We're using a new sound pack, and I didn't recognize the sound of its death. Our old sound pack was had a very loud and bombastic death sound. We'll store a book real quick. How long does it take? 7 minutes? I don't know if we have that time. We don't. See another one go down. Yeah, that death sound almost sounds like it's got cut off. Are there any others? Oh, there's one right there. Kind of lure them into the traps here. And if they grab us like that, we're gonna push them away. And our concentration was broken. Okay, we moved her, and it moved the bodies too, but it did not move the spiked board. Oh, that's already a lot of them. We'll take a step back upstairs. Catch our breath. And it looks like they killed themselves on the traps. Good. I don't know how we're going to get outside. Let's go ahead and take a look. We do see some zombies. They're pretty far off in the distance. There's a runner coming in. He immediately ran into the thing. And again, I'm curious if there's something wrong with my sound pack. I'll have to look into that between episodes, but it definitely sounds like the sound is kind of getting cut off like midway through. I'm starting to understand how these sound packs work a little bit better, so I should be able to look into... Oh, yeah. Even stepping here. Oh, as we see, a zombie hunter. Aiden reaches out, gets bit by it, but as it bites into his leg, he manages to yeet it backwards with his psionic powers. We're going to just quickly bandage that. We're already very hungry. Some of that is us spending calories using psionic powers. Some of that is just forgetting to eat in this morning. He didn't have breakfast. And there's a zombie runner and a fat zombie. We'll back up to the door here. Looks like they didn't track us. Zombie runner grabs us. We'll yeet it and the pile it's standing on. Step back to here. And we actually shove it into the corner, it breaking its back on this brick wall. And our stamina is running out very quickly. This guy is bleeding badly, though, as we pull him upstairs and, again, shove him backwards. Oh. His ion powers are doing, honestly, pretty well, and despite the fact that we've been bit a couple times, because of the repair nanobots that he has from his massive surgeries, they are managing to close up his wounds very quickly. For just a second there, we saw tons of zombies. It looks like a lot of them might be newly raised. And that's a screecher, a thin corpse, its chest swollen in what appears to be preparation. A thick black ooze drips from its open mouth. Okay, we're going to run as it screeches so loudly. It actually dazes us. We'll stop running, yeet it backwards into the wall. As we, with that screecher, we now hear the hordes coming. We get back upstairs. Another zombie grabs us. We fling it away. Tough zombie comes up. We fling that away too. Can we fling it out the window? No, but we can stab it as it gets smashed into the building. This was a bad choice. This was a bad choice. This is a bad choice. We go into a building and we just lean against the back wall, catching our breath. Still dazed. Reducing our speed and modifiers. They're going to all be here now, aren't they? So many are coming in. Does seem like they're grabbing our traps. Oh, this was a bad idea. Why are we coming back down? The zombie did manage to grab us as we're going to push it away, head upstairs. The cop comes with. Try and push him away, but it's too heavy. I say at least bleeding? He is, but we're going to have to kill him at this point. Okay, we're going to drop our spear and wield our cudgel. This is too close. Just kind of beat him down with the cudgel. Oh, Denarius. And, police duty belt. That belt, might actually be a pretty good thing for us. Go ahead and put it on. Put our cudgel in the police duty belt, and, apparently some sticks, some candy sticks had made it into our lifting field. And considering our lifting field can only hold one item, it was preventing us from putting, an actual important thing in there. Let's look. Is there anything else here that we care about? A holster, some pistol magazines, but we don't have the pistol. We didn't pick up the pistol with his police duty belt, did we? No, it doesn't look like it. But we can go ahead and use that tour guide. See if, yeah, it added a bunch of the roads. Told us about the bridge that we already saw. And, nothing really all that useful, unfortunately. Even though his wounds are closing up, one of the major weaknesses of Aiden is going to be pain. The nanobites prevent us from being grievously wounded for long, but the pain of the injuries is still there. And because of that, we are going to struggle with long fights. We're going to struggle with long fights because we're going to get more and more pain. And even though we'll be full HP and healing, we'll be in so much pain eventually that we're not going to be able to fight. And with that screecher there, it just kind of reminded us that there is an absolute fuck ton of zombies down there. It's going to be something that we're incredibly careful with. But today also proved to Aiden that we can probably handle this. This is not unmanageable. We are in incredible amounts of pain. Our strength has completely dropped away. And he was scared for a moment, fighting that zombie top on the stairs. His melee skill is basically non-existent, so there was a chance that it was going to kill him. In fact, can we even get better at melee? Not really. Not really. But we can get better at our psionic abilities. Our force shove is already a higher level than it was before, and it's getting stronger every day. We now have a longer range to it, even. But it can be even stronger, I'm sure. Using it in combat was probably pretty effective, and I think we'll have to wait. With how many zombies are around us, we may have to wait until nightfall in order to find some place to go and clean our stuff. Perhaps there's something at the park that's actually, like, indoors that we can use to clean, because we want to get this police duty belt and this hiking backpack to be like a permanent addition to our gear. In the meantime, I think Aiden's going to make a wooden needle and practice a little bit of sewing, with the idea that if he was to get good at that, he could probably repair a lot of this stuff that he's finding in the apocalypse. Sewing seems like suddenly, although it used to be kind of pointless, at least in his mind, it's suddenly a really important skill. But with that, I think that is where we're going to unfortunately have to leave it here. In between now and the next time he wakes up, I believe we're going to store as many books as we can to get a sewing kit down, disassemble as many of these things, and try to repair them as well, as many of the things as we can, in order for us to have the skill to refit and repair things that we want to keep long term. And then tomorrow night, we'll once again see if we can make it into the city and see if we can get somewhere where we can wash our clothing. We're also going to take a good assessment of how bad our situation is. Maybe even get to the gun store. It's really close by. And if we use the cover of night, at least for now, we may be able to do it.
We are following Aiden, our bionic and psionic regenerating nerd, who is stuck in his apartment. Being outside is hard. There's people out there. They want to tear him apart. Being inside, that's a lot easier. We get to build and read and study extra-dimensional powers from an eldritch alternate universe. With enough study, this nerd may one day rise up and inherit the Earth. Or die trying.
I think the first thing that we want to do with Aiden today is, but one of the our first goal for today is that I want to be able to get out of this tower. There is a absolute shitload of zombies out there, but we're not seeing too many nearby, at least too many hordes being marked nearby. Although the fact that I do know that there are zombies, a lot of zombies around here. We've seen them in previous episodes. But one of the things that someone actually suggested is that apparently, if we had this on, we could have made a different type of spear. Let's see if they were correct. Ooh, a pasted pipe spear? That's also an option. That's electricity. It's not fragile. But they said something about a fire hardened spear. Let's type in fire. See, this is what I thought was happening there. I didn't want to say anything at the time because they could have just been right, but I think that the fire hardened spear is a recipe that we don't have due to a combination of fabrication, melee, and survival being where we get that recipe from. And I'm not really sure what combination that is. I will say that the basic pipe spear appears to simply be better. It just does like 2 points more bashing, which is 2 points more damage. And it also has impaling. So we might want to make the pipe spear instead. I'm just checking real quick. Yeah, how long would it take us to make? 5 minutes. That's it. That's crazy better. Okay. So we're going to we'll leave our wooden spear because our pipe spear is likely to break as well. We'll leave our wooden spear here, and we will quickly readjust our lifting field settings and everything. Okay, with that done, I would still like to see about seeing if we can figure out how to get out of here, because I'd like to wash my backpack and my police duty belt, and I'd also like to be able to explore the nearby buildings. We probably have enough food and water in here for a pretty long time, but I don't want to just sit around and let our food and water slowly deteriorate. I want to make progress. Aiden wants to visit other places in the city with the eventual goal of actually leaving the city at some point, because we suspect that whatever we're looking for, this Zodi, it's not going to be in the city. Aiden's lived in the city most of his life. He knows it's not here. So we're going to have to leave at some point. We might use this apartment tower as a home base for a fairly long period of time, but I'm not sure if it's going to be a permanent base for us. That's a big question in my mind. Okay, going back down to the first floor now. It looks like much more things have died here. I'm just gonna make a quick look through the list, see if anything jumps out at me. Straight, ooh, a USB drive. I do need one of those. We're going to be storing all of the books that we get in our e-ink tablet, and then we'll back them up every time we go home on a USB drive, so that if our broad spectrum antibiotics, yes, we're also going to be taking the cigars and the cigarettes. But broad spectrum antibiotics is a big deal for us. We'll also take the full lighter. What did we not pick up? We picked up nothing. Okay, as we were picking some stuff up, a skeletal dog got right up to us. We are going to force push this thing away because it grabbed us, and head upstairs. Should follow us. I'm curious if we can swing down the stairs. No, we can't. Oh, it immediately grabbed a hold of us. What just happened? Oh, it knocked our spear out of our hand. We'll go ahead and force push this one. Shove it against a wall. Head back upstairs super fast. Oof. What happened there? Let's see. Bite wound's really deep. Hits my right arm. I don't see why I dropped my spear. He hit my right foot, and I'm no longer able to wield my spear. That's weird. Is it because my strength got too low? Because I'm in pain? I'm not sure what happened there. That's a little strange, but we are still seeing just tons of zombies, especially out front there. I am curious if we can find an entrance to the basement. It might be in this room. No, that's inside someone's room. If we find an entrance to the basement, there's a chance that there is... There's also a chance that there isn't a basement. But there should be water heaters around here somewhere, and I'm betting that they're going to be in the basement. If they're anywhere at all. We don't have anything seeing us right now. I've been discussing with one of the community members in the comments about how it'd be really nice, let's go ahead and use our night eyes, it'd be really nice to have traps that weren't infinite, because there's almost nothing in Cataclysm that's infinite, so it's very strange to me that traps are infinite. Yeah, and I forgot to check my sound path settings, so we're still getting zombie noises that are sort of cut off, but Aiden does manage to very easily take down a handful of these. I don't think we pitched up the USB drive from earlier, so we're going to grab this one. This knife spear, or this pipe spear, is doing a good job. We do see a pupating zombie. Human corpse wrapped in sticky black fibers that cover everything from the neck down. Beneath the wrapping, there is strange rhythmic movement, grotesque to behold. We need to be careful of that guy because he regenerates. So even though he's stepped on the traps several times here, it's not likely going to kill him. So we're gonna step up. Swing at him a couple times. He just bit our arm. Damn. We're gonna have to watch out that bite here in a moment. We're going to... Can we yeet him backwards? Yeah, but not far enough to kill him. He is really going to do a number to us here. So we're going to yeet him backwards again. And then, yes, we'll step in the sludge trail, which sucks. And then, yes. Okay. This is a bad situation to be in. He put a sludge trail there and there. We're just trying to go upstairs. Can we get away from him? No. Can we take him down? He just knocked our thing out of our hand. We'll equip the cudgel. It takes 400 moves to equip it. So I think what we're going to do is... we're in too much pain to attempt a psionic right now. Oh, we're in a really bad spot. And this one pupating zombie has put us in a really bad spot.
Okay, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? The concentration wasn't helping us. We can run one tile, close that door. He's gonna start bashing the door. We'll go up to the ceiling and catch our breath. And then real quick, we'll do some wipes to disinfect that arm. Come on, wipes. There we go. And we'll just bandage it just to start helping the healing. Although our repair nanobots are going to do the majority of the work there. We'll equip our cudgel. And then the goal is going to be to push this guy off the ledge. Unless we can just get our pipe spear back. Yeah. Put the cudgel in the police duty belt. It should be faster to pull out in the future. Yeah, 131. Okay. We see some sludge trail up here. Maybe he went this way. I really want to push this guy off the ledge. See if we can kill him. We'll close doors behind us so we can keep track of where this guy is gone. We're going to step in the sludge trails every once in a while just because we do want to get rid of them. Did he go back downstairs? Where the hell did he go? I wonder if he tripped and fell. I mean, there's a sludge trail right here, right? So let's peek down. Yeah, he tripped and fell downstairs on his own. Which means that doesn't even kill him. With only 18 pierce on this pipe spear, I don't know if we can kill... I don't know if we can easily kill this guy. We're also in severe pain. That's very unfortunate. I think we might need to be even more clever about how we fight these things. With our armor that as it is, we were able to take a lot of hits there, but we're not doing that much damage, which is kind of a big problem. I think while we're getting our pain down, Aiden is just going to kind of study a little bit more whenever it comes to psionics. I think that that's a good thing to do just while we're getting our pain down real quick. So what we ended up doing is we ended up working on our tailoring until nighttime. We are now wearing that long sleeve shirt that we wanted to tailor up. And I've decided that as much as I hate to do it, that Aiden here with Night Eyes has a significant advantage at nighttime. He really, really just does. So we are going to go out at night instead of during the day, which I just realized that even though it's 7:30 at night, or 7:30 p.m., it's not quite nighttime. So we're gonna have to wait like another hour or so. How close is it to what nighttime? Night is in 43 minutes. Okay. But what we're going to do is we're going to wait till nighttime to see if we can get to some of the nearby places here, which I normally don't like doing because, well, A, it's simply more fun to walk around during the day, and B, it just kind of feels a little cheaty sometimes to go out at night, which I know is kind of it's just my sensibilities. It's not actually true, but it feels cheaty to go around during the night because it's just so much easier sometimes to go around during the night. Is there anything else that we need repaired? We need our hiking backpack repaired and our scrap cuirass, but I don't think we can repair them, so it's not really like a big deal to repair them. Ideally, we also find a smaller backpack at some point as well. We also practiced our force shove a little bit. Oh man, we're 10 experience away from the next level. Hold on, let's just go ahead and do that real quick. But yeah, our goal is to try and get somewhere where we can get some consistent water, at least until we can get a tarp or some sort of thing, because we could get a water collector on the ceiling, but in order to get that more reliable, I would want someone to poke a hole in the ceiling, right, like here, and then we can put the water collector and like solar panels and stuff like that up on the ceiling, and then we put a step ladder here so that we can get up to the ceiling and down from the ceiling a lot easier than going all the way over to the staircase every single time. Actually, that's a good question. Before I leave, let's start a fire super fast and see if we can make a rain collector. We don't have the knowledge to make one yet, so I think that is probably survival. So we'll be looking for books on survival. We did store all our books in our e-ink tablet, which we renamed the archive, and we have not backed it up. In fact, because we're specifically looking for water, we're going to back it up before we go. So let's see, manage external storage hard drive, and there we go. One of those USB drives now has it. Make sure we don't
carry the USB drive with us. We also haven't organized our inventory yet. And for some reason, I've been having a really hard time remembering what the keybind for organization is. And I was looking through my keybinds and I can't find it in there. I'm like curious if they like moved it or something like that. So I looked through here, and the auto sort that I use, it's just like my brain has just like completely lost what keybind we were using in the past for that. And I can't find the keybind again. So if you remember what that keybind is, let me know in the comments below. Okay, so we're going to head out. We're going to peek down. I don't see anything right away. And let's decide where we're going. There's an electronics store here and a gun store here. Any rooftop could have a solar panel on it. And there's a park down southwest. So we're going to try and go to the electronics or gun store first because they're so close by. We'd also really liked this boxing gym as well to get higher level of athletics. But we're going to go to these places first because they're just so incredibly close by. And if we end up running into too much stuff here, we're going to head to the park instead. We're also going to favorite anything that we could possibly drop in case it gets pulled from our hands, because we do have the like auto favorite location thingy. Do we have Night Eyes active right now? We do. We immediately, oh my gosh, we immediately see so many zombies. And yeah, we're still having issues with our sound pack. I still haven't gotten a chance to deal with that. With Night Eyes, we should have... I thought we'd have more range than the zombies, but they might be hearing or smelling us. And there's so many pipes and stuff like that down here. Socket wrench set. That gets bolt turning too. That's actually quite good for us. We want to catch our breath every time that we get a chance to. I'm gonna just take this guy out with the spear real quick. And we might push this guy away because they grabbed us. Same thing again. Take him down. Okay. This is getting hairy. We're gonna back away. I was going to use that window. Oh, that's a soldier zombie. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. That was almost really bad. Okay. I want to kill that soldier zombie though. He's standing on... Okay, he's standing right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down, yeet him backwards. He bashed against that back wall. Do we have longer yeet yet? We do have longer yeets. Okay, we're just going to shove him against that back wall over and over again, eventually taking him down. And unfortunately, he didn't have really anything. He has these knee pads, which we'll take with us. We'll take the pack of cigarettes as well. We don't need the lighter, though. I want to drop that lighter. We'll do it later. It doesn't weigh that much. Okay. That's the power of Force Shove. Now we got it to level 5. Even though it still says that it costs like a fourth of a stamina, it's actually getting less and less stamina, and it's getting longer and longer range as we get higher. We can shove this lady back into the door. I think the door was open, so that didn't actually work. See if we can actually just use our spear and the traps here to just clear some zombies real quick. We are in mild pain, so we're getting a little bit less strength. Something we have to watch out for. More cigarettes. Antidepressants. We might take some antidepressants because our character's permanently sad right now because of... Specifically because of the... Oh my god, this building was just destroyed. Holy crap. We'll take the copper wire while we're waiting for this guy to catch up to us. Oh, we need to back up. We need to back up. Holy shit. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's a pistol. Some magazines. Okay. And a folding solar panel. That is a big deal. Okay. We're going to immediately grab all of this. What's in these boxes? Just, some menstrual pads. Not something we really care too much about right now. I mean, those are actually pretty good trading fodder. Also, that's a large tactical backpack. I think that's just straight better than what we have. So we're going to back off real quick. We're going to back off real quick. Because I think that tactical backpack is better. And that folding solar panel. Let's go ahead and move over to here-ish. It's right. So we want this to be right here. That solar panel is actually a big deal for us. So now if we can poke a hole in the ground, I'll be able to turn lights on. Do we have anything that has enough bashing? It's only 10 bash. Enough bashing to take a hole in the roof. I sort of doubt it. We're gonna need a sledgehammer or a, what else would work? Probably a Halligan bar would be able to poke a hole in the ceiling. We need something with like 15 to 20 bash to be able to break that ceiling down. Probably closer to 20. And I'm just going to really quick head back here, and we're going to compare our two backpacks because I think that this tactical backpack is actually just better. So let's drop our, actually we can just put our spear in our lifting field there. And let's compare this hiking backpack to the large tactical backpack. Okay, so the hiking backpack is more encumbrance, and then less when full, which is kind of an interesting combination there. It's less protection. That's also an interesting combination. And the hiking backpack has total, sorry, the tactical backpack, which is in the one on the right, has total less volume by like 1 point, but way more weight. See, that's what I thought, is that, so we can get more trouble with the tactical backpack, but it's kind of just better in general. So we're going to drop that hiking backpack. We're going to wear the large tactical, and then we'll grab everything out of the hiking backpack, including the knee pads, because we want to potentially wash those knee pads as well. We'll drop off the miscellaneous stuff that we got, like the cigarette packs and stuff like that. While we're here, we don't really need the antibiotics or the antidepressants on us at all times. Just get our weight as low as possible. And we can actually reload this pistol as well, specifically with ammo, so that it's full. We'll probably want to train our shooting ability. We'll drop the extra ammo over here because we're not going to be reloading that out in the wild. We just have a magazine for that. 131 bullets. That's beautiful. Beautiful amount of bullets. Okay, so we are going to take out that pipe spear. Keep our cudgel as a backup weapon. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That gun is kind of a really big deal for me because I was worried about having an oh shit button for the future, and that gun works as a really nice oh shit button. Okay, let's focus on Night Eyes again. Oh, I was already focusing on Night Eyes. Ah, so many zombies. 1 year later, or sorry, 30 days later is way harder than I thought it was going to be. I think it's something to do with the fact that we're in the city like this. Let's see if we can head out the other way. Oh, we're already being surrounded, just heading out this way too. We're going to push the zombie dog into that wall as Aiden just shoves it back into the wall, crushing it under the weight of his psionic powers. There's a zombie elf there, and we're being grabbed, so we're going to take a step while after pushing. Come on. There we go. Push the zombie elf against the wall. Apparently it was well fed. That's a weird thing for it to tell us. We will take a short break, try and crush down that zombie elf. Didn't have enough time. Take another short break. Okay. Oh my god, why are there so many zombies? I bet there's a screecher or something like that. Okay, this paramilitary zombie needs to go. Kind of yeet it backwards. Stab it. We're gonna head upstairs. Okay, who's grabbing us? Grabbing. He is no longer grabbing? Okay. Oh, we got away. Run. Okay. That first one staggered down stairs. The second one grabbed us. Can we pull out the pistol? With the state of our arm, we actually not. Please don't die to the freaking zombie soldier. With one final push of stamina, we're gonna try and push him, and we do. We got him down the stairs. Oh, holy shit. Our arm's almost broken. Our strength is down to 2. Aiden almost just died there. We're gonna try and catch our breath. Hopefully our repair 9-outs will start repairing us, but again, it's not going to help with the pain. And we need to be very careful here. We're gonna use the peek mechanic. Make sure there's nothing on the stairs. Make sure that this guy on the other side is gone. We'll end the concentration. Actually, no, we'll keep the concentration up for the Night Eyes for now. Oh, okay, holy crap. That was terrifying. We almost immediately died down there. Almost immediately died. Aiden now knows that the chances of us fighting the undead in our current condition is very low. So we need to go on a little bit of a training montage. I also want to see if I can bash down this ceiling tile right here somehow. We're actually going to take 1 bullet here and drop it right here so that we know which ceiling tile we want to bash down. With the goal of this being to, well, but the goal of that would be to get some power down here so we can turn on like this lamp and maybe get another lamp somewhere in here as well so that we can actually do stuff at night without having our windows open. I am worried that without having our windows open, Aiden is just attracting more zombies from other areas of this place. Aiden is kind of pathetic. He has 1 in melee, and even at his best, he only has 7 strength. So I think that we need to go on a little bit of a training montage here. And the 2 things that we want to train is our melee, and we want to use the strange black crystal in order to train up our force shove. Because the higher we train it, the more powerful it's going to be, but it's also going to cost less stamina, which means that we can every once in a while take our full stamina, just shove something against the wall repeatedly to crush it with the force of our mind. The only reason we're alive right now is because of repair nanobots. They literally saved our life against those threats. If it weren't for those and the ability to just take a few moments to rest to get enough stamina in the midst of a fight, literally in the middle of a fight, we got another tick of stamina back. If it weren't for that, we would be dead right now. So with that, I'm going to go on a little bit of a montage, and we might pass a day or 2 over the course of this montage, but I will catch you guys again at the end of said montage. If anything interesting happens, we will pause the montage to let you guys know, but it's going to be a lot of managing stuff in menus. So I imagine people aren't going to be too interested in that. And if you guys are interested in that, well, let me know in the future. I can possibly actually involve an entire montage. Okay, I did just find out that because of lack of books, we can't actually train our melee any farther than beginner, which is very unfortunate. I was hoping that we could at least train up to like melee 2 or something like that. So alternatively, we're going to have to train specifically just for shove. And we're also going to see about maybe seeing if we can train up our fabrication and survival to get some of the basics that we need around the base. We did just notice that we have a survival book here, which we might be able to read. We can go ahead and end our night eyes and use our speed reader to make that a little bit faster. But yeah, that's going to be what our montage is now. It's going to be a nerd montage of reading and training our psionic powers. Okay, we need to make some better arm equipment because I noticed that our arms took a shit ton of damage there. So as much as I don't want to do it, we are going to have to go back downstairs super fast. And all we're going to do when we're down here is we're not going to go too far. We're just going to kind of go to the entrance here and see about getting a couple pieces of steel. And if it's too hairy, then instead of going down here, okay, we need to use our night eyes. Crush down this corpse. Oh, as we crush down our corpse, we see a wood axe. Oh, that's actually a big deal. Yeah, we'll take that. It's not going to be a good weapon for us because, again, we're very, very weak and we're more likely to break it than to do any actual damage with it. There's also a makeshift crowbar, but that's not any better than what we have already. But the reason the wood axe is good is because we'll be able to, like, bust down doors and stuff like that. Actually, how much bashing does it even have? Because I know it has a lot of cutting. Oop, I went to the wrong thing. There we go. It has 12 bash, so it only has a little bit more. It's actually a pretty good weapon for combat. It has brutal strike and sweep. takes 134 moves though, and it's already damaged. So because of how improficient we are, we're very likely to damage it very quickly. So what we're going to do here is the goal is to just kill a handful of zombies and hopefully get to there's the pupating zombie. If we could trap it somewhere against a wall, can we swing at it from here? No. See if we can lure it up. Yeah, here we go. So what we're going to do is we're just going to push it over and over again as Aiden reaches out and just shoves the thing against the wall over and over, burning through half of his stamina, but crushing the regenerating pupating zombie against the wall. Okay, that is a pretty big deal. We'll go ahead and step in the slant trail, which is fine, just because we want to get rid of the sludge trails in general. Don't want to be stepping into those whenever there is zombies around. Okay, that zombie jumped into a trap as well. Just got a little bit of food from him. Okay. There's the steel that we want right there. Push this lady away because she grabbed us. I think the lumps of steel... Let me actually just check real quick. Scrap arm darts. So a lump of steel is more than scrap metal. Okay. Yeah. So we're just going to grab 2 lumps real quick. We're going to do that. We're going to grab 2 lumps at a time. Because the idea here is that I don't want to let anything get too close to me here. Finally take her down. Okay. And we'll grab 4 more lumps of steel. Let's take a few steps away and see if... Scrap arm darts. See if that's enough steel now. It's still using the scrap metal, and it's using 50 of it. Okay, so what we'll do is... Yeah, we definitely want to step into the sludge. That's fine. We'll go up 2 stairs real quick, 2 floors real quick. We'll drop the steel, the lumps of steel. I guess that's not... For some reason, the scrap metal isn't letting me use that. So we'll see if we can grab 50 scrap metal. I don't know if I can carry 50 scrap metal. We can. Okay. We'll just grab as much scrap metal as we can. Then head back upstairs real quick, grab all of this lumps of steel. We are slightly overburdened, but that'll be okay. And we'll make some scrap arm darts because that will be much better defense than our 2x arm darts. It's also going to be slightly less encumbrance, which is kind of interesting. We might as well make some scrap leg guards as well, because if we lose our legs or arms at any point, that's going to be very, very bad for us. And this is, again, it's going to take us an hour and a half, and this stuff isn't very good. I mean, the fact that it only has 33% coverage, which means that we have a chance of, you know, taking these very low protection values instead of the higher protection values, 25% chance. And so it's actually 33% chance to hit him in the first place, and then 25% chance that we take the lower protection value. They're really bad. But just looking at the arm guards that we have, it's the best that we have right now. So we're just going to have to go with them. I also just noticed that we now that we have 1 level of survival, have that fire hardened wooden spear, which gives us a little bit more pierce and a little bit more bash. And I think it's probably a little more durable. And no, it doesn't actually have the durability property, but it's probably just a little bit better. Actually, I can check. So, interesting. Appears to have the exact same properties. Like, completely the exact same properties. I'm not sure if the fire hardened wood spear is actually better. The only thing about the fire hardened wooden spear is that it appears to take less time to make. Yeah, it's otherwise identical. So that's actually not a better spear, interestingly enough. Now, if we could get a spike on a stick, it's flimsy. That's the reason why we didn't go with it before. Same with the simple nice spear. And of course, we can't get the more expanded spears yet because, well, they're kind of harder to make. And spears are probably not going to be our end game weapon with Aiden here. They're just what we need right now in order to be able to survive. Okay, and I have a quite stupid idea of I'm going to try and use my broken hammer to try and break the roof. And yeah, it looks like the hammer doing only 8 bash is not enough. Maybe the cudgel can? I really doubt this, but yeah, we finally just got the message after about 20 tries of we don't seem to be damaging it. I think that we just need something. I mean, the cudgel only has 10 bash. I think we need something closer to 20 or even beyond 20 to be able to do any real damage. Okay, there's a golf club here. That's 11 bash. Not likely enough. And despite having the recipe for the scrapped leg guards, we're probably not going to make them because they have a much higher encumbrance value than our current leg guards, which is going to slow down our ability to run away, basically slowing down our actual speed in general. Did we end up getting that noisemaker? We didn't. We're going to learn the noisemaker as well, because that might be able to, like whenever we first go down, we might be able to draw zombies away from where we're going. And ideally, over time, the noisemaker is going to be longer and longer range. One thing that we just did find that I remembered is that we can actually make a gravity treadmill. If we get plastic chunks and just a few more pipes, which we have plenty of this shit just kind of laying around, we actually could use this to get our athletics up, which will make us a lot better at being able to maintain my stamina. To be honest, I sometimes don't understand exactly what having higher levels of athletics do, because it only talks about, you know, cardio, fitness, stamina, and swimming. And I do know that your athletics skyrockets if you start swimming, but beyond that, I sometimes struggle with knowing exactly what stamina high athletics does. So the goal here is going to be to get some steel, some pipes and stuff like that, and kind of just deconstruct a bunch of stuff for this, and then we'll probably have to deconstruct something, or disassemble or cut up something for the plastic chunks. I did just notice that this microwave, which we've been kind of staring at for a little while, does actually have plastic chunks in it, and it should be enough for us to do this. And then we will construct the gravity treadmill, which will allow us to get to a few higher levels of athletics, and also allows us to get the proficiencies that we need in athletics as well. And I think we'll probably go ahead and build this right here at the base of our bed. Gravity treadmill. It's going to take us a pretty long time to build, but I think it's going to be very much worth our time. Okay, we finally have the gravity treadmill made. A gravity-driven conveyor belt with a mechanical control panel for running in place. The belt is positioned on an adjustable incline, so it slides back under your weight without needing to be powered. This is a very important thing for us, because what that now enables us to do is if we go to practice here, we can now do athletics intermediate. This will give us athlete's form, and it will give us a higher level of athletics all the way up to 5, which, if someone in the comments knows, please let me know. But I think that also will increase Aiden's stamina on top of making him just better at athletics in general. So between force shove and athletics, we will be a lot better off with our stamina by being an athlete. It's going to be something that Aiden is not good at, but this will start getting us in the correct direction. The other thing we're starting to notice is that we have cleared out all of the food and eaten all the food on the 4th floor here, which means that we are going to need to go to the lower floors from now on to get food. Once we get down to the eating all the food on the 2nd floor, that's whenever it's going to be a slight problem, and we're going to need to think about how we start dealing with food on the longer term. Another thing that I just realized is that we actually could probably make the home wrecker. We have enough planks and steel. We would just need the strings, and I think we can use long strings to get short strings. So while I'm out, I am going to tear down the curtains in the other houses, especially because it's nighttime, and we're going to take all of the long strings from all of the different, and there's so many curtains here too, and we can turn all of these long strings into short strings. And if we make a home wrecker, the reason why we want that is, hold on, let me show you, is that the home wrecker has 35 bash, which means that we will be able to use the home wrecker in order to blast through the floor, the ceiling of our roof, and do all of the things that we want to do with setting up solar panels on the roof to get power. So despite the fact that Aiden is slightly demoralized by his absolute lack of leaving his apartment, our apartment is also becoming more of a survival home at every moment. It is becoming better and better and more capable of us surviving. We will probably be able to stay here for a fairly long time, and eventually we might want to move away, but we're going to be stuck here for a little while, so we might as well, you know, have a place that we can actually live that is good for us. It is well reinforced, well set up. Okay, with that we were able to get 66 short strings. So I bet, yep, we can make the homewrecker. Okay, so let's make it on the table here, and we'll make it with planks, and it even crafts very fast. Very nice. So now we have a homewrecker, which is actually not a bad weapon with 35 bash, but I think it's flimsy. It is flimsy. So it's very likely to break as soon as we use it. An improvement I'd like to make before we finish today is I would like to set up this solar panel. Yeah, the first blow, we immediately managed to damage the homewrecker. We're gonna break it before we break the ceiling. I promise you I've broken through these ceilings before. Oh, wow, are you serious? We broke it first. Ceiling did not give out. We're missing a little bit of string. I mean, we should have been damaging the ceiling, but I think we were just getting some unlucky rolls there. It's always hard to tell how much damage you're doing to one of these ceilings. And the homewrecker is a very much not durable object. Okay, second homewrecker. Let's see if we can bust through the ceiling here. There we go. We busted through. Absolutely perfect. Okay. So the reason we want to do this, and just kind of hang with me here, and I'm not sure if this is going to work without a battery, for the record, is we have a bunch of extension cords here. We'll go ahead and drop the homewrecker, grab the extension cord. And yeah, without a battery, there's a chance that this will only work at nighttime, but it's going to be a lot closer to working now. We're going to have to make a stepladder super fast, so let me do that. And Aiden is very tired and very hungry, but I just want to get this finished up real quick. So we'll turn off our candle so that things aren't seeing us, and we can use the stepladder. What? There's no ceiling there? You lie. What the hell? Did I bust it in the wrong place? Oh, you know what I did? Are you kidding me? I busted it in our neighbor's patio. Oh my god. I can't believe I did that. Okay. Well, we're gonna need to define food before we bust it down again. Actually, we're probably fine with that amount of food. I can't believe I did that. Yeah, look at this. That's my neighbor's place. Oh my gosh. Okay, so where's mine? It's right here. Okay. We'll drop a bullet here so we can keep track of it in the future. And we'll take down the solar panel, place it here, and we'll go grab that homewrecker again and attempt to bust down a different tile. Let's just say that was Aiden practicing busting down a tile. That's all it was. We were just practicing. Okay, and with that, we managed to bash down our second tile, and we can even see whenever we click on it, it says climb down with the wooden stepladder. Okay, we should have our extension cord still in our inventory. We do. Let's see if we can equip that. We can store the homewrecker, and what we'll want to do is activate it and attach it to a vehicle or appliance. Attach it there. Then we climb down the stepladder, which is safe, and attach the other loose end to this. There we go. So now the lamp is connected to the grid, and we'll be able to put a battery here to connect to this grid as well. But I did realize that without a battery, that the standing lamp is not going to store power. And we don't have a large enough battery, I bet. Yeah, we have a battery charger, which will allow us to charge batteries in the future. But without a car battery or something like that, we're not going to be able to actually get power into our grid. So despite the fact that we actually have the basics of a grid up now, we can't actually use it correctly. So that was a little bit of my bad there. I was very excited about that and didn't really fully think it through. But hey, we have a homewrecker now, and we know about the recipe, and we have a gravity treadmill, so we can train both our athletics and our psionics, and we are just we're a few steps closer every day to being able to conquer the first floor and to get enough zombie kills done that we can actually get out of here. With that, even though this feels like we got absolutely nothing done today, we did. We got a new tactical backpack. We have this gravity treadmill, this strange black crystal. We have scrap arm guards now, which will help us more in the future. And we actually trained our force shove up to level 6, and I even trained my night eyes to 3, with the hope that eventually, if I get good enough night eyes, Watch will expand my night vision, giving us another option. And I just noticed how much EXP we need to next level, so we'll probably get that to 4 before next episode. Aiden is getting there. Every step, every episode, getting closer to having both not only a secure crafting home in our location here, but also getting closer to being able to be strong enough to move through the city. He almost died today, but he refuses to die. He got close once, never again. Ever feel like you just don't want to go outside? That there are just too many people out there? Well, this is Aiden, a bionic and psionic nerd who survived a life-threatening disease only to wake up the next day to the apocalypse. He isn't exactly agoraphobic, and would love to go to the park, but understands the merits of being a shut-in. Every day he wakes up, kills a few zombies, gets torn to shreds, and regenerates while he does chores around the house. One day he will have thinned the hordes enough to explore properly. Either that, or he'll run out of food and starve to death. I think we are going to attempt to get some exploration done outside. It is a rainy day, and I'll show a little bit of a montage here in a moment, but at the beginning of the episode today, we decided to go ahead and train up both our melee and our athletics. The melee was actually made available by the fact that we found a book called the CQB Beginners. It'll tell me all the way at the bottom here, but it is a very long list down to it. But we got a book that actually taught us how to train up more of our melee. And we also have, despite many attempts, I actually have spent like 8 hours in game now trying to learn Noisemaker. For some reason, it's not triggering the learning of Noisemaker. Oh man, I just realized we also have expert melee or athletics form unlockable here. If anyone in the comments knows what athlete's form actually does, I'd be very interested to find out. Someone did tell me in last episode that higher level of athletics on top of the other benefits also gives you a percentile more stamina per level of athletics. So right now we have 4% more stamina, which as a psionic, any amount of stamina, even really small amounts of stamina, are highly welcome. We did make a great pipe mace for bashing stuff down, so we're going to leave that behind. And our two goals today is going to be to try and find a battery in a car somewhere so we can set up power in our base here. And we're also trying to find some water nearby, and just, you know, usual weapons and stuff like that is kind of a big deal. I'm hoping that we can maybe get past some of the hordes, maybe sneak past some of the hordes. We're going to check these bodies because there are now 9 pages worth of bodies at the bottom of the place here. We did just find an IFAK pouch. That's really useful. And a 6-round combat shotgun. Okay. Now that we have that combat shotgun, is it going to tell us what ammo we need? Yeah, we need this. Make sure that the shotgun is filled. It is not filled right now. We're going to reload that super fast. And if necessary, oh my gosh. As soon as I step out, I see a dissolute devourer and a regenerating zombie and a paramilitary zombie. Okay, we have a bunch of traps here. How long is it going to take me to equip my shotgun? Not too long. Why is it... Oh, because I accidentally equipped my wooden spear. I don't need that. We're going to equip our combat shotgun. And we're going to aim up, hopefully on the regenerating zombie whenever he turns the corner here. And there's a lot of traps around us, so I don't actually mind too much if we did manage to hit it. The zombie behind him died. And we did manage to hit it again. It is bleeding heavily. Come on. Okay, we took down the regenerating zombie, but the shotgun's empty. We're going to move upstairs real quick. Reload our shotgun. Did we seriously only have 1 slug left? Okay. Well, we will fire this last slug. Oh, and we instantaneously take down the paramilitary zombie. Okay, we're going to go up a few floors and drop the shotgun then. Okay, we did just realize that the reason why it only inserted 1 bullet is not because we were out of bullets. We actually have 11 bullets left. But instead, it's because... Ooh, that is a lot of zombies. It instead is because this particular shotgun reloads 1 bullet at a time. So we're going to use a combination of our shotgun and our psionic powers. Combination of our psionic powers to shove back zombies, like what we did with this guy just now. We'll take his clean water and his canteen as well, and then use our shotgun as well in order to take some of these things down. We're going to back away from this Diluted Devourer, aim up. So we need to get its extra HP gone, shoot it once with the shotgun, and as soon as it gets to us, we'll shoot it again, and then shove it back. It is doing it, it is heavily bleeding. This must be a pretty powerful Diluted Devourer because it isn't... Okay, we're going to try and push it away, shove it away again, and we're going to start running, I think. Yeah, we're going to start running. Try and get away from this thing. I think I'm going to push it down the stairs. Ooh. As we hit it, I actually saw the notification that our strap cross apparently got hit pretty hard as we pushed it down the stairs, but we did get it away from us. Okay, let's reload our shotgun. Apparently there's a zombie soldier in the way on the stairs here. Holy shit, that is a headless horror. Okay. I was hoping we could clear out some of the zombies, but as the headless horror comes up, as almost a knee-jerk reaction, Aiden reaches out with his psionic powers, grabs the thing and thrusts it against the wall. It must have been very badly damaged because as it hits the wall, it simply crumples. We do see a zombie soldier come up and we thrust it against the wall, doing a significant amount of damage to it. We are going to stop firing our gun. We will thrust him against the wall again and pull out our pipe spear in case anything else comes up. We do have a fat zombie. It slips on the bile from the headless horror. Do manage to take both of them down. Let's catch our breath. We need the stamina. Anything on these things? No. MRE package. Hey, that's more food. Hey, and an army bayonet in a sheath. I think the army bayonet isn't as good as our spear. Actually, it's 20 pierce. The army bayonet's actually better than our spear. Okay. We'll store that, and we will pull out the army bayonet. It's actually a very good weapon. I've used it before, but I didn't realize it was actually this good, to be honest. We're going to take this adjustable wrench, because we are grabbing stuff as we go, because I'm worried about being able to come back down here. We have caused a huge commotion by firing our gun, but on some level, Aiden is hoping that we've also cleared... Yeah, look at this. We've cleared a lot of zombies out by drawing them on to our trapped area. There are still more zombies down there, though. With the pain that we're in a little bit of some distracting pain. We're gonna go ahead and eat some of... Zombie Night Stalker comes up the stairs as we were bandaging ourselves. Somehow, this brute hides in the dark like some sort of boogeyman. Very agile for such a large zombie. It is weakened slightly. We're gonna shove it against the wall. As usual, just using our psionic powers to just crush this thing and burning through our stamina immediately too. It managed to attack me from that range, so I'm backing up a step, catching my breath. Check its body. Tear gas sprayer, and that's it. We're gonna look down again. We do see a pupating zombie, and as we come down, the pupating zombie explodes into flesh raptors. Each of the flesh raptors, small winged predators darting through the air on 3 thinly haired wings that look like stretched human hands. A sheer, jagged spike just from the point where the wings meet. It looks like nothing you've seen on Earth. It's strangely like it is made of human parts. And as we come down, we also see a gargoyle. The zombie's arms have stretched beyond human limits. The skin lengthened into a gruesome, fleshy membrane. The rest has become emaciated, with thin, rope-like muscles ripping through taut flesh. While it doesn't appear to be able to fly, it uses its mutated arms to leap shockingly fast through the air. We are going to use a little bit of our stamina to shove that thing back as well. We have caused a huge portion of the horde to come after us, and the gargoyle seems to have bitten us. So we're going to come up here into the darkness, and we're going to see if we can get rid of that, the potential of the bite there. Oh, man, please. This is not the right time for us to get infected. We have some antibiotics up in the building above us, but don't think we have anything to try and get rid of the pre-infection. Hey, there is an MP3 player here, though. That's going to be useful for the future. Okay, we're going to back up from now. We'll put away the army bayonets. For some reason, we can't put it back into its sheath. Something probably just... It's one of the few things I don't like about this game sometimes. This game doesn't like to store things on its own very well. Okay, let's see if we have We do have antibiotics up here, but that's only for after we already have an infection. We do have some more alcohol wipes. We can get rid of... Only have a 30% chance to disinfect. We didn't get rid of the infection. The potential for infection, I should say. We also have broad spectrum antibiotics. So if this torso bite does turn into an infection, this deep wound, we will likely be able to stave off the infection that it creates, but we're likely to actually get to the infection first. I don't know if we should be grabbing the antibiotics before we ever get to the infection. I'm not sure how that works. You know what? I think they last a little while, so I think we will take some of them right now. That just seems like the safer call to me. Normally I have something better to be able to use. 1 dose lasts 12 hours. Okay, we're going to take a dosage of antibiotics. It's probably going to make us feel not so well, especially because we are a lightweight. We're going to peek down. There's still so much down here. Take a few swings at this zombie runner with our new melee skill that we've learned from a book, because Aiden is a nerd after all. We do manage to take it down very quickly, and we find a revolver. Very nice, 29 damage. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and take that as well. And we'll check the body again now that I have Glock magazines. I don't actually have a Glock right now. I think I will take the moment, if I can, to crush down some of these corpses, so then none of these things get back up, because these would have been ferals. With what we've done, we have attracted plenty of them in. I could just find a single thing. Cough syrup, that's pretty good. A single thing of antiseptic. I would feel a lot better about us and our chances right now. Looks like there's some more coming in, and that was a zombie dog. We're going to back up. Shove this guy against the wall just as he comes up. Some antipsychotics. I was excited for a moment there. And a SWAT zombie. We're going to shove him back as well. One thing that I'm learning is that we can only grab break if there's room to shove them backwards. The damaging shove of pushing them against the wall does not break a grab. This is something we're going to have to learn. And because of how much pain we're in, because again, our pain is our biggest weakness, we are down to 6 strength again. Aiden now has a daily task of going down and attempting to clear out some of the hordes beneath, but every time we do, it feels like there's just more and more hordes down there. I'm sure on some level, firing that gun was a very bad idea, but it made Aiden, and frankly me as well, feel a little better to be able to take out a few of the zombies that are down there. We don't really have any bullets for the revolver, so we're going to leave the revolver on this desk over here. And I think the combat shotgun is probably going to be like the best thing that we have here. We're going to take off our backpack as well. You know what? No, we're not going to take off our backpack because we need to sort some of this stuff out that's in the backpack right now. Any other guns that we don't have any magazines for? The Glock pistol uses 919, so we have a few shots for that. Combat shotgun we have some few shots for, and the 7mm pistol we have some shots for. We did get some books from that, but nothing that's going to be important to us right now. One thing that I want to do is that these MRE packages and the IFAC packages, they have a lot of stuff in them that I don't really care about, and if they're not sealed, like, we're going to keep the sealed one in the fridge, but if they're not sealed, I actually do like to open these and pull out the stuff that's useful, because with how Cataclysm works, dealing with all of these nested inventories like this I find to be very annoying. You just end up with a lot of small containers in your inventory at the end. So we're actually just going to pull these apart and grab the things that we actually want out of them, especially the water purification tablets. I did just notice that we have a bunch of those now. So if we can just get like a 2-liter of a 2-gallon jug of water or something like that, we should be able to purify it without having to spend time boiling water anymore, which I do believe there was still water in, well, not in that one, obviously, because I took that thing down for pipe fittings. But there should still be water in the toilets around here that we can go around and collect, so that we have, I think we still have water for probably like close to a week, if not more. Then we can just use these water purification tablets on the water in these. And we'll also use it, I think we're also going to put on this plastic canteen and refill it with water, so that we have water that we can carry around with us. Although we're wearing a lot of filthy items at this point, and it is kind of shocking that we're still in a good mood after wearing all of these filthy items, but I think that's largely because of the fact that Aiden is an optimist. Being in disgusting and honestly quite rancid clothing is barely enough to get him beneath the level of being sick at this. I did just notice we have more alcohol wipes here. You know what? We're going to spend these and see. Oh, thank goodness. I was honestly worried. We did finally clean out our torso wound. We are going to desperately need some antiseptic. There's also some multivitamins here that I didn't notice we had. That's nice as well. I think one thing I want to do is I want to see, there's a way to search by the primary skill. I want to see if I have any survival recipes. We can make a digging stick, some other stuff. So basically I want to get my survival higher, because ideally, and this is going to be something I just do while we get down from the distressing pain that we're in right now, because despite the fact that you can see, even as I'm talking, the repair nanites have repaired all of my wounds and probably spent a huge amount of calories. Despite the fact that we can repair, the pain is making us so weak that we can't continue to operate. And the idea here is that we will be able to hopefully be able to get our survival high enough. Am I out of candles? Yeah, I am out of candles. But anyways, we'll hopefully be able to get our survival high enough that we can make a water collector. Making some tinder might not be a bad idea. Or an ember carrier, because one thing that we want to do is we want to aim for skills that have higher survival. I don't think that gave us very much, did it? Oh, it took us one to 89%. Wow. Okay, can we make another one of those? And one more should do it. And that'll get us to level 2 survival. So do we have a rain collector now? Tarp rain catcher. Okay, so we just need a large plastic sheet and 3 pointy sticks. Okay. I think I saw a large plastic sheet in this building over here. I want to say it was this one. I know I saw one somewhere. I'm going to go find that, and then after that, we'll talk about the next step. Oh, that's unfortunate. It was actually polycarbonate. I'm not sure where we would get a large plastic sheet from. Although I have a weird idea. I wonder if we can, because I know that we can disassemble. We'll turn on our light here. We can disassemble this furniture. I wonder if we can then break it down. It doesn't look like we have a disassembly option, but maybe we can put the disconnected refrigerator on the ground and then go grab our great pipe mace and break it. And maybe we can get a large metal sheet out of that. The only reason I think that's even possible is just based off of like common sense and the idea that these things have, where the hell did our great, there it goes. The sense that these are made out of plastic and they're large. I don't have any information beyond that. Maybe I batch one down while it's up, because I think I'm actually batching the ground by doing it that way. So we're gonna hit like this, and we got some copper tubings, copper wire, chunk of copper, metal sheets. Oh, that's unfortunate. We do actually get metal sheets out of it, but we don't get plastic sheets. I'm not sure where I would get a large plastic sheet from. I imagine we have a source somewhere here in the apartment complex, because we do have a little bit of everything, but I'm just trying to think, and it's just like, I'm not sure. Let's check the roof real quick, because I don't remember what all is up here. We have chimney crowns, signal boosters, satellite dishes. Satellite dishes are made out of metal, and that's about it. It might not be possible for us to get a large plastic sheet from the apartment, which is kind of surprising, because we have access to so many materials here that we have access to almost everything. Okay, well, we're trying to figure out how to get a sheet. This gives us some time to practice our athletics a little bit longer, which will give us a little bit more stamina to use in future fights. This is going to be Aiden's life for a little while, fighting through some hordes to even just get out of his apartment complex, while having to retreat every once in a while whenever we get in too much pain. And then every time we retreat, instead of just sitting around our apartment and doing nothing, we are going to get stronger every time. We're already much stronger than we were when we just woke up only 5 days ago, and we are going to get stronger still. I think that we're going to stop working on the noisemaker for now, and instead we are going to focus on getting our telekinetic push as strong as we can. We don't want to waste too many calories working on it all day and all night, but it looks like our pain is pretty much gone. So even though we're really close to our next level of athletics, I do think I'm going to stop, get some food in us, and we're going to check the situation downstairs. Hopefully it's not too bad. And we're going to pull out the shotgun. No, I don't want to bring anything more in. So we're going to pull out the army bayonet for the time being. Okay, nothing here. Check the floor beneath us before going down. Same thing again. It looks like we got one zombie here. It's a brainless. We probably want to wipe that guy out. Can we pull him towards us? So we can use far hand, which we haven't used very much, in order to pull him one step towards us. And he immediately started bleeding. And then we could move up and finish him off. Okay, there's a few ferals here. We're going to crush down. The sheer amount of corpses here is just absolutely insane. It's the amount of damage we've done to the horde is incredible, but at the same time, it's just like, I know that there's still more out there. And in fact, we're going to set up a little bit of a search here. It looks like there are some dinar in here. We know we want these on the off chance that in the future we're going to come across some sort of Forge of Wonders or Magical Merchant, because even as a bionic, the Forge of Wonders is still going to have things that are good for us. Another zombie comes in and we do take it down very quickly. Some gummy vitamins that I'd be very happy to have. And we need to be... there we go. I was literally about to say we need to be on the lookout for antibiotics, which we did just manage to get. Okay, we're going to come over here, crush down this thing. It looks like we do have a few more zombies, but they're pretty far out. I don't think they saw us. We're going to use night eyes when we're inside here. Oh, look at that expanded radius. It's obviously getting better, of a better radius as we are getting better at it. We are going to silently use our force push in order to push that zombie into a wall to kill him very quickly. And we'll walk up. As soon as he grabs us, we go in for the kill, silently stabbing it through the head with our knife. Looks like there's a zombie elf and a boomer outside, but I am seeing way less horde than I have in the past. I think we're going to step up here. We see a zombie take it down very quickly. There's a gun on that guy, but it looks like it's a pretty weak gun, all things considered, so we're going to leave that one behind. Keep an eye out anytime we see plastic on the ground. See if we can... Actually, that's a good point. Can we make... Oop, that's a trap, not a tarp. Can we make a tarp? So we need a plastic sheet. Let's go plastic. A plastic sheet... Oh, it requires, like... Oh, maybe not. There's a fire in there. Okay, so if we get enough plastic, and there's some plastic on the ground around here. As we were fighting that thing, it immediately managed to bite our torso, but this time we fortunately have... Oh, that's antibiotics, not antiseptic. Damn it. I accidentally just took too many antibiotics. That was a... I always get those two mixed up for some reason. I don't know why. Like, that's not a good thing. I shouldn't be getting that mixed up in game or in real life. But yeah, we did unfortunately just take some antibiotics instead of antiseptic. We definitely need antiseptic so that we can get rid of these bite wounds in the future. They're going to be the death of us. We can regenerate and we can seal wounds, but that doesn't prevent the wound itself from being infected. And I can guarantee you of that. I have tested this. There was a little bit of food here. There's some more plastic over here. I know that there's plastic chunks around, so let's go ahead and we're going to always leave the gnar in there, but we'll also look for some more plastic chunks in here. And that's showing plastic bags. That's not useful. Go ahead and get rid of the plastic in there. You put a comma between your search terms, by the way. It will actually search for multiple things. So I always put dinar comma in there so that it looks for both denarius and denari, which are technically two versions of the same thing. Okay, the elf is following us. So we're going to yeet him backwards, get through the door here, pull him into the darkness where we can fight him without him bringing in a whole bunch of others. Go ahead and smash that down real quick because he was a feral, which means that he can get back up. There has to be... Here we go, more plastic. How many did we need for a plastic sheet? A large plastic sheet is going to require 8 plastic sheets, so it's going to require 80 plastic. Wow, okay. I mean, it's still doable though, right? Still very doable. While we're down here, we'll grab any pipe fittings that we find, because they are useful for quite a few things. There we go. 2 more pipe fittings, making maces and such. Place down here has been pretty heavily ransacked, and we do still have a lot of zombies outside. I am kind of a little worried about going out there and trying my hand with them. I think what we'll do for now is we'll drop off the plastic that we have, knowing that we're going to be using it to try and make a large plastic sheet in the future here. And then we will continue grabbing stuff, because we do want to keep our loot level low, because once our torso gets encumbered, we're going to be just getting drastically worse at melee combat at every moment. We're going to leave the antibiotics behind, because realistically speaking, I keep accidentally thinking that they are the wrong thing. So we're just going to leave those behind, and we're going to drop off all of the food that we just got, which is actually a pretty crazy amount of food. Really happy to see that. We don't really have any worry that we're going to run out of food or water anytime soon, which means that Aiden can, as boring as it might be on an entertainment level, Aiden can take his time. And every fight that we've had against the Horde has been close to fatal. So taking our time is something that we kind of have to do. We did just find some codeine. We really don't want to use that unless absolutely necessary, because we are a lightweight. But if we do need to use it, oh my gosh, there's so many zombies. And there's a zombie brute in the distance there. He is very badly injured though, which is a good thing. So we're going to step back into our spiked board trap center. That zombie child just walked into that and immediately went down. That's very good for us. And we're going to wait a few moments. Just kind of lure these guys in whenever we can. None of those see us, but they've also taken out the nearby buildings. It looks like that was the gun store at some point over there. Actually, it looks like it's brick walls and metal bars, so they probably haven't broken their way in, but I bet that back door is locked. So we might want to use our doors here in the apartment complex in order to get better at lockpicking, so that we can potentially open that back door. We'll go ahead and grab the antibiotics. It is not antiseptic though. And as we're moving around, we do get grabbed by a SWAT zombie. We're going to push him away, grab our shotgun that dropped as we got grabbed, and push him again, this time into a wall and far enough away that he doesn't see us anymore. He's going to be moving to our last known location though. So we're going to kind of step into the darkness here, catch our breath, and then continue the fight, running around him and pushing him again into the darkness. He is getting back up on us, so we're going to see if we can pierce through him with the bayonet, and we do take him down. Please tell me that you have something useful on you. He has an H&K MP5. Okay, subsonic. Ooh, it has a built-in suppressor. Yeah, an internal suppressor. That is actually a kind of amazing gun then. It only does 22 damage, so it's not a ton of damage, but it's permanently internally suppressed. What kind of ammo does it use? It uses, I'm not seeing. 9x19. Okay. That doesn't seem like that rare of ammo. I feel like I've seen, yeah, 9x19 is also the Glock ammo. So we can unload Glocks that we find, which are really common guns. This game does take place in America. That's where Aiden lived before all of this. So Glocks are basically on every third person. Yes, for anyone in the comments who just saw that, I did see the roller skates there. I'm not sure how I feel about roller skates, but I also just realized that I also saw a gas mask. Does this lanyard have anything in it? No, it doesn't. There's a chance that these lanyards can have medical things in them, which would be incredibly good. So if I haven't actually explained, because I don't remember whether I've explained why I want this plastic tarp so well, is that one of our goals, like I've said, is to clean off all of this stuff. And if we were to get a tarp up on days that it's raining, like today, we would end up with so much water that we wouldn't know what to do with all of it. And despite me saying that, probably what I would be doing with it is the first thing would be just cleaning a bunch of stuff. And then afterwards, it would just be, we would have pretty much semi-infinite water, right? At that point, our only concern would be food. We're going to step out a few steps, and we're going to force pull this guy in. I actually pulled him against the wall, which did a little bit of damage. Okay, that zombie boomer is a problem for me, because I do have a gas mask, but it's also going to make a lot of noise. Oh, some alcohol wipes. Okay. We're going to very quickly see if we can clean out this deep wound in our chest. Yeah, there we go. Wow, we are getting really, really lucky with this. Boomer just attacked us. We're going to yeet it backwards, and then again, so that blows up on the wall instead of blowing up on us. There's a clamp and a reciprocating saw. I don't think we need the clamp. Maybe we do. We'll go and take both. The zombie came up to us. We very quickly took it down. I'm feeling a little bit more confident down here. I'm feeling a little bit more confident. With our melee skill, we have actually gotten up to the point where when we're feeling good, we have 9 strength now. Aiden's really built up his strength quite a bit. It is really tempting to see if we can get out of the apartment building and into someplace nearby. Okay. We do see a skeletal dog and a small zombie child. Okay. As soon as we step around the corner, I mean, that's probably one of our problems right there is that there was actually a graveyard nearby on top of it being in the middle of a city. As soon as we step out, we do see some things coming for us. I think we're going to step back in, lure them up to the window, take them out whenever they get to the window. That guy had some duct tape on him. Don't want to take out that... I don't want to deal with that dissolute devourer, though. It's probably the same one from before. What building is that? That's the electronics store. The electronics store looks like it also has metal bars on the windows, which means it probably still has loot in it. And as we turn the corner... Gosh. 12 more of the undead. I'd like to think that we're thinning them out, but every indication seems to say that we're not. As we get inside, the dog leaps through the window. We send it flying back against the door, crushing it between the force of the door and our hammerous mind. Finally, with some actual skill in his melee strikes, Aiden does actually take a zombie down from full HP with melee strikes. And we didn't take any damage throughout the process. So we're getting there. We are, in fact, getting there. We're going to hurl one of them away. We don't want to fight too many at once. Even now that we have some skill, that's still a very, very bad idea. We could get bit at any moment, and we don't have the best of armor. We have cleared a lot of them. We really have. But I think it's time for us to retreat. And I think what we might do is, now that our Night Eyes has gotten better, we will probably go out during the day, during our next day, that is, and we will see about seeing what's around us. We might be able to make the large sheet with what we have here. Did we have to start a fire to do it? Yeah, so we can make plastic sheets. How many can we make? Oh, we can make more than enough. Holy shit, we have so much plastic. Where's all that plastic coming from? But anyways, we have enough plastic that we should be able to make the sheets. So let's go ahead and take everything off, and we will... One of the last things that we'll do for today is that we will make this tarp. So tarp rain catcher requires 1 large plastic sheet, okay, and 3.26. So we'll go ahead and say plastic sheets. So we need to make 1 large plastic sheet, which I know I just saw it. Large plastic sheet, which requires 8 of these. So we'll make 8 plastic sheets. How long does that all take me? 40 minutes. That's actually not bad at all. And then what we'll do is we'll put down our rain catcher. And with our rain catcher, we should be able to, even before, like, hopefully we can finish all of this before it stops raining. And then we'll be able to get a huge amount of water from all of this. And there's the rain catcher. Absolutely, absolutely amazing. We're going to make sure and use the long strings, because the short strings are way more useful to us. Pretty warm sitting next to the fire here. Once we have light, we will be able to turn on the fire and then sit a few steps away from it so that we're not burning up while we're crafting, because that just costs a lot of extra water. Go ahead and wield the tarp rain catcher, head upstairs, and then we will set it up there. And for the time being, I don't know, I didn't think about this part. We need something large enough, that we can fill it with water. Normally I'd want to take down, like, yeah, we can't make a metal tank, obviously. Normally I'd want to take down a metal tank somewhere and disassemble a metal tank so that we can put like 90 to 100, sometimes even 500 water in it. But I think what we'll have to do probably is use gallon jugs. Looks like we have a couple gallon jugs of clean water and then one of vegetable oil. To be honest, I don't really need the vegetable oil one, so we're going to pour it out. We'll put that under there for now, and then we'll look around for some more gallon jugs, and we'll just basically put down as many of them under here as we can find. Okay, we managed to get 4 gallon jugs under this rain catcher, but by the time I had gotten the gallon jugs under there, it stopped raining because, well, that's just what makes sense, right? Of course it stopped raining. It can't really possibly explain to you why that just seems like that is exactly what would have happened in that situation. Just kind of like how Cataclysm does things. We are going to unload these 9x19s from here, and we're going to see about reloading this. So we have 21 shots in our MP5 now. I think we're going to drop the rest of our guns other than the MP5 and the shotgun, because the MP5 is silenced and honestly is going to be kind of amazing for us, like absolutely amazing for us. We will have to worry about its gun durability because we won't be able to repair it anytime soon. But outside of that, like, it's just gonna be a pretty great gun having already been silenced. We'll be able to fire it without as much concern as other guns. And then the pipe shotgun is, or the combat shotgun is just going to be for, well, every other time, whenever silence doesn't really matter as much. We don't want to get ourselves too much into trouble by firing a gun a lot. We have heard from other instances that even with the best of intentions, firing your gun too much can lead to some seriously bad circumstances. So we kind of want to avoid that. In fact, I think before we go, I think I want to try... Oh man, that thing looks amazing. Awesome. Yeah. It's like a SMG. I don't actually know guns very well. This is something I've talked about in previous series, is that whenever it comes to guns, I am incredibly unknowledged. Oh my god, it is a mess down here. Police duty flashlight. Happily take that. Antibiotics, not antiseptic, unfortunately. And whenever it comes to guns, I don't really play a lot of first-person shooters or anything like that. And we found the Dissolute Devourer. We do have our new MP5 in hand, but we've already known that this thing is quite durable even for Dissolute Devourers. We're going to start running. We're going to turn around and fire our gun, which I forgot to turn off run. Okay. We'll fire it once and then run again, and we'll push it backwards and stop running. I wish I knew how much sound that had just made. We hit it for 19. How much did the previous one do? 12? Oh man, it's going to take a lot of shots to take this thing down. I think the best thing to do here is going to be push it back into the darkness and then run back to our stairs. And as we run back to the stairs, go up the stairs, but push it first. Okay, we're going to fall back to here and catch our breath. There's not as many zombies down there anymore. We have killed a lot of them. In fact, I'm very curious. There's an achievements page here where we can actually see we've killed 78 of them. Now, that doesn't include the ones that are killed by our traps, but considering that Aiden's only been in the apocalypse for 5 days, 78 is actually a pretty crazy amount to have killed. And they're still kind of keeping us penned into our apartment here. We have 19 bullets left in this MP5. We're going to go ahead and store it. In fact, I just realized that since we're using our bayonet now, we can probably drop the pipe spear here and reconfigure this so that the MP5 goes into our lifting field. So I think it's the most heavy thing we have. Yeah. So we just cleared the pocket settings, and then whenever we store an inventory, really, it doesn't want to go into the lifting field. Can we just insert it? We can insert it. Why did it not go in there immediately? Well, either way, we'll whitelist this with the MP5. Oh, you know why it didn't go in there immediately? Because I set my backpack priority to 30. So it's actually prioritizing my large tactical backpack, which is actually something I suggest. We set the main pocket to 30. So that shit doesn't go into your jeans and such. Because things going into, in fact, I actually have had a lot of things go into my jeans. Things going into your jeans can end up weighing down your legs and giving you a bunch of leg encumbrance. And it could be sometimes like surprise encumbrance, right? But with that Devourer there, and the fact that we're already kind of weary, I think it might be a good time to call it for today, because that thing is a little scary and I honestly don't want to risk it. I'd like to instead be fully fresh, fully ready to fight it tomorrow. When Aiden woke up after his life-saving surgery the morning of the Cataclysm, he was weak and frail. Now, well, he isn't strong, but he's a lot stronger than he was a week ago, and we've killed at least one zombie, and it's a start. Only about 8 billion left. One of the first things I want to touch on today is a quick update of where Aiden, our bionic and psionic nerd, has gotten to in the last 5 days of being stuck in his apartment. We are now up to 9 strength, 10
dexterity, 11 intelligence, and our perception hasn't moved. And where we are getting that from is from things like our melee, our athletics, fabrication, all of the metaphysics, all of these things are giving us these bonuses with stats through skills. Now that we've gotten a couple of things up relatively high, it's going to be a long time before we get more strength. I believe strength is primarily melee, bashing, mechanics, and maybe athletics. I'm not sure. Athletics might be dexterity. We also now have athlete's form, which I have learned through the comments, which was incredibly helpful. Thank you all. Is basically useless. It only really helps you with muscle-powered vehicles, so skateboards and bicycles. But we do have concentration, beginner, and food prep, and we're pretty close to a couple things. As far as our skills, we've finally gotten up to melee 3. I do believe we might be able to get a little bit farther of that. We have athletics 4, which we'll be able to get up to 5, which again, if you don't remember, is raising our total stamina, which is amazing. And then we also have fabrication 4 and survival 2, which is both very good as well. And then last of all, I'm gonna make this kind of quick, we managed to get Night Eyes up to level 4, which is making our ability to see much farther, and Force Shove is sitting at level 6, having a range of 5 and doing an absolute fuck ton of damage. It says 3 to 7 up here whenever you're targeting with something, but it doesn't actually do 3 to 7 damage, because it seems to do extra damage whenever you shove something into a wall and sort of just crush it there. We also have this glorious H&K MP5 SD, which is a internally silenced and suppressed gun that offers subsonic performance in the same footprint as a MP5 while retaining its handiness. I've been told by someone in the chat that with certain types of magazines, certain types of 9x19s, it won't actually be subsonic. I'm not 100% sure if that's true because of how statistics in Cataclysm works, but it's something we'll just have to try, right? I also did notice that it has multiple firing modes of auto, semi-auto, and a 3-round burst. So we're going to probably try and see if we can figure out how to change the firing modes, because frankly, I don't know. But by the time we get to the end of this video, I will know. So don't worry about putting that one in the comments. Oh, hey, that's what it looks like. Good to know. I actually went and looked up what this gun looks like. It's actually pretty cool in real life. I'm not a huge gun nut myself, but this one's pretty nice. We also got an army bayonet, which we will assign to W for the future here, so that we can pull out very quickly. That is a very good weapon for us. It keeps wanting to sort it into our inventory. Why do you not want to go into this gosh dang sheath? What is wrong with the sheath that you... Maybe it's because I'm not wearing the sheath. Is that why you don't like it? Is that why you don't like it? Okay, we're wearing the sheath now. Now it'll go into the sheath. Okay. For some reason, Aiden just does not want to understand the concept of reaching into his backpack and putting it into the sheath, which is actually a real, like, camping thing, is to have, you know, places on your backpack to sheath things. But whatever, we're going to move on from that. Lastly, as part of our checkup today, there's something more important that I want to do. It has been probably about a week in game since we have checked the state of the horde around our apartment. And just to remind you, this fog of war up here is really showing you how far we've managed to move in the entirety of Aiden's playthrough so far. Aiden has just been trapped in this apartment complex this entire time. But I want to check the state of the horde outside, because we have been thinning out the horde. So I'm very curious if it is doing better or worse. So we got a handful of stragglers over here. This is like normal amounts of zombies. A few of them, this is a good time to check because it's getting close to dark, so a few of them have spotted me, but not really that many. Let's go ahead and check the west side here. Go ahead and peek down. Again, a few stragglers. There's this eluded devourer. There's a couple buildings that they have just completely mowed down. Whenever zombies get together, they have something called horde bashing, which basically adds all of the zombies' strength together in order to bash down a singular building, which is why they've been able to tear down these buildings, even though individual zombies are not capable of tearing down a wall. Let's check here. Again, just a few stragglers. There is a zombie brute here. He's very weak, but he's going to be bashing around and down there a little bit because he does see us as we step over the side to look down. And up here was where the major horde was. Yeah, it looks like we've actually cleared a significant amount of them, and then the rest that we haven't cleared have sort of like moved on. And as Aiden checks all of these ledges, we are very happy to see that at least right now, there's just not that many zombies out here anymore. There's a car out front.
we're actually getting a chance to look around. Now, mind you, there is still a lot of zombies out here, and if we were to all attract them together on us at once, we would be in a significant amount of problems. As it stands, though, I think that tomorrow might be finally the day that we manage to make some actual progress. We have our silenced MP5, which, please keep in mind, it's still a gun. Despite it being air quotes silenced and suppressed, it's still going to make bang bang noises, and it's still going to attract zombies. I know that's not the technical way of talking about it, but I don't know anything about the technical ways of talking about guns, so that's what we're going to say for now. Since we're so close to finishing off our athletics, tonight we're going to spend some time on athletics to get it up to 5, and then we'll go through and we'll top off all our skills that have depreciated, like our unarmed. We will spend the rest of the time going back and forth between learning force shove and noise major until we're tired enough to go to bed, and I'll meet you guys in the morning. Okay, Maiden wakes up bright and early the next day, finally kind of getting into a nice sleep cycle. Don't know what that's like. And we're going to try and get some stuff done today. I will note, and I'm curious if anyone can test this, we're currently sitting on the 0.H release candidate, and I'm having trouble. I've done a lot of times with Mind Over Matter. I'm having trouble learning Noisemaker. No matter how many times we study it, we are not actually able to learn it. Aiden has now spent, I think, 12 hours learning and meditating on it without having successfully learned it. And I'm curious if there's a bug going on there and if anyone else is having any issues with that. So if anyone does find out about that, I greatly appreciate it. One thing that I did get pointing out is that I think I forgot to upgrade my lockpicks. Yep, I did. So we're going to go and do that very quickly. If you did not know, you can make rudimentary lockpicks with like anything you find. All you basically need is something and then some wire. The wire's the hard part, and then the other part is just like random forks and knives. However, once you have rudimentary lockpicks, you can upgrade them just with a hammer into improvised lockpicks, which are drastically better. I did not realize that I had forgotten to do this. I had upgraded some of them, and then I had made some more lockpicks off camera, and then proceeded to do the extra step of actually upgrading them. We're probably not going to use these right away, but I do like having them on me because there's a lot of doors in the game that you can't bust down. I also have a list of suggestions sitting next to me of things that people have suggested, which I, for the record, greatly appreciate. Guys, keep it up. But I do have a list of suggestions here, and I as we're kind of doing some rudimentary exploration here, I do want to go down them. We do need a melee weapon. We'll use the army bayonet. So someone suggested pipe cleaners, and I'm going to cover like 4 things at once here. Pipe cleaners, firearm repair kits, and a charcoal smoker. I will say all 3 of those comes from a book, so I can't make those, but they are good things that we want to keep in mind in the future. And then the next thing is actually at the bottom of my list, but it's the most important one, is that someone spotted, they must have paused or something, because I go through these lists really fast. Someone spotted a halogen bar. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in our dinar, and then we're going to say, let's just go how, okay? Nothing on the next floor below us. Just check these real quick. There is a ballistic vest here. Is that better than what we're wearing? You know, we're going to grab it for now, and then we will compare it once it's in our inventory. A hiking backpack is nice. Ink tablet is nice, but not really something we need. Antipsychotics. Okay, we'll just take the vest for now. Okay, I don't see any zombies immediately. So let's go ahead and halogen bar. Wow, good fucking eyes. Whoever in the comments noticed this, you are a saint and a scholar, sir. So where's the denarius? The denarius is over there. We're going to pick up the halogen bar first. And this is 3 pages of a body, so we're just going to type in how, and we will wield this and then sheath our army bayonets. And I think the halogen bar, there's a shriekling right there. Okay, we're going to stop our... In fact, let's actually let the shriekling come in. Okay, we're going to use force pull. Force pull doesn't have enough range. I think the shriekling, yeah, we just heard the sound. The shriekling walked into our thing and then died. Okay, so the halogen bar might, what I was about to say is, it might be our new heaviest, yeah, it weighs 10 pounds and has 29 inches of length. So let's go ahead and check something real quick. What is that in comparison to the MP5? The MP5 is 8 pounds and 26 length with 4 volume. I think that halogen bar might be a better thing to put in our lifting field, like semi-permanently, because let's actually check. So we're going to drop the halogen bar, and we're going to unload the lifting field. Can we... Oh, the MP5 is also too heavy to pick up. What am I carrying that is so freaking heavy? Is it just the ballistic vest? Wow, the ballistic vest is 23 pounds. Okay, so we need to deal with this first. So let's go ahead and compare. There's a chance that our scrap cross is still better, just on the idea of like when it finally blocks. Okay, so one thing to note immediately is that the ballistic vest is 100% torso coverage with less encumbrance. So that already is telling me this might be worth it, even if it's less armor, which I don't know if it actually is less armor. So this is a 95% chance to protect for very similar armor rates. 6 bash, 8 cut versus 9 bash, 9 cut. Yeah, the cut isn't very, or the bash isn't very good, but it also has 21 ballistic and 6 pierce. I think just off the idea that it's full coverage with a much higher 25% chance to fail, basically, with the scrap armor. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to take off the scrap armor, and we're going to wear the SWAT ballistic vest. We can leave the scrap cross here. So now we can pick this up, and we can also pick up the halide bar. So they both fit in our inventory. We're going to sort our inventory real quick. I'll be right back. One thing I also noticed while I was messing with these things is now that we have everything sorted, the halide bars in the lifting field, I did notice that we actually can make a strap. Nope. Sling. There we go. 2-point sling, which would allow us to put our MP5 on our back. And all we need is a short rope, which short rope is actually very easy to make. There's a lot of recipes for it, but my favorite one here is 6 long strings. So while we're down here, I think that we're going to use our new favorite halide bar here, and we're going to collect some long strings from these buildings down here that we've not really messed with too much. We can make a sling for our gun, wear it over our back, and then our storage issues will be a lot better. Ooh, we just found a toolbox with a metal file set and a small adjustable wrench. We're actually going to take all 3 of those things, because that's pretty nice. We did just find a learning fencing book, which I don't know if this is it doesn't seem to be a martial arts manual. That's unfortunate. So it's probably just some recipes, some other stuff, some like melee stuff, which is a little unfortunate. Another thing I'd like to point out that I'm sure someone would have noticed eventually, but we're going to go ahead and do it now, is that I actually can drop my hammer, because the only thing that the hammer gives me that the halide bar doesn't is fine hammering, which we do need, but not whenever we're out and about. Okay, with that little bit of management over, we are going to hit the rest of the houses real quick downstairs, try and get our long sling going. And there we go. Now we'll have a 2-point sling on our H&K. So now instead of putting it just in our backpack, we can wear it on our back. Unfortunately, that does also increase our encumbrance, but it gets it out of our backpack. So I think that might still be okay, because what we can do now is in the case of having to do some melee fighting, we can drop our backpack and our encumbrance goes down to 20. But it'll leave our MP5 on our back, which means that we will still have all of the tools we need to fight without all of the encumbrance. So I think it's still a net gain. We'll go ahead and pull out our army bayonet, check the bottom floor. We're not seeing anything. And I think it might finally be time for us to check some of these nearby areas. The gun store, now that we have this MP5, would be a really nice area to check. We hear a little bit of movement. We see a firefighter zombie. Let's go ahead and check. Firefighter, tough, a couple SWAT zombies. Everything seems pretty badly hurt, so we are going to pull them back. Ooh, and as we stepped in, we saw another firefighter zombie, but he's pretty badly hurt, so we're actually going to stab him very quickly, let the other one come in. This guy is not hurt whatsoever, so we're going to yeet him backwards, doing a absolute ton of damage to him as he gets yeeted backwards. And see if we can finish him off. We don't like being grabbed, so we're going to throw him backwards and head upstairs. This tough zombie grabs us. We shove him against the back of the wall, shoving him against that spike in the wall there, pushing him once again in order to finish him off. I would like to see about this firefighter zombie. Here's his helmet. He only has a dust mask. Okay. I was hoping that he would have, let's see the other one. He would have like a firefighter PBA mask. Yeah. This is one of the better masks, at least in my experience, because it's 100% of coverage of the eyes and mouth, and it fits under a lot of things. It's really badly damaged, though, and all of the firefighter gear is really hard to repair, so I think we're actually not going to take it. We're going to push this SWAT zombie back so that he walks into a trap a second time. We'll do it one more time. Now he's bleeding really badly. As he comes in, we'll just finish him off in melee. I know that we shouldn't be fighting with this amount of torso encumbrance, but right now I'm not worried about it because we're only fighting things that are very, very low durability. And holy crap, there's a zombie dog and a zombie out here. And a tough, but still. Too far away to pull in with far hand. Wow, this normal zombie dog is suddenly doing a number to us. Okay, we take it down. Very good, very good. We always want to catch our breath between each fight, because again, our stamina, even more so than a normal character, our stamina is our survival. Okay, just lead them into some traps real quick. All of them were freshly reanimated, so they were not very durable. Okay. We see a skeletal zombie and a pupating zombie. The pupating zombie will be difficult for us to kill, but we have killed one before. See if we can get over to this place. It's like we got zombie brutes. He's really badly injured, and there's a shrieker over there. Has the shrieker screamed yet? Let's see. It does not appear to have screamed yet. We would have heard something. I'm going to run over to the door real quick. Check the door. It is locked. Can we use our halogen bar on it? We can pry it open with the halogen bar, but there are just two. Oh, there's now two zombie brutes? Where the hell did you come from, mate? And we'll yeet him backwards, start running, and we're going to head back to the apartment building. Okay, two zombie brutes, a shrieker. How long would it take for me to pull out? If I wielded my MP5, it would take 500 turns. 5 full seconds. That is probably far too long because, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the brute at least would get to me before I pulled it out. I'd really love to test it and see how silenced it really is, but I think this is not the right time. I think instead we're going to fall back to here, and as soon as we see stuff coming around the corner, we're going to shove that guy against the wall, taking him out completely. Shrieker took itself out, and they're coming down now, so we need to back out to here. We shoved that guy, but he moved into the doorway just in time to get shoved in an angle that doesn't hurt him. We'll take a breath real quick. Check downstairs. It looks like a bunch of them walked onto some traps. That fat zombie is pretty badly damaged. We can just kind of yeet her away. Ooh, some tramadol. Very nice. We lost our concentration mid-shove. We're fine, though. We're fine, though. We pushed the zombie brute back onto these spikes. Zombie child steps on some spikes. We'll push it again, damaging it pretty badly. We'll go upstairs. And it grabbed us just in time for us to reach out with our mind, and Aiden just throws it back onto the staircase, completely crushing it against the wall. We are in mild pain, which means we can keep fighting, at least for a little bit longer. And that pupating zombie. That's the thing I need to worry about. We got two options here. One, we can grab it against a wall like this. We can shove it over and over again, just absolutely taking the force of our mind and gravitationally shoving it against the wall, eventually crushing it. Or, in the future, if we don't have a good wall like that, we can actually bait it into exploding. We're going to step on some sludge trails here so that we don't get stuck in the future. And I think that really small horde is more or less cleaned out. A zombie cop sees us in the distance. But if we can get into... There's definitely stuff in here. As we were prying it open, a tough zombie got in. Okay, we're going to let him get a little bit closer, and then we're going to go around him like this and shove him up against the door. We really do have to watch our positioning with these shoves. Zombie top with full HP. Skeletal zombie. Thought we were being pretty quiet, but I guess not. We'll shove this guy backwards. Did a little bit of damage to him. We can take her out in the same time. I just realized we're not brawling, which will help immensely as we shove this guy back. And there's only a skeletal zombie. I think I can take these guys. Oh, he actually just bled out. That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. We're just going to wait for this skeletal zombie to catch up. He has a lot of cut resistance, but I think it's not going to matter. Are we clear? Oh, wow. Monsters. You don't see any monsters around you. There's definitely some monsters in here, though, for the record. We're going to pry it open and let them out. How durable are you? You are at full HP. Let's stop that. Aiden throws him against the wall once, and with his trained ability of being able to use his psychic powers, we immediately took it down. This is what I'm saying whenever the game was like, oh, you know, this psychic power does 4 to 8 damage. No, it doesn't. It does a lot more. We got a book here. We'll go ahead and take all... You know what? We're actually not going to take these books. It only takes a minute 30 for me to scan it. We're just going to scan this book in because there's likely more valuable things that we want to spend our inventory space on. Some sort of door back there. It does look like this place was raided. We'll take the track and field because we're out in the open. I don't want to spend a few minutes out in the open like this. Yeah, it looks like this place was already raided, so we're not getting a lot out of here, unfortunately. It does look like there's a... Ooh, miscellaneous repair kit. I'll take that. Small rifle primer. That's... I don't know what this is useful for. And some smokeless pistol powder. Again, don't know what that's useful for, but it's in a gun shop, so I assume it's to make gun stuff. And let's see, upstairs. Ooh, a hot cut. A hot cut is a special type of chisel used for metalsmithing. It's used to cut lengths of metal, and it's actually very useful for eventually doing some forging stuff. We'll open up these crates to make sure there's nothing in them. And this container is actually full. Ooh, hold on. I just thought of something we can do. Let's go ahead and light up a candle here and go over to our deconstruct. So if we can grab this household water thing, and bring this back, we actually have a really nice thing to put under our rain collector. Okay, now with the water heater in our hands, if we were to... It's actually going to drain our stamina carrying this because it's so freaking heavy, because we're like 100 pounds overweight. So we're going to be careful, and we're going to walk back to our house here, make sure we don't attract anything. And we're just kind of going to kind of go in and immediately install this on the roof under our rain collector and drop off everything else. Because we kind of finish off that gun store anyways. Yeah, do you see our stamina just kind of getting demolished there? Okay. Apparently, we just got a new insights. You can expand your senses for what is out of place, looking for anything that means to harm you. Which I believe is a clairvoyance or clairsentience ability. Yeah, we now have premonition, which, if I remember correctly, is actually a pretty good ability that does a little bit more than it says it does. We'll go ahead and drop everything else off, and I'll catch you guys as I head back out. The other thing I want to mention that we did really quick was a little bit more inventory management. I put my MP5 back into the lifting field with the main reason that whenever it's in the lifting field instead of on my back, it only takes 300 moves instead of 500 moves to pull out, which is a big deal. That is essentially 2 less turns. And now that we have some clear inventory again, we are going to head back out. And one of our goals is paramilitary zombie. It's actually not that bad. We should be able to move to right here and thrust them back into the wall. Aiden is becoming powerful. There's an AR-15. That's a really good gun. It has a +2 on it, which is a sling and an upper receiver. Okay. Oh, I just saw it. Army helmet. Okay, well, we definitely have to take that. We're going to be wearing so much filthy gear. Okay, let's take care of this tough zombie first. Should be able to take him down very quickly. Okay, go ahead and drop the bike helmet and wear the army helmet. That is, I don't know if you guys know, but that is a pretty huge upgrade. It covers 50% of our helm and has insane protections, all in the teens, 14, 16, and 16 with 13 pierce. It is very, very good. It is also very dirty and very damaged, so we're going to want to find some stuff for it as well. We're going to take this AR-15 here. We're just going to go up to the first clean floor and drop it on the ground, because I don't feel like sorting my inventory a 4th time in about 10 seconds. And as soon as we step out, I think we were moving a little bit too fast there. A tough zombie immediately grabs us. We have to push him backwards, but he was pushed in the wrong direction, so we're going to step over here, run, push him again, and he is not behaving. He is not doing the right things. He's not moving the right way, so we're going to step back to our little thing here. He is now bleeding out. We should be able to finish him down with the knife, and we do. It is crazy how much stronger Aiden is. We are definitely becoming a monster. We are more capable than ever. Okay, so the gun store is cleared out. Let's check the electronics store now. It is so nice to finally be able to loot, and it even feels greater than usual to be able to loot because of how hard it has been to get to this point in the first place. Okay. There's a SWAT zombie there, but I want to get up to the roof. Yeah, okay, so we're going to crouch. We're going to come over here, and can we just take this down? No, we have to deconstruct it. It's not simple, it's furniture. Okay, we'll quickly deconstruct this solar panel, and we will probably leave this here And we will add this to our solar array here in the very near future. I actually really like this ladder because it's behind a bunch of dumpsters and recycling bins, so it's actually kind of naturally concealed, which makes it okay. We're gonna come over here and push this guy, and we got 100 monsters killed. Very nice. On the current version of Cataclysm that I'm running, every single time you do an achievement, you also get an error, which always freaks me out that the game's going to crash. But I actually have not had the game crash on this version a single time, which is why we're using it. Let's go ahead and use our halogen bar, our new lockpick, to get into the electronics store, close the door behind us, pull it open a little bit further. It looks like this place is relatively looted as well. We're seeing a RAM chip, a book that we've already read. But there's a back room. I'm sorry, a what? For a half a second there, I saw a zombie predator. That's not the greatest of news. We definitely don't want to go out front there then. Zombie predator wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for us. It's not like it's going to kill us immediately or anything like that, but we won't be able to get away from it. And the zombie predator is going to be in control of deciding basically who is the person who is in control of the battlefield. He's going to be the one jumping around, and we're not going to be able to decide what direction he is from us. So with our fighting style of using our silent powers to kill things, he is a very large threat to us. There's our friend, the Dissolute Devourer. I think I want to kill him. Okay. We're going to store that. And for 210 moves, we're going to pull out our MP5, which I have fully loaded. There were some bullets in a magazine upstairs. We're going to aim down, and I don't want to miss. So once we're out of a chance to miss, that's when we're going to fire. And as soon as he's right there, we're going to push him away, and let's get a few more shots in. The recoil is not going up between shots, which is honestly amazing. Okay, he's up against the wall. Let's fire one more time. Another time? God, the lack of recoil on this thing is amazing. He did manage to swing at us and grab us. He failed the grab, but he did try and swing at us. Okay. Man, this one might have eaten a huge amount of the horde because he is still not taking damage. And I did notice that we did actually get a chance to see how much sound our thing is making. Only 57 sound, by the way, so that's really good. So the person who was saying that we would not be getting silence from normal bullets might be wrong, and that's just kind of how Cataclysm works, is that since the gun is suppressed, the bullets are being suppressed too. We're going to fire it a few more times. It's also not blasting out our ears, so it must be very quiet. Missed him, and we have put so much damage into this guy. I mean, look at this real quick. We have put like 300 damage into this guy, and we still haven't gotten past his Dissolute Devourer temp HP. I think this might be where the horde went. I think this guy just ate the entire freaking horde. I do know that they regenerate, but they don't regenerate that much. They only regenerate a few points of HP. We're going to run out of bullets before we kill this thing. In fact, with that in mind, we're already at half stamina. We have done a shit ton of damage to this thing. I'll probably put in the edit how much total damage we've actually done to it, because it's a pretty crazy amount, and I'll put that number on screen. Which means that this thing, we have cut through a lot of its HP. It's not going to get that HP back. We have 10 bullets left. Only 57 sound per shot. Have we attracted anything else? We've attracted a zombie dog. I really want to push our luck here and try and kill it, but I think it's a bad idea. We are going to start running. Oh yeah, look at it. It was really, really fast. Stepped on a spike. It's getting a little bit more bleeding. We'll shove it back and rush upstairs. Okay. Whew. Let's check to see if it followed us at all. It hasn't followed us on this floor. It is in the apartment now. That's not the best case scenario. We're only in mild pain. What do we do here? Yeah. Oh, this is perfect. As we step down to the next floor, it actually had started wandering around the apartments, which means that it is now in a straight line between me and the ground floor. Goodbye. As we pushed out towards it, we also slipped on its bio blood. So it's really good we didn't lose concentration there. We don't have any bullets to reload into our gun, so we're going to go ahead and store it in our inventory, which should be, yep, it went straight into our lifting field. Good, good, good. Pull out our knife. We might need a mop for all of this. Well, that Dissiluted Devourer is causing me some small problems. So I think for now, we are going to grab our stuff, head back up to the top floor, and just quickly sort our inventory and reduce our pain a little bit just to, and like actually eat and such, just to give that guy time to possibly move on. Okay, we've meditated on our powers for a little bit, and we still haven't learned anything. I'm starting to get a little bit worried about that. I do have a workaround if that ends up becoming a problem in the future. But for now, we're going to check to see if our good friend, the Double D, has in fact moved on. I don't see him so far. And he's right there. Okay, I think this is going to be our mini-boss for the day. We need to figure out how to kill this thing. Is it going to come up the stairs just by me peeking down like that? More important question, can I fire down? We did just find out that for some reason, whenever I updated, because I'm using the newest version of the 0.H stable, it actually turned off my 3D field of vision, which is unfortunate. We've only had it off for this episode. It's been on every other episode, but we're going to peek down. And one of the things that's important for is so that I can do this. There it goes. Now I can target it. So I'm targeting the zombie on the floor below, and I can actually hurl her away from this angle. And I don't know if that'll kill her. Yeah, there's not any walls nearby. But I just wanted to show off that you can do that if you have 3D field of vision on. So Aiden should be able to grab things from multiple levels. It also means that things can attack us from multiple levels, like this Dissiluted Devourer that just swarmed at us from the level below. Okay, we're going to stand on the stairs here, and we're going to shove it against the wall, which is actually possibly the most damaging thing we can do. Oh, I think we had burned through its HP with the MP5, because with one shove against the wall, we crush it back, and it is torn to shreds by Aiden's psychic powers. And then just out of the sheer hatred of this creature, we reach out one more time and we pulp its body against the wall. The Devourer is gone. There's a zombie down here for us. We're going to take her out too. That feels amazing. That feels absolutely amazing to finally kill that Devourer that has been harrowing us for so long. Where is it likely that we can find a crap ton of water? I still think that maybe this park down here is a good choice. So I think we're going to... Oh, pretty badly injured. We'll just take you out real quick. We're going to head that way. Turn on our night eyes whenever we're inside the building here. Just so that we can see. And we know all these walls are busted out, so we might as well head south here through the walls, because this would give us an opportunity to kind of check on the situation of the hordes. We got like a couple down there. Nothing too bad. Okay, I lied. There's a lot down here. There's another Dissiluted Devourer and a bunch of zombies. So we are going to back up into the darkness. They're going to move to my last location. And now that he's down here, we're going to push the Dissiluted Devourer. No, we lost our concentration. So we did do damage there. And our force shove is already costing a lot less stamina. You can see that my stamina is just not moving as fast. And we push him against the wall like 5 or 6 times there. We're almost already out of stamina. We are going to back the fuck up and catch our breath in the darkness here. Turn on our night eyes so we can see farther than the Dissiluted can. And where did it go? I don't like that we can't see it anymore. Where did it go? We'll yeet that lady into the bathroom. Zombie child. Take a few swings at her. Take her down. Got another zombie coming in here. Should be able to just shove him backwards. Woo, we sent that one flying. Holy crap. Okay. Take him down as he comes back. Did he go into the bathroom? No, he did not. Where did that Dissiluted go? I'm not a huge fan of not knowing where it is. We'll take all these alcohol wipes and lack of antiseptic. With the amount of psionics and regeneration we've done, we are quite hungry now. Actually, very hungry. It's funny, it says hungry over here, but it actually says very hungry in my inventory. The hunger is going to slow me down quite a bit. We'll pop back up real fast for a snack. Okay, now that we're well fed, man, we really do kind of just need a mop, huh? This is becoming some sort of nightmare horror scene here. Let's head back down. We'll move very slowly here. Keeping an eye out for that guy right there. He should be damaged, right? Should be damaged. I'm tempted to use my MP5 on him. How many bullets do we have left? We have 10 bullets left. We'll step out so that he sees us. He should see us now. He does. We'll wait until he gets close. And then we're actually going to take a few steps back into the darkness here. And we're going to fire at him from here. And then we'll back up. He'll be slow across that stuff, the wreckage there that he just stepped onto. He actually slipped and fell. Hell yeah. Take a few shots at him. He's far enough away that we do actually need to steady up. The recoil on this gun is like non-existent. It's so nice. Okay. We are out of bullets. We have once again done an incredible amount of damage. We also just got increased skills in submachine guns. Very nice. We've got an incredible amount of damage on this thing. So we're going to shove it away. And we'll pull out our knife. Largely because I think the knife has... it actually doesn't have blocking. That's good to know. Something we'll have to keep in mind for the future is that the knife does not block, which means that it's a lot more dangerous to use than other weapons. We're going to back up. I want to do a little bit more damage to it. I say that, and then I see a Z9 and a zombie child. The Z9 being a zombified version of the German Shepherd dogs used in law enforcement. Its deformed body is encased in a protective Kevlar harness. We also have, I almost just didn't even see it in the darkness, a brainless zombie behind us. I'm worried about the brainless zombie and the K9, the Z9, so we're going to yeet the Z9 away. And we lose our concentration twice. There we go, finally getting it. Force shove only has a 6% chance of failing, and we did fail it twice in a row. The odds of that are impressive. And fortunately, we are in the darkness here. So even though the Z9 is going to be able to keep track of us with its scent, we do shove it backwards. It seems to have barked at us, which attracted the Dissolute Devourer. And I think we were attracting some zombies from other directions, as there is now a tough zombie here. We're going to step around. It grabs us. We push it just far enough back. It's probably going to die from the bleeding. We take it out as it comes up the stairs. Okay, catch our breath. Something actually busted out the window here for us. Ooh, that's actually pretty nice. So what we're going to do is we are going to stand here, and we're going to use far hand instead to grab the Dissolute Devourer beneath us and pull it against the wall. As we do that, you can actually see it's lost enough HP that we're actually damaging it now. We actually can grab it and pull it against the wall over and over again, just slowly grinding the Dissolute Devourer up against the wall below in order to damage it. We'll take a step back and we'll catch our breath so that we can continue. And unfortunately, it looks like it's figured out our plan and come around to the front side. And it has also regenerated while we're getting our stamina back. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to run to here, and we're going to yeet it straight out the broken window as it falls down a level. Take a step back, get our stamina back, check to see where it is. I mean, it's still at full HP, but we do know that it probably doesn't have that much bonus HP anymore, so that's good. Okay, I have an idea here. So what we're going to do is, you know what, screw it. We'll send it out the window, get our stamina back, and oh man, I really want to shoot it with the sludge shotgun, because we can probably kill it in like 2 shots with the sludge shotgun. But we just cleared out the horde. I really don't want to be making that much noise. We've already made enough noise as it is. Okay, let's try this. Oh, it's taking a bunch of damage still. Okay. And we've shoved it against the wall one more time. Between it falling, landing on spikes, and all of that stuff combined, we did finally take it down. And it is just a mess of gore down here. It's actually probably enough to make a normal person quite sick. It's kind of funny to imagine Aiden here seeing all of this, and the first thing that crossing his mind is just, wow, this is more fun than a video game. It's kind of crazy. We got a couple brainless here. One of them steps into exactly the right place for us, so we yeeted it against the wall. Now, less of a concentration thing and more of a flick of the wrist, as we are getting accustomed to our superhuman powers. Take another one down and another flit. And zombie dog snuck out of the darkness and grabbed me, and I honestly didn't see it until we had actually started running past it. Always dangerous to move a little bit too fast there. We have a zombie runner coming after us. He looks like he's pretty badly injured, so we just drag him back to the couch and take him down with one swift strike to the neck. What are we seeing down here? Only a zombie and an ascended zombie. Okay. We finally have eyes on our prize, the nearby Forest Park combination. Okay. Because they are probably pretty weak. We're going to pull them back. I shouldn't pull them back to here and probably actually fight them. Unless they do that bullshit. They do that sometimes where one of them will stumble in, letting the next one in behind it. So we're going to push kill that one, and then we'll step up and kill the acidic zombie. Catch our breath from the safety of indoors. And for the first time, boys and girls, we move across the street. And there's a car battery right here. Okay, we're going to mark this instead of picking it up because we want this. We also want the solar panel up here. We want this for our roof. We could go, I mean, it's a fully repaired car battery. We could go install it right now, but this is the first time Aiden has managed to leave his apartment in a week. We need to do a little bit of exploration. It's for our sanity and our health. We find a metal hacksaw. That is an amazing find, and a collapsible mop. It's amazing that that is something that is so high value to Aiden right now. There's also a turkey and a shit ton of zombies. A, why is there a turkey in this basement? It's just a normal turkey. Yeah. And B, why did I come into a basement? That was not a very good decision on my part. We're going to yeet this guy backwards, doing a little bit of damage to him. But with the firefighter zombie right behind him, we are kind of trapping ourselves in a room here. We'll push the fighting zombie into the wall, shoving it to death. Catch our breath. And you know what? We're actually just going to leave this house. Make sure that there's no antiseptic here. It's for ibuprofen whenever we're in minimal pain, like we are now. We just spotted a diluted devourer. I'm not a huge fan of that. Where is it? It is... Looks like it was downstairs. What we're going to do is we're going to push it into the darkness and then run. I'd really like... Now they're a diluted devourer. It said 2 for a moment there. Yeah, where's the other one? They're both right there. Okay. 2 diluted devourers is too much to handle right now. And apparently they are medium in size, so that's good. That means that they haven't eaten too many zombies yet, because they will eventually become large, but that is still too much to handle. We are going to hard run from these. We're going to get all the way back here. We're going to get past the sludge here, and we won't stop until we're inside here. And even then, must be because of the noise we were making. They did actually manage to follow us. We're going to get upstairs, farther upstairs, and go around a corner here, and now catch our breath. Oh, our issue is no longer hordes. It is the fact that the hordes have combined and congealed into 1 or 2 creatures. We have managed to take a few of them down, though. So Aiden is confident that he'll be able to take down more. As it stands, we have a few improvements we can make around the base, and it might be a good idea to get more fresh and get our weariness lower so that we don't have too much of an issue fighting these things. Fighting 2 of them at once whenever we have killed 2 today, but they were isolated and individual, and it was difficult to take them down. And we spent over 45 bullets in our MP5 taking them down, of which we have 0 now. So this is going to be a challenge still. We have thinned out the horde, although a lot of the horde has combined together. But I believe that Aiden can get this done. We've managed to make it outside, and even though we only managed to make it a few steps, it is a huge improvement. Every day we are making leaps and bounds further ahead. If you have a local laundromat, then you probably understand Aiden's problems. Every time you go there, it seems like the machines are always taken up. People pester you and ignore your personal space. It just makes you want to stay indoors. But you can't stand to be filthy. Aiden has reached the point where he is wearing more dirty things than clean things. So I really want that to be... I know we've been saying that it's our goal for a little while, but I really want that to be doubled down what our goal is today, is to try and figure out a way to get things clean. And I do know how to clean it. It's just a question of managing to get it done. I mean, you've seen what happened the last few times that we have left our home. Outside sucks, and it hasn't rained yet. I mean, we'll double check real quick. No, it is not rained yet. So we are definitely going to have to go somewhere else to get this done. Waking up fresh, we are going to immediately
head out. And I wanted to address two pieces of advice I got real quick. One was that someone was suggesting that we take the ceramic plates out of the ballistic vest, and I wasn't 100% sure about this one, so I was looking it up. And apparently, the ceramic plates, whenever they're inside, do actually provide a small chance, a 27% chance, to provide bash, cut, ballistic, and pierce resistance, even when they are cracked. The cracked means that the coverage chance is very, very low. So that's a 40% chance if something hits our torso to hit these really high protection values. So I do think that they're still worth the wait, although I am noticing that our backpack is completely full of shit. Despite what I did just say, I am taking out the weaker of the compromise plates because they do weigh several pounds. So we are going to leave those behind just so that we have a little bit more room in our backpack. Because, well, right now with our current kind of loadouts, we actually don't really have that much room at all. And I also just realized we're out of ammo for the MPK, so we're also going to leave, or the MP5, so we're also going to leave that behind, which does account for a significant amount of weight as well. One thing I would like to mention is that we did actually manage to pick up premonition and noisemaker. It seems like it was fine all along. There was just some pretty bad rolls on me managing to learn it, so we did eventually manage to get that done. Okay, we see a zombie off in the distance, but nothing else here. We're just going to double check these real quick, make sure that there's nothing that we care about. Once again, just a pile of meat down here. We do know that somewhere down here is a couple of dissolute devourers. So we need to be very, very careful about that. It's been about a day since we've been down here last, so they could have honestly gone anywhere. And even as we were grabbing these items, a zombie came and walked up onto the board. Okay, there is one of them, and I was given an idea that I'd like to try. So we are going to lure it. There we go. Ugh. Okay, I was going to try and lure it upstairs, but I'm actually starting to think that this might be a bad idea, because it did manage to get a swing off on us there. Come on. Let's try this noisemaker power. Did that not work? Well, I mean, it swung at us. It can swing at us, but it's not actually coming up the stairs. There we go. Okay, I don't actually know if this is going to work for the record. It's one on us again. Okay, there we go. One more set of stairs. Come on. There we go. So we're going to lure it over here. And then as soon as it gets close, push it off. Bye-bye. Have a nice trip. Get fucked. Holy crap, it survived that. Okay. It just fell 1, 2, 3, 4 stories and survived that? Damn. Okay. I mean, hopefully at least it just did a crap ton of damage to it. So, yeah, I hope that's at least the case. We are going to take some naproxen because I do want to continue fighting here, and we're already in mild pain from that little thing. I think we're going to try and take out a few of these zombies so that we can more freely kind of look around. This dissolute devourer is our biggest concern, though, because it is saying that it isn't currently large in size. A few people pointed this out, but I just wanted to make sure that people understood that essentially Aiden has been able to see how these things work, and it's almost like there is a core that is the dissolute devourer itself, but then layered upon layer of zombies that it has absorbed on top of it. But it's not been able to absorb the bodies from the ground. It absorbs the other zombies that are still walking around, adding to its total maximum health. As it gets here, we are going to shove it backwards into a trap. And I'm going to shove it again just to see. Okay, it definitely has too much HP right now. I wonder if we can just do this again. It keeps getting hits off on me. I don't like that. We still have our repair nanobots on, right? We do. Running makes enough noise that it seems to get interested in us. I'm not sure if this is actually safer than our other methods. Okay, it did manage to grab us there, push us, pull something off of us, and yeah, we're taking a lot of hits for trying to get this thing up the stairs. I think this is going to be the last time we try this. We're taking a lot of hits trying to get this thing upstairs. And we push it away again. Okay. Please tell me it killed it. It did not kill it. This is not worth our time.
Even though we will heal from these wounds, we are spending a lot of calories doing that, and on top of that, we're going to be in a significant amount of pain now, reducing our combat capabilities in general. I would kind of like to maybe shotgun this thing. As I turn around the corner, Aiden immediately gets lashed out by a zombie child, and almost as a reaction, he throws out his hands, and the zombie child gets thrown away at maximum speed, splattering against the back wall. We are going to use a bandage to just very quickly cover that bleeding wound so that it has a chance to start healing. In fact, I think we'll actually cover our other wound as well, just so that they heal a little bit faster. This Dissolute Devourer has to be weak now, right? Like, it has to be. We shove it against the wall once. It is bleeding minorly from the spikes. And even... There we go. Okay, we probably did a lot of damage to it, as Aiden does just grab its force by the center of his psychic powers and just hold it against the wall, crushing it, eventually pulping it against the brick wall. We do have one of them down now. I am hoping to try and get to the south here. I did also notice that there's a swamp over here. The swamp is going to guarantee to have pools of water, although swamps in general are kind of a little dangerous. How much of a reach does our farhand have now? 5 tiles. Not quite far enough. There we go. So we're going to pull this lady in to us, and then as she comes in, take a swipe at her neck to take her down very quickly. Doing the same thing. That honestly, that's a pretty nice method, because it means that we don't have to worry about them kind of coming in one at a time and maybe not being able to kill them by time they start like kind of coalescing onto us. There is a bunch of zombies to our south, but kind of a manageable amount to be honest. I think we should be able to take care of these, especially because there's no specials, and some of them are pretty badly injured. And if they start grabbing us, we can start pushing them away. I think for the sake of safety, we are going to back up to a building here, though. And we're already back up to distressing pain, unfortunately. We're going to step up and push this fat zombie into the wall. Yeah. It looks like our arms are currently the thing that is taking the largest amount of damage. I mean, keep in mind, we really don't have good armor except for on our head. So no matter what, it's kind of not a good situation. We do need to find more things like this army helmet. Let's see about... We'll actually probably head into the building over here. There's a grappler zombie following us. That's right, we have already checked this building. We just didn't mark it off because we haven't checked the basement. We're gonna let this grappler zombie come in. And as soon as it does, we'll position ourselves in such a way, kind of taking the catty corner of the wall there and throw it back against the back wall. I see a dead gargoyle. I don't think... Well, it's actually only a batwing zombie. I don't think I did that. We are in the beginnings of summer, though, so we did manage to just pick some strawberries from... a handful of strawberries from that bush. So food is not going to be a concern now that we can actually move around outside. Are we close enough that we can see the park yet? Ah, perfect. This is exactly what I was hoping for. There is a shallow pool of water at the park. I think we're actually going to step into this building here just for a moment. Take out a few of the zombies that are coming in. We want to make sure that we don't take too much damage here, so we're going to force push whenever possible to take these guys out. There's a zombie medic and a bunch of other zombies that spotted me as soon as I stepped out to here. That's not the greatest. The garage looks like it's pretty busted in. I think we're going to back out to here. A zombie goblin tries to corner us, and a simple flick of the wrist and a reaching out into the nether with Aiden's mind sends it careening into the distance. I think we're going to head into this garage nearby, and we're just going to kind of catch our breath in the darkness for a moment where they won't be able to follow us, at least not as easily. Yeah, they have lost track of us. That was starting to become a little bit of a problem. Just a little bit. There is an upstairs here. I think we will take out our Halligan bar very quickly, bust this door down, and check out this upstairs super fast.
It's like there's not actually much up here. That's pretty unfortunate. We do need to let our pain get down, though, and we need to let our repair nanites deal with our right arm. So I think we are actually going to... This is a good position for us, despite the fact that this seems like we're going to be trapped. If anything comes in here, that we can actually just push it out. So we're going to wait probably about 5 minutes, maybe just a little bit longer, in order to make sure that we're not in distressing pain anymore. One thing I actually want to do is I'm going to use our new noisemaker power over here to create a sound so that we can potentially go the other direction. There's a bunch of zombies in here. Okay. The stairs to back up to, we are going to stand here and see how many of these we can take down. Whenever they grab us, we're going to use our push power to send them backwards, because we do not want to be grabbed. Whenever we're grabbed, that feral cop. Oh, it's a feral. Shit. Okay. I actually didn't even realize for a moment that it was a feral, as we do push it backwards. And unfortunately, I accidentally targeted the corpse, which means that with our current version of Cataclysm, I just pulped that corpse into nothingness by shoving it against the wall. That is an interesting side effect of the current version, which did actually get removed in experimental, where if you hit a corpse with a force shove, they're just gone. That corpse is just gone. You have removed it from reality. Ooh, there's a denarius here, though, for us. We are so close to our destination now, but we do need to clear out a significant amount of this group. We're going to actually push that flesh. Oh, we can't push the flesh raptor. I was going to say we're going to push the flesh raptor, but we couldn't do it at that angle there. We do need to clear out a significant amount of this group in order to be able to clean our stuff whenever we get over to that park. A zombie hunter comes around the corner, and once again, I mean, this is kind of our strategy for just a moment here. Taking advantage of our powers. That boomer is not ideal. In fact, it's pretty much the furthest thing from ideal. Okay, this is starting to become a little bit of a mess here. Where's my retreat point? This only has a downstairs. My best retreat point is honestly right there. How badly wounded are these guys? Basically not at all. Okay, the acidic zombie is a problem. We're gonna take care of that guy. I think we are going to run for just a moment. And there's a door back here. And the nice thing about having this door here is I do know that I just dropped my halogen bar, but this door means that I actually have a moment to get my stamina back up and to regenerate from my wounds. And we can explode that guy against the back wall. I think that explosion noise was not me. I think something else exploded. I think. Because of our now intense pain. We can't actually pick the halogen bar up again right now. We are making way too much noise. We are drawing in yet another horde here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to take codeine real quick to get our pain down. What all is here? Just a handful of zombies. They have broken down the door now, though, which means it's going to be a lot harder for us to control them. Push that guy back like that. There's another door right behind me that I can use to rest in a moment. As they come around the corner, we just shove all of them backwards, burning most of our stamina, which is our ability to run. So, like, we have to be very careful doing this, but we do manage to take a bunch of them down. Okay, we can put the halogen bar back up, stand in the darkness here, take down this fat zombie that was trying to come around the corner. And, Aiden is remembering why he found it so relaxing to be indoors. Oh, actually, if we can manage it, I did actually just find something nice here. There is... Oh, it's rotten already. Damn. I was going to say there's a corpse of a turkey, and we could take it to cut up for meats, but that's not going to be something we can manage to do. We're back in the shadows here. Ah, tough zombie. I don't want to fight that with my bare hands. Man, how many of these things are there?
After waiting for a moment in the darkness, Aiden has managed to get his pain under control again. His arm is still regenerating and isn't quite in a good position yet, but we are back up to our current maximum stats of... What's a scarred zombie? A deformed human body, its skin transformed into one thick, calloused envelope of scar tissue. Oh, that's fucking weird. There does seem to be a handful of zombies up in the park area here, and we're so close now. We just need to clear a few more out so that we can use the water of the park, and which will take a few minutes, right? So like these need to be very fucking cleared out. We can't afford to have any of these guys be around, or else they're just going to attack us while we're trying to clean our stuff. We do need to position ourselves carefully, because as we tried to push one of the zombies into the other, they kind of just bounced off of each other and nothing productive really happened with that. We do need a wall in order to be able to do damage with our psychic powers. Can we reach out and grab one of these guys? No. As we have been using our powers continuously, we are now gaining Nether attunement. Nether attunement is a both beneficial and detrimental thing. As we gain more Nether attunement, our powers do get momentarily stronger, but the side effect of it is that we might lose control of our powers from moment to moment. So we do need to be careful here. We are kind of reaching the natural end of our ability to continue fighting here. We need to be very careful, because if we start getting too much Nether attunement, we might start getting sick whenever we use our powers. And I don't have a way to get rid of Nether attunement right now. Okay. There's just a handful more zombies up here. Oh, that's a firefighter zombie. I don't like that. We're gonna pull him in a little bit. We're gonna swing around again to our safety point here. Take it out in the window if we can. Again, we're going to try and avoid using our powers whenever possible here. Get a few hits off on him before pushing him away whenever he grabs us. Okay, we managed to fight that one in the window, which does help with our melee skill as well. So that's something we want to kind of get good at. Oh my gosh! With Nether attunement, it is empowering our force shove, and he is starting to feel the influence of eldritch forces beyond the places where his power comes from. And we reached out and grabbed that guy, and he threw him across the entire gap far farther than he would normally be able to, and crushed him against the far wall with incredible force. There's now a fat zombie in the way. Fighting on the stairs is not the greatest idea. I did want to hit it a few times, though, to convince it to come upstairs. It is bleeding. Please tell me it's going to bleed out. Okay, we took it out as it got to us, as it seems to simply just be bleeding out there. I don't see anything else down here. We're finally starting to clear them out a little bit. Okay, let's check right here. So there's two brainless zombies. Oh, yeah. We now have a headache and are slightly nauseous. That's really not good. I think our Nether attunement is finally getting to us. Either that or the coating we've taken, as the nausea is going to make it pretty much impossible for us to fight. For now, we are going to back up. We have cleared out a huge amount of the zombies. A huge amount of the zombies today. It has felt quite good to be able to get this much done. We're going back up to our stairs and try and relieve some of the fatigue and pressure here that we've built up. One thing that Aiden wants to do in order to feel a little bit better about his situation is he knows he's going to be here for a little while, so he actually is going to grab the mop that he found and kind of just clean up a little bit of this. Maybe grab these zombie corpses and haul them into the corners here, just so that we don't have as much of a mess on our hands, and just kind of makes him feel a little bit better. He's not particularly bothered by the corpses. He doesn't really see them as people anymore, but this floor, this mess, with the meat chunks and puddles of blood, that's a little bit too much. He's going to sit in the darkness here and kind of just start mopping things up here. Oh man, it's not perfect, but that feels much better. We also moved the spike boards a little bit farther out because now they're covering the doors themselves instead. And in the future, we might do something about these doors to make this area a little bit safer as well. We might even move some of our defenses out to like here, maybe set up a fence or something like that. Something else I'd like to set up eventually is maybe boarding up these windows so that we can move through the different floors with a little bit more ease. But I think that would be a project for a later day. I'm sorry, what did we just see for a second? We saw a zombie necromancer far off in the distance. A twisted mockery of the human form, emaciated with jet black skin and glowing red eyes. It is somehow painful to look at, awakening fears deep within your psyche, and even surrounding air seems to be more sinister, somehow darker and more dangerous. That's not ideal, but I also don't think it's that big of a deal, if that makes any sense. We'll leave the mop right there. During that time mopping, our wounds have mostly completely healed, and we have managed to get most of our nether attunement under control, but we do still have a little bit of it. Something I would like to do is, no, we don't have the ability to meditate on the nether attunement. That's actually very unfortunate. While we're waiting for our connection to the nether, the place where we did our silent powers, to kind of loosen, we're going to just read a book for a little bit. It's nice for Aiden to just kind of fall back every once in a while and just sit down and read a book about cooking. Cooking's not exactly his favorite topic. He'd much rather have like a book on applied science or something like that. But it's better than nothing, and it still feels good to be able to just read something every once in a while. It feels like we're in control again. Good news. We're gonna arm back up, and to be honest, I think we are going to wield the pipe spear again. What does it take to make a spear strap? Whatever it takes, we don't have. And we're going to keep our spear out just because Aiden is still not super capable in melee combat. We were, despite the fact that we were actually managing to take things down relatively quickly with the knife there, we were also running into the issue of them doing a lot of damage to us. And being as frail as he is, I do think that's maintaining some amount of distance and using a combination of the spear and his force pushing is maybe a better idea, at least until Aiden gets a little bit better at melee combat. Ooh, an IFAK pouch. Heck yeah. And I think that these magazines is the right ammo. I'm suddenly forgetting what ammo type we care about. I think it was 9x19 though. Yeah, there's a bunch of 9x19 casings on the ground, so that has to be right. So it is 9x19. Okay. We're going to push once again for that park. And as soon as we step out, the zombie technician reaches out and grabs the spear straight from our hand with its magnetic, strange powers. So this guy needs to go. Ooh, he had an industrial ID card, though. Very nice. How long is that going to take to pick up? Not that long. Being out in the open like this is of great disadvantage to us, so we are going to move quickly back down to this park and see if we can. There's another zombie necromancer. This one's off to the north. That's not a zombie master, so it's not going to be quickly evolving things around us, but it is still going to be a problem. We're going to get up here. We're going to crouch just to reduce how far things can see us from. We will wait for a moment for the zombie necromancer to get close to us. Yeah, fighting it out in the open like this is not ideal for us. We're going to reposition so that the street light is between us and him. Oh my gosh. Oh, I was crouched the entire time. I don't know how much that affects things, but it probably wasn't a good thing. That was just that was a pretty big mistake. Okay, we're only seeing a couple brainless zombies, and now a zombie runner. Of course. We'll step down to here. As soon as the runner gets to about there, move around the building, shove him backwards, take a swing at him, shove him backwards again. I think we have just a moment now. Go ahead and grab our washing kits, and I think we'll work on the the easiest stuff first and move our way up. Trying not to do too much at once. We'll ignore the brainless zombies. There's a scarred zombie, but he's too far away. We do have a couple things clean already. Oh, it's an interesting day whenever cleaning clothes is a very stressful matter. Canteen and the sheath are the next easiest things to clean. Okay, we're still good. Let's clean the backpack. Oh, we're so good. Okay. There's a crawling zombie and a scarred zombie. Should probably crouch again just to reduce my view distance just a tiny bit here. Oh, we're actually out of cleanser. Wow. Okay, I think we'll do the ballistic vest then. Oh, we actually don't have enough for the ballistic vest. I think I saw a little bit of soap in here. There is. Okay. Too heavy to pick up. Really? Yeah, I guess our strength is kind of abysmal right now. We'll wait in here just a moment to get our pain under control so that we can pick this stuff back up again. I think with how weak we are, we do need to maybe lighten the load of our outfit. How heavy is this? This is 5 pounds. Yeah, we'll probably need to... The scrap arm guards are 6 pounds. The scrap arm guards are too useful to drop behind, but the ceramic plates in our ballistic vest, those might be able to go. Okay. We're only in distracting pain now. Should be able to pick up these bars. There's a zombie dog in the distance that's going to find its way over to us on top of a fat zombie. So we're going to, as usual, take advantage of the wall here. Draw it in. Go around it. Shove it backwards. Okay. One zombie left on us. Could not be a problem. Kind of have to position it very carefully there. Okay. Last thing that we need to clean. Holy crap. It has taken Aiden a full week. But we were finally able to clean all of our gear. That and the distracting amount of pain that we're in, we are going to back off for now to our apartment. It seems like a handful of zombies were coming back in again. And we need to look to new goals. Actually, before we back off to our apartment, there's something else that I want from out here. I want this battery. How many zombies around? Not too many. Okay, so we're going to pick up the battery, store our spear in the lifting field, and it's really heavy. We shouldn't run. Okay. They are getting pretty close. We're going to drop the battery here. We don't have a lot of time, so we're going to pull out the bayonet instead. And how damaged is this one? Not very damaged. We want to make sure not to force push where the battery is. I should all not close that door, but close that door. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, awesome. Okay. And we managed to get the battery upstairs. So now, on top of everything else, we not only have clean clothes, but we're going to have power. I think we're going to set the battery up here. You can type in place car battery to construct it into the ground. Ignore everything going on down there. And then let's go ahead and take off our gear for now. And make sure that we're kind of comfortable as well. So we're going to come over here and Aiden's going to grab one of these extension cords and might as well wield it just to make it easier. Head upstairs, activate the extension cord and attach it to the solar panel. Then head back downstairs and attach the other loose end to the battery. And now we have a battery power grid. It only has 28 watts of battery flow. We're going to definitely need to get more solar panels going. However, if we now open this window, grab another extension cord, we're going to need more of those. We're going to activate the extension cord and do the same thing. And this time, attach it to that. This is now turned on. And now we can turn on our overhead lamps. I think we can still close this and everything. We might need to do something about this window that I accidentally took the curtains off of if we're going to have the lamp going. But I do think, though, that the lamp might be more important to have going in this room than on the bedroom. But I did just realize that instead of doing that, we could just, we can turn it off for now. I want to see about fixing this window as well. We could just grab another lamp. I did just see there's one over here as well. Just kind of take it down, pick it up, and put it back down. I wish I had more ascension torches. I don't have one sitting around in a pile somewhere, do I? I'll also probably just check while we're waiting for our pain to come back down. We'll check all of the other abilities. Oh, there's an outdoor ascension torch right there. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That will be all we need then to get this one going. Okay, close the door, and we have lights. That is amazing to see. And just to be completely sure, we're actually going to board up this window because there's pretty much no reason for us to ever open this window ever again at this point. And that just makes me feel a little bit better. I think it maintains the same concealment, but it's just a little bit better. In fact, we could actually board up this window, as much as I don't really want to, just to block most of that light that's going to be coming from in here. And then once these windows are boarded up, we actually should be able to just, well, turn the lights on and leave them on. The power grid might struggle the first day, but let's see. Let's check the battery. 55 power. I think even, let's actually just let's wait 5 minutes and see what happens here. Yeah, these lamps are not using, they're only using 10 watts. Wait, is that grid power flow plus? Okay, we're plus 4 watts. I'm not super familiar with power, so I wasn't sure for a second. But yeah, even with the one solar panel and only one solar panel, we're still positive 4 watts. And we do have another solar panel over here. So why don't we go ahead and get that set up, to be honest. We'll go put everything on. We will unload this magazine that we found, reload a few shots into our silenced gun. And I actually do think that because we're so afraid to fire it, we're just going to leave the shotgun behind. And I think we're also going to take these plates off because I don't know if at the end of the day, they're actually worth the weight that we're carrying around. Because they don't really provide that much protection. So I know what I said earlier, but I actually think that in the end, the person who was giving me some suggestions was actually correct. Aiden did some chores around the house while waiting for his pain, and one thing that I didn't get pointed out is that there's a chance that this rain catcher would not have worked how I set it up, but we do now have a 100-liter steel drum that we managed to basically deconstruct, which, considering it's just a container and nothing else, it's not sealed or anything, it will definitely work now with no question anymore. And during that time, we did find out that with one solar panel, it's not quite enough to power both lights, so we're going to leave them off for now, and we are going to go get that other solar panel. I think we are going to bring our gun with us, and we'll put it on our back. It is causing a bunch of encumbrance, but that's not the worst thing in the world right now. Mostly because I would like to continue to use our pipe spear, at least for the time being. So we're gonna head over to that electronics store. As soon as we get down here, we immediately get bit by a zombie on our leg. We're going to, terrible situation. We're going to immediately back off. We also forgot to eat, so we'll pop up and grab a snack real quick as well. And with that, we're gonna try again here. That was quite the immediate punishment there. We did just hear some movement from over here. Looks like it's just a crawling zombie. Take care of him very quickly. Looks like a few things managed to find their way to the base of our area here, and we're kind of poking around at our defenses. There's a bat-winged zombie off in the distance. A zombie that's arms have stretched far beyond human limits. The skin lengthened into a gruesome, fleshy membrane. The mutation does not suit it well and moves clumsily, even compared to other zombies, but it can occasionally leap a significant distance. We're going to wait for that thing to come in. It leapt behind us only to get completely spit roasted and destroyed by our spear. We're going to take care of this guy real quick as well. Make sure we just kind of clear out the nearby area. It's not going to be as effective to clean out the area because, well, the hordes have shown that they do wander. And we're going to come up here, grab the solar panel, and book it. Just kind of slowly. Oh, we have a zombie dog after us. We're going to step back very quickly here. As soon as the zombie dog comes in, even with that in hand, the solar panels in hand, we are going to very quickly shove that zombie dog backwards. I do think another improvement we could make would be to board up the windows on the various floors so that things aren't seeing us coming up and down the stairs. Is this connected to the power grid now? It is. Very nice. apparently be 2 days until full with that battery. So we're definitely going to need more power grid solar panels. Aiden feels very good about the situation. I think that we are going to take a moment to work on improving our house, and we're also going to take this moment to, on top of boarding up some of these windows nearby, to check the other houses as well. And I will be back if we find anything interesting, but it's something that I like to do at the end of an episode because it's a little bit more of a boring task, but it's something that we really need to do. So I don't want to do it at the beginning of the episode because that is a really good way, I feel like, to get people to just kind of ignore what's going on and click off here. But if I would like some input here as we just kind of quickly take care of some of these tasks of if people want to actually see more of this, maybe montages or something like that, of more of the actual base building, because I do like this house as a base, and it will probably be a fairly long-term base for us, because there's something about Aiden having his home and his apartment be a base just feels very nice and thematic for me. But if people want to see more of this, I'd be perfectly fine having, some more base building things. We don't have as much problem solving in the base building as much anymore, but I would be fine showing off more of it. It is very good and feels amazing to be able to board up these windows, and it's already starting to feel less like an apartment and more like the fortress that we are turning it into. I think we should have enough here to board up at least the first 2 floors, which means that we'll have at least the top 2 floors fairly well defended, and nothing's going to see us moving around these top 2 floors, which is pretty important. It means that we won't be spotted by zombies from a long distance, even if we do a bunch of construction work here. And I think we'll just leave this stuff on the ground here, and we'll head down. Actually, there's a door right there. I just noticed we have not opened. We'll start picking the locks, because one thing I would also like to get sometime very soon here is we would like to get the lockpicking proficiency, which we're currently only at 34% of. But if we do get that in the future, we'll be able to get more quietly into places like museums and gun stores and pawn shops, which getting in there quietly, now mind you, we might set off an alarm, but getting in there quietly would be a very, very valuable thing for us without having to bash down the door every time. But I do think that we're going to be leaving you here. Aiden is going to spend the rest of his night until he is tired, trying to lockpick open doors, on some level hoping to fail so that he learns something from the experience. And then once that's all done, he is going to go to the bed, and tomorrow we are going to wake up looking for new goals. I think it is going to be finally time for Aiden to explore the city that he's lived in this entire time. We have survived for a week in the Cataclysm, and Aiden is still incredibly excited for what he is going to find here. The words that he heard on the first day still ring in his mind: to find the Idzodi. What that means, he does not yet know. If you guys have enjoyed today's episode, please feel free to give it a like. If you have any suggestions, leave a comment below, and if you want to see more, subscribe for more Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, and other hard video games. I hope you have a fine day. Goodbye. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. Aiden, our local nerd survivor and zombie slayer, has finally broken free of the prison of his work-from-home environment. Equipped with a face mask, he happily wades into the unclean hordes to accomplish a goal he's had for weeks: to go shopping. Aiden was able to clean all of his equipment yesterday, which is an amazing first step, but it's only a first step. Over the night, he has marked out the locations of all the places nearby he would like to visit. And Looking around and, scanning over a city map, it is quite a few locations. There's quite a few things that are very close by that are going to be very useful. And they're all useful for different reasons. So there's no, priority, at least in my mind, of what we need to visit first. But I am kind of looking at a cross-section of what we want to visit combined with where are the zombie hordes. There seems to be more hordes to the north right now than there are to the south, so we may head towards these southern locations first. And that's probably going to be the thing that Aiden wants to do the most right now. He's always been excited by the prospect of being out in the apocalypse, by being in a zombie invasion. Something that would terrify other people is simply just kind of amazing as far as he's concerned. So finally, now that we're strong enough, he is ecstatic to go exploring. I do hear some noises downstairs. Okay, there's a shady zombie on the bottom floor. That's very easily dealt with. I actually want to try Premonition. That did nothing. I don't know what it's doing. Supposedly, what it's supposed to do is we'll be able to see zombies through walls and such before they actually get up on top of us. But the range on Premonition might just be too short at this point. I don't know. It doesn't really tell me a range. But the first location that we have marked that is within reach of us is going to be this library down south. So we're going to head through the houses here. Ooh, we saw a zombie brute. We need to keep an eye on that. Where is it? It is off to our west, a significant distance. I'm not going to worry too much about that. Okay, there is a small horde toward northwest. That's a horde that we're going to have to worry about, especially because this feral human, this cunning feral over here, have actually seen us somehow. Their view distance is pretty incredible. There's definitely a zombie hunter really close by coming for us. So I think because of that zombie hunter, we are going to back into this building very quickly and let it come. We're going to step up, push it. It did manage to get a bite off on us, but nothing serious. And immediately take it down. Oh yeah, that feral human definitely came around the corner. It's going to start trying to throw rocks at us, so we're going to back off into the darkness here. And I want to kind of lure it into the darkness here. Oh, perfect. One hit, 28 damage, straight to the face. Beautifully done, Aiden. Beautifully done. As a feral, we do need to pulp down their corpse, considering we are in a hopeless world. The no hope mod does make it so that whenever it comes to something that's already been zombified, like this hazmat zombie, we do not have to pulp down those corpses, but we will have to pulp down the corpses of anything that was alive before we slayed it. So ferals, for example, dinosaurs, animals. It looks like this house is pretty thoroughly destroyed. There is a nope, that's an upstairs. We'll check the upstairs. We do want to kind of check these a little carefully. I want to try and move through the shadows whenever possible, because things are going to be seeing me from a fairly long distance while I'm checking upstairs here. And I don't want to draw a whole bunch of things to me. The horde that came through here really did just kind of level a lot of the buildings around here. We can actually peek down. Oh, there you go. So we sense creatures here. That's what Premonition is doing for us. So there used to be stairs here, but now there's just a hole in the ground and open air. So we're going to leave that, and we're going to mark that house as explored. We haven't fully explored that house, for sure, but we haven't explored it as much as we want to. We stepped through a window, and Aiden, in his excitement and enthusiasm to explore, stepped through a little too fast. We found a wretched hatchery, lethargically resting on its back, this hideous mass of sagging flesh and writhing organs, which used to be a child, twitches feebly as its midsection churns, almost bursting from its skin. The child's ribcage has arced outward, forming a hive-like construct covered in severely stretched epidermis. Through the wretched organism's taut and abdominal flesh, you witness small forms swarming within its ribcage, its guts roiling as new beings are sculpted from pilfered flesh and bone. The creature's limbs rest haphazardly on the ground, contorted in ways that suggest the absence of bones or any interior construct.
A horrible creature, for sure. Essentially a person who has been transformed into a birthing pod for flesh raptors. Aiden is almost sickened as much as he is fascinated by the alien ways that things are transformed, as he holds out one hand cautiously and presses on it, sending it backwards, putting it out of its misery. Same with its... He avoids the word child. On a certain level, as shocking as that was to find so immediately as upon entering, it actually was a great thing to find in that way, because farther away it would have been a problem. And we were walking south and a batwing zombie literally jumped through the window and landed on our spear. Okay, usually these duplexes are just... They're annoying to search and they're usually useless. I've even heard other Cataclysm players speaking about how they kind of just hate the building. We found a pupating zombie crawler and a small zombie kind of just bashing a door in the back here, as they definitely needed to go down. Another one of those wretched hatcheries. I don't like that at all. And a couple zombies and a SWAT zombie. I think we are actually going to back up into the door here. They're going to trip and fall over all of this stuff, and as soon as they grab us like that, I think actually we are going to catch our breath for a moment. Take that zombie down. This guy's bleeding very badly. We finally do take him down. I will say that the spear, as good as it is at taking swings at something from a distance, once we get in melee with something, it is quite bad. It has been suggested to us that we might want to try a pipe staff, and to be honest, I am thinking that might not have been a bad idea, especially because Aiden is just not that strong in melee yet. The distance that the spear lets us have, though, is uniquely useful for Aiden and his ability to shove people backwards, to control the tide of battle, as it were. Oh, it actually looks like this library might be maybe in one piece. I just saw the bottom side there. Maybe it's not in one piece. Okay. We're actually going to head into the clothing store first, though, because I don't know how much darkness we have. Or send that one flying backwards. Try and do a little bit of damage to this one before sending that one from the darkness as well. And as D9 actually just jumped out as... Well, shit. Trying to catch our breath in the darkness here, and zombies are literally just coming out of the woodworks at us. But we do manage to take them all down fairly easily. Not much to speak of there. Took a few hits. Nothing too big. Again, our arms seem to be taking the brunt of the blow. I don't think there's anything interesting or useful for us here in... Well, I say that. There is an electric spin wheel. It's a device for spinning thread or yarn from fibers. Particular model is electrically powered and easily portable. I mean, it is... You say easily portable, but it's also freaking 12 pounds. I think instead of taking it, we're going to mark it. There are certain things that that's useful for, like making ropes and such. So it might be good to come back for later. We're more interested in this library right now. It was the first of the things that we had marked. So the thing that we want to do here is, because searching libraries is a pain in the butt, we're going to put on the dinar, of course, but we're also going to put on manual. It'll be C manual. So that'll tell us where all of the manuals are. And books are kind of heavy. So what I want to do is I want to step into the darkness here. Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. Look at all of this information. We don't need that many copies of Popular Mechanics, and we're going to run out of charge. And it's going to take us 2.5 hours? Oh, okay. And while we were taking pictures of books, a lot of things have come in to find us. He should be able to defend this library fairly well, though, as long as there's kind of a lot of exits here. So I'm kind of hoping that we should be able to defend this place pretty well here. Okay, let's do this one at a time then, maybe. So welding and metallurgy is one of the most important ones that we will care about. It'll take us 35 minutes. We get it done easily.
Under the Hood is pretty important to us as well. We also want popular mechanics. Under Hood's only 7 minutes. Popular mechanics is going to be useful. That's only a minute. Let's see about So What? Physical chemistry. That's 28 minutes. Some giant cockroaches. Seems like they didn't care about us too much, though. Is that making noise? Is that why they're getting attracted to me? What's going on here? They shouldn't be getting attracted to me, right? I don't feel like I'm making noise scanning the books, but they're actually being attracted to me from outside. That's strange. I don't like that grappler zombie. The main reason I don't like it is because there are other zombies behind it. Maybe the grappler zombie just smelled Aiden from outside. He's perfectly fine with taking a fight here. As the grappler zombie grabs us, pulls us through the window almost instantaneously, we are going to take a step back, shove it, and take it down. Do we have a... Oh, do you know what we can do? We can unload our flashlight and then reload the battery from the flashlight into the archive, which gives us 300 battery power to play with. Okay, let's take out the other zombies that have found us here, just very quickly. Step into here and finish scanning books. I don't know how much I care about these last 2 books, but they might have recipes in them. It's hard to say if these are being attracted to me or if they're kind of just wandering through, because they're getting pretty close, but they're not coming straight towards us. Is there anything else here that we care about grabbing? I mean, there's advanced electronics. This has already been a incredibly valuable library for us. We spotted a feral zombie soldier, but he didn't spot us. So maybe they're not being attracted to us. Maybe I am mistaken. 2 chemistry books. Oh, that's a beautiful one. Very happy to find that one. Okay, now that it's nighttime, we are going to stop concentrating on that, and we're going to concentrate on night eyes instead, so that we can see. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Glad we have it going. Just to the south of us is a Zool zombie. This 4-legged armored dinosaur corpse has horns on its head and large spikes in rows along its back and side. Its eyes ooze black putrid tears. Okay, we're gonna find the last few books that we haven't grabbed yet, which are both on this bookshelf, and we're going to get out of here because that is going to literally, that Ankylosaurus zombie is going to literally bust down the wall to get to us here. We're just going to grab these. Oh, there's a Crafty Crafter's Quarterly as well. Hold on. Wait, do we already have one? I think there was 2 there. There was 2 there. Okay, is there anything else that we care about? I don't see anything else. Despite this place being really wrecked, it still had a shit ton of books in it. It's really nice. We really, really do not want to get involved with that. We will probably be able to push it away, worst case scenario, but I don't think we want to be involved in that in the first place. Okay, so we're going to move to the west here, and as much as I loathe moving around at night, I think we're going to do it just for now. And we did just find a barricaded grocery store. Ooh, and there's a back room here. We should be able to use our Paladin bar. Pry open this back room and close it, and we should be able to rest here for tonight. Maybe read some of our stored books. Aiden is a little cautious to stay out away from his safe home for the night, but backtracking all the way back to our house now at night would be probably more dangerous than staying here. We don't really have a lot of things that we can use to sleep on. We should be able to at least get some stuff done, maybe read some books overnight here. If we could get our science up higher, that'd be really something that we would care about a lot. It seems like we did get a bunch of applied science books, but we need more science in order to be able to understand them, which is kind of ironic there. Electronics is going to be also pretty useful for us, and computers, because, well, as there are bionics inside of us, Aiden has a rapt fascination with potentially finding more bionics in the future. And having a better understanding of computers and electronics is going to give us a better understanding of what we're looking at, and possibly even
learning the medicine and ability and psionics and all of that stuff necessary, because the psionics might be able to help us survive the process of installing them ourselves. Well, it would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? We did sort of just read through the night. We didn't sleep, so we do need to be careful about that because we'll want to sleep tomorrow night for sure. Wasn't the worst thing in the world. We're not too tired, and we're actually doing pretty good on food and water. Where do we want to go here from here? We definitely want to go southwards. The garage actually didn't even mark that, but the garage is pretty useful too. We could find some pretty interesting tools there. I'm going to use premonition again. Has it leveled up? It has leveled up. We don't see any markers of anything on the exact opposite side of this door, so I'm going to try prying it open. I don't see that Zool zombie anymore. I think this would be the electronics store, and then this would be the garage. Pry open this door, immediately go in. This should be the garage, right? What is this? Hydraulic press, if you want to really squash something a lot. I'm sure that's also a very useful tool. Aluminum welding wire. That's a lot of welding wire too. Let's open all these crates real quick. There's a welding tank. That's... Okay, so we're just gonna... Welding supplies. Maybe find a cart or something that Aiden can bring back to grab all of this. I was kind of hoping that we could find a lot of the basic tools to repair a car. Because that would be a pretty interesting project for us. Kind of just work on a car once we actually find one that's in halfway decent condition. There's a good chance that finding the Exodia is going to require a very, very long trip. So I kind of want to be prepared for the possibility that we have to travel across a huge portion of the map. They could be just outside of town. They could be 6 towns over. Looking forward to that discovery. Okay, we're gonna... Can we pry open this metal door? No, because it's open. One of those moments in life. Okay, so there's a light bulb, some RAM, signal receiver, copper wire. 200 copper wire is hard to pass up, and some nuts and bolts. This is why I like electronic stores. They often just have a bunch of really small, useful things in them. And sometimes, every once in a while, you find something really good. An electric forge. Electric metalworking forge powered by electric grid. With the right tools, you can use this for metalworking. Ooh, how heavy is it? It is 22 pounds. I think that is too good to not take. We also found a vacuum sealer, a portable heat sealer of an air pump used for vacuum packing food. Can we take that? We can. Just barely. The electric forge, with the fact that we already have a power grid set up, or at least started. We'll say started. It's not a great power grid. I actually want to get more batteries on it so that it lasts a little bit longer, because the battery we got for it is basically the smallest car battery you could possibly equip to an electric grid. But with how it's already started, we're going to be doing quite good for ourselves. I don't think we have enough room to carry anything back, but I do very carefully want to try to move back towards our place and drop off what we have here. There's a zombie brute right there. Does it see me? It doesn't. This door is locked. That's unfortunate. Can we pry it open in time? Ooh, hey. Ooh, a tailor's kit. I was about to get excited for the thread, but then we found the tailor's kit. What's a curved needle for? It has a unique quality I've never seen before. I should have known that checking the back parts of this area would have gotten me something more interesting. Okay, so there is something right there. I don't know what it is, though. Zombie brute's off in the distance. Looks like it was a normal zombie. It crawled across the display case at Aiden, and he just took that opportunity of its slowness to blast it backwards. Do we have enough room to grab the electric spin wheel? We don't. But we did manage to get a bunch more useful tools. That zombie brute's basically at full HP. I don't like that. We're going to start moving across here. Wretched Hatchery probably sees us. This tough zombie definitely sees us. Take a few swings at it. Take down the tough, because the tough was actually keeping up with us. We want to get our stamina back, because we do run faster with the higher stamina. And just kind of move through the wreckage of these buildings so that we break line of sight with anything that was following us. And, very easily move back. This really does tell me that the horde that has been hanging around the base of Aiden's building has been largely cleared out. Okay, let's drop off some tools and head right back out. We got the electric forge set up.
and connect it to the power grid. I actually was able to connect it to the standing lamp and use the cord from the electric forge. It does mean that we boarded up this door because I wanted a place to put it. It's not the longest term answer. It's at least something. Eventually, we might want to actually like knock out some walls here and knock out a lot of interior walls so that we have more room to work. Considering this is an actual workbench, we kind of want to leave this room as, you know, an actual working space. I probably could have set up the electric forge here. Is it still plugged in? So the way I've been checking to see if it's plugged in, because it's kind of hard to tell, is I've been going to a recipe that requires a forge, like a chunk of bronze, and see that it in fact does have charges. It does look like the power grid is, even with a thing plugged in during the daytime, it's still getting plus 28 watts. We do want more solar panels and more batteries because as it stands, this one battery is not really enough to do anything there. The other thing we want to do is we actually want to build a wooden frame. What do we need for that? We need 5 more planks. The reason for that being that if we build a wooden frame, we can set up a battery box charger outside here and start recharging our batteries that we find. So let me get some planks real quick. I'm going to deconstruct a bunch of stuff. Okay, looks like that was enough. So we're going to go ahead and build a wooden frame. And from that, we're going to be building something. I always forget the name of it, but I think it's called a bat box charger. I always just look for battery. And then, yeah, disconnected box battery charger. There we go. And with this, we will be able to place batteries, and you can just use the drop menu. We can place batteries down into this and connect it up to the grid. Go ahead and wield that. And we will, I think we have to place this down with, yeah, we place battery charger. And a zombie just saw us outside. Well, that's actually very unfortunate. It had a model a moment ago. That was a really pretty model. And then the placed box battery charger doesn't have a model. And then we can plug it into there. So they are connected. And we should be able to drop batteries into it. So let's try a light battery and turn it on. And it is drawing power now. Let's wait 5 minutes real quick just to make sure it's working. Yep, 8 out of 100 instead of whatever it was at just a moment ago. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That combined with the tailor's kit and the electric forge that we've gotten is a pretty significant upgrade to our house that we've just managed to do, to be honest. Like, I'm really happy with that. While we're doing some base building, one thing I did want to address is a suggestion that a lot of people have come at me with, and I will tell you, it is a good suggestion. However, it's also something we're not going to do. A lot of people have suggested putting either our backpack or a garbage bag or something in our lifting field, and the only reason I'm not doing that is because it is actually a thing you can fully do on this version, and it's something that there's really no reason why you shouldn't do on this version. But I do know that immediately after this version of Cataclysm, the people who make Mind Over Matter have actually balanced that out because they thought it was incredibly powerful. Because what ends up happening is that you have a bag in a space that has essentially unlimited lifting. And I kind of agree with them that it is incredibly powerful. It's the only reason I'm not using it. It's kind of like a self-imposed rule, and if you're going to be playing with 0.H stable, there's no reason why you shouldn't do it. But it's a self-imposed rule that I'm not going to put bags in my lifting field. Also, I kind of like the mental image of kind of that wuxia, cultivator image of a weapon floating over top of the shoulder of my character. It's a little bit better mental image for Aiden than a garbage bag floating over top of the shoulder of my character. But I do appreciate the suggestions. I actually appreciate all of the suggestions you guys give me. You guys should give me more suggestions, and especially give me base building suggestions. Keep them coming. Seriously, keep them coming. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I actually am worried about how tired I am. So we are going to do some minor things around the house here, and then we will head back out shortly after tomorrow morning. So it's not going to be a proper montage, but we're going to do a handful of things around the house, and I'll check in with you as things get done. As we were lockpicking, I heard that it started raining. If you listen carefully. Yeah. So we're going to head up to the roof super quick, and we're going to check on my construction here, make sure that it's working. Steel drum, 13 water hidden. Very nice. Now, we don't need the sheet metal here. I don't know how that ended up here. This should fill up in time with everything that we needed to. In fact, we probably don't need the gallon jugs here either. This should fill up with water. It should fill up all the way up to 100, theoretically. And we won't need anything else here in order to get that to work. That's awesome. I'm very happy to make sure that that is still working. We actually managed to get the entirety of the proficiency in lockpicking off of this one door alone, which means that's the best thing ever is going to happen now. We no longer need to waste our time using lockpicking on these doors. We get to just pry everything open with the Halidon bar at this point. Anything we run into that is inside this house, we just pry open immediately. We no longer worry about trying to lockpick any of this stuff, which is amazing. Now, the reason we got that was because in the future, we'll want to get this done a little bit more quietly, right? So the lockpicking is insanely useful to have, but completely unnecessary inside our house. So there's a level of satisfaction Aiden takes with having been so frustrated that he's been working on this one door for literally 2 days. We can just kind of go on a prying spree now and kind of just rip open these doors and have a moment of feverish looting as we just get a whole bunch of new materials almost immediately. Unsurprising to at least Aiden, there was nothing useful, pretty much at all. We got a little bit of food, but we've already eaten most of it. I am curious about what's behind some of these doors here, though. Someone took the time to barricade this one. Does that mean anything? Usually it means something. There's a little bit of clean water and some tin powder. Ooh, there's a lot of zombies out there right now. Okay, we need to keep an eye on. We knew that there was more zombies to the north, but yeah, there's a couple of downright monsters out there. Yeah, that was boarded up for basically no reason. There was nothing special in there whatsoever. There's a corpse of a dissoluted devourer in one of the houses that we just pried the door open. Aiden looks at that and wonders where the hell that thing came from. There's not a hole in the ceiling above it. How did it get in here? That is a curiosity we may never have the answer to. And in one of these, we just found another motherlode of books. These wealthier apartments are honestly one of the nicer places to hit. And with that, Aiden's entire apartment building is finally explored. It's only taken him like 9 days to get this done, but it was worth doing. We got a lot of stuff from this, and with all of these buildings open now, we do basically have like a nearly unlimited supply of materials at our fingertips. I think he's going to take the rest of the day to study, and then early tomorrow morning, we're going to set out again to explore. We have a lot of places that we still want to hit. Just checking on our rain catcher here, we've gotten up to 20 water in our steel drum. I mean, it has been a couple hours. I actually expected this to be a little bit faster, but if we ever find another steel drum or something like this, we actually could set up another rain catcher. Although once one steel drum is full of water, I doubt we're really going to need a second one, to be completely honest. We did just one final check to make sure that we're not carrying anything we don't need to be carrying, and let's head back out. And I think today we're going to try and get all the way down towards this library and gun store. As soon as we step out, we do actually see that, because of Wandering Hordes, Aiden has some new friends. We are going to step up and see about bringing these friends over to the spike boards, which straight up took care of them for us. Ah, that feels so good. Only the untrained, uncultured survivor kills every zombie themselves. Ooh, speaking of, Zen and the art of archery. Aiden's probably not likely going to be an archer. I mean, why shoot a bow whenever you have a gun? But it's another book we can read. And in the distance, we catch a zombie predator. Limbs and joints in odd places and angles, this humanoid creature prowls across the landscape with surprising speed. Its teeth and arms stretched and sharpened at defined points, and black ooze seeps from its cuts between its muscles. I think that is, where is that? That is above us, north of us. We're not going to worry about it then. We're going to start heading south. And I actually want to turn Premonition back on and concentrate on that, because I like the ability to kind of spot things through walls so that we get a little bit less surprised by things. We are going to move through the blocks here, kind of avoid the streets, because the street is just a little bit too open. We want a place to run with Aiden at any moment. Some sort of fight happened here. What is this down here? I think it's just another house. We shouldn't mark off houses that we've not checked the basement of. We do want to see if we can find any antiseptic, because we still don't have very much of that. We could definitely use a lot more antiseptic. There is a basement. I want to pull out the halogen bar real quick, and I want to check the basement because we're fully fresh right now. I don't see anything immediately. We'll end the concentration on our premonition and use night eyes here. Make sure that we can actually see what's going on down here. We do find a couple zombies right away. Zombie child at the base of the stairs. We use the spear to kind of take swings at it, and it seems to have died or wandered off. Definitely died. Okay. Ooh, that was a little bit of a bad planning there. If that was a different group of zombies, that could have been very bad for us, as we actually opened that door, pried it open in such a way that they were immediately on both sides of us. That was some very, very poor planning. Turn your fists into sledgehammers. That is a unarmed book. I recognize that one. Pretty happy to get an unarmed book. We'll be able to make our brawling a little bit better. And since it is summertime, Aiden is able to very easily just pick berries from everything around him, finding plenty of food out in the wild here. Another basement, another area with basically nothing in it. I don't trust this, so we're going to pick that up real quick. Okay. Sometimes they hide shit. Sometimes things are hidden behind things like dressers and bookshelves and such. So whenever I saw a wall there, Aiden was immediately, instantaneously curious what could be hidden behind something like that. I think we're going to hit the gun store first. We did just hit a library. I'd love to see if we can find some improvements for our gun. Ooh, grabber zombie. Deformed creature that is. We are going to take a step upstairs. Make sure that this area appears clear. And if it is, ooh, bifocal glasses. Those are actually a really good find, because I don't know if you've been noticing, but our eyeglasses are actually slowly breaking. If they did break, we would actually have a little bit of a problem on our hands. Grabber does manage to get a hold of us, but we take it down before anything bad happens. A little bit more of an extensive basement here, but still really not much. There's a reason you check every basement. Every once in a while, we're gonna find some pretty interesting stuff. Actually, this is a ton of food, so we're gonna go ahead and call this one a win. It's probably enough food for at least another day or so, and one dose of super glue, which ironically, people in Cataclysm don't know how to use super glue correctly, so whenever they try to use super glue, they just pour the entire thing out. So one dosage of super glue only allows you to do one thing, which is very funny to me. Very funny to me. Where's this gun store? It's south to the right here. We're gonna step out a little bit into this field. I don't like this. I'm gonna step here, send this guy backwards. And we shouldn't need to hit him with another one. Okay, there we go. Hayden doesn't want to take any hits right now. He's pretty happy with his abilities and is trying to get a little bit better at this whole combat thing, which means that, you know, he's just trying to do a hitless run, right? Ooh, this gun store is actually in full repair. Okay, let's head to the back side of it, as we are suddenly very excited by the prospect of this particular gun store. It has not been looted in the slightest. Oh, and this is a very bad place to be. Okay, let's honestly just back the hell up. Shove that guy against that wall. Shove that one against that wall. I accidentally pushed the corpse instead of the elf. Getting down a bottleneck hallway like that was really, really bad. Mistakes were made. I was expecting the back entrance of the gun store to be back there, but instead what we found was just hell. Could I have climbed up? I could have climbed up. Okay, that's good to know for the future. I know I just said that this is a bad idea, but we're going to check. I just want to check. We're going to get ourselves in trouble doing that. step around the corner, take a few swings at that zombie runner. It looks like nothing else sees us right now, so I think we're going to use the halide and bar and pry open the front door and then close it right away. Ooh, very nice. Very, very nice. It looks like the display racks are empty. There are some books there, though, so I have some hope. There's a locked gun safe. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get it open with our lockpicks. We'll wait a moment for that. Another locked gun safe. Okay, this isn't as amazing as I thought it was going to be. I was kind of hoping... Oh, what's a Taurus Spectrum? I'm gonna pick that up. It seems like it's a higher quality pistol than average. Yeah, this isn't as amazing as I thought it was going to be, unfortunately. I was hoping with a fully built gun store like this that we were going to find something truly interesting, but it seems like No Hope had a different thing in mind. We do use our lockpicking skill to immediately open up this thing, and inside there is a freaking assault rifle. A G36 assault rifle. It uses 5.56 NATO rounds, so it would be pretty easy to get the ammo for. There's also a Glock submachine gun, bootleg lever action shotgun, and some magazines. I think, can we take this? Yeah, could easily take the assault rifle. I don't know if I care about the Glock SMG because we already have an SMG with the MP5. How quickly we got that open. I have faith that we can get this one open very quickly too. There we go. And there was nothing in it. Now there's a zombie on the other side of that wall. Our premonition ability is helping us out there. It looks like because this is also a shooting range, there's no other way indoors into this building. I'm realizing that this would be a really great base, or possibly some sort of, like, forward outpost. I am a little disappointed that we didn't get much here. I mean, we got this assault rifle, right? And it went into our lifting field, and we also got this nice little Spectrum pistol. But I don't even know if we're even going to use either one of these because the MP5 is just so good for us. One of the things that I'm hoping to find in a gun store is a gun store that also has some sort of ammo forge in it, ammo creation area. I don't know, what would you call that? We're being followed by a zombie runner. Just shove it backwards into the wall real quick. Basic zombies are already starting to become not an issue with Aiden. Some sort of ammo creation area. I've been told that if we get a hand press of some sort, we could actually create our own ammo. We could disassemble other ammo and reassemble it into things that we care about. Just kind of search these shelves super quickly to see if there's anything new for us here. Looks like a lot of books we've already read. Advanced Emergency Care and Arms and Armor of Imperial China. Those are both very useful books to have. We are going to immediately store all three of these books, because I just realized that if we store this Sledgehammer's book, that actually frees up some space in our inventory as well. I think looking at his situation and checking the map markers that Aiden has put down, the last thing we might do is check out this gun store and radio station combination that's to the south of us, because there's something nice about that combination, is that even if we kind of get in trouble on the way to the gun store, we should be able to climb that radio tower and get out of the way of everything very easily. There are several of the undead outside and a feral. There's a hatchet there. Is a hatchet more or less useful? A hatchet is actually slightly more useful than the wood saw we have at home. We'll pick it up for now. It might be one of the first things we drop. Ooh. Okay. Here's something new you may not know. If you have bionics, you need to be very careful about being zapped. Without even thinking, Aiden reached out and touched the creature with his basic pipe spear, and immediately we were shocked by the zapper zombie. And there's a chance that if we kept attacking it, it would actually short circuit and damage us with our bionics. So we need to be pretty careful with that kind of stuff. We are far more susceptible to electrical damage than even the average survivor is, which electrical damage is already very dangerous. Okay, we're going to make a break for this building down here. As soon as we get here, we're going to shove that guy away. Take out this fat zombie. Move our way into the kitchen, where it's nice and dark. Nothing really back here, though, so I think we're just going to have to go around the other side. It's one of these fine dining restaurants that are Wretched Hatchery. Why are there so many of these? Oh, there's actually quite a few zombies out there. I think we're going to fully back up here. I want to get right here. There we go. I just need to angle myself properly to deal with that. To deal with that flesh raptor there. As we do step into the darkness in order to get some advantage on taking these guys out. One of the things that we can do, considering we're using a piercing weapon, and we probably want to always keep piercing and cut weapons, is that we can do one swing at these creatures and cause them to begin bleeding, and then push them back to let them bleed out. A skull zombie. I don't think I've ever seen a skull zombie before. The zombie's head is a hideous gray skull, formed of human bone fragments and some sort of goo. Jagged teeth are visible as the thing works its jaw, and lidless, disturbingly human eyes stare at you from their sockets. The thing's fleshy ears are 4 sizes too large and droop under their own weight. So it's probably some sort of zombie that has incredible listening ability. And as it grabbed us, it actually just immediately tore our long sleeve shirt. What a jerk. We're going to take a step back here, because this thing seems actually fairly... Oh, and there's a pupating zombie. Fairly durable. We're going to shove it into a wall and do it again. Did finally take it down. We're so close. We're so close. I think we're going to just try and push towards it. It does seem like there's a lot of zombies here, though. I don't know if we want to get trapped up in that radio station. It might be better to fall back here. Aiden is happy to experiment, but also is not overconfident. We have been almost killed by so many things, and he's excited to see the wasteland, but that does not mean he's going to just rush in willy-nilly. In fact, I think, yeah, this was a good call. So we're going to stab at this pupating zombie a couple times. As soon as it gets close, we're going to chain shove it against that wall, pulping it against that back wall. And this is starting to get problematic, so we're going to step farther into the darkness here. Take out these 2 guys. Catch our breath. Was the pupating zombie have anything on it? No. I was about to push that guy, but then I realized that he was in a direct line with the firefighter zombie. That would have been useless. I also kind of want them to bleed first, so that whenever we push them back, they take the damage from bashing into the wall, and they have a few moments to continue bleeding out as well. Like that. Which, ooh, actually a full firefighter BBA mask. We're going to take that as well. We'll kind of save on our stamina, and also save on the amount of calories we're burning by using our silent powers. There's that wretched hatchery from before. There's a zombie hunter down there as well. We definitely want to be careful here. What's the range on my noisemaker power now? Very small. Can we use it to attract some zombies real quick? So that we can pull them into the darkness here and deal with them? We do not want that zapper zombie touching us. Take out the tough zombie, and then immediately shove the zapper back, crushing it against the wall. That reverse same as the first. Just immediately take that guy out. We'll take his... Ooh, there's a stethoscope. I've recently been told that the stethoscopes are a lot more useful than I think they are. You can use them to break into combination safes. Okay. I want to kill that wretched hatchery. But as we start moving towards it, zombie hunter, zombie runner, flesh raptor, yeah, I think we need to back up a bit here. There's the hunter. Okay, lure it in. Perfect. As it comes in, it immediately stepped into a place where it's going to be in a good position, and in the one moment that we allowed it to attack us, it leapt at us, biting and slashing at us. If we cut into our torso and our arm, it managed to do so much damage so quickly. Holy crap. Okay. We're actually going to back up and bandage our arm real quick, because that freaking hurt. Holy crap. I think I might take some Tremadol. That is going to be the death of us, is pain. One of the reasons why we like the spear so much is because we can last a lot longer than the average survivor as far as HP goes, but we will just run out of pain tolerance at some point. The zombie runner and the flesh raptor at the same time had reached out and sliced at us, cutting us. Those flesh raptors will be especially effective at causing us a lot of pain. We want to get between them and the wall, shove them backwards, and finally take out the wretched hatchery. Put the thing out of its misery. It's a creature that should have never been. Really just want to get to this gun store, but we are going to be careful. We're going to take our time here and make sure that we're approaching with some level of decorum. And as we get close, looks like the gun store is a wreck. That's not what we wanted to see. Okay. So anything seeing us right now, that bloated zombie sees us. Can we put on a gas mask? We do have a gas mask and we can activate it. Okay. Probably making us incredibly encumbered right now. And I think the gas mask was too damaged, as even though we had it on and we had it activated, as it explodes, we immediately inhale toxic gases, which means we need to back up. The toxic gases, yeah, our strength is now 3. Okay, where can we go? Where can we go? I think we go into the kitchen here. We close these doors. Oh, if we had tried that and it was near other creatures, that would have been incredibly dangerous for us. With that sobering event, I think that Aiden is going to take a moment to breathe, to focus, and to get his pain under control. But through poison, fog, and stalking zombies amongst necromancers and toughs, daring dashes between dissolute devourers, Aiden's smile never fades. We catch back up with our bionic and psionic nerd after a run-in with a toxic burster, coughing out poison in a darkened kitchen. Aiden is quickly recovering from the pain and poison of the burster exploding near him. And as he steps back into the kitchen, kind of coughing and wheezing, his eyes watering from the gas, he looks at the gas mask and realizes immediately, with a little bit of a chuckle, that it wasn't a proper fit. Yeah, that was a very small mistake, but it's not really something that either him or I are worried about too much. We're just going to wait a few moments for the poison to wear off. It won't kill us. It's going to cause some pain. And even after waiting for 30 minutes, the poison has immediately worn off its immediate effect. Because there were no other zombies around at the time, we aren't too badly punished by that. One of the things that I want to do today is I want to visit the rest of these locations, and I want to start getting an eye on what is around us. As we were told in the first episode, in the intro to this series, we want to seek the Exodi. And moving around the town, as useful as it is, and we do need some things, we need some tools, we need some weapons and such, we do need to eventually move out of town to be able to get an eye on these Exodi. So one thing I do want to do is I want to climb this radio tower carefully, obviously. Climb this radio tower. There's a dissolute devourer to the south of us that actually can see us. What's a good escape route here? We can probably back up through this door and then head out through this door whenever it gets close to us. How much ammo do we have in our MP5? 17 shots. That will be a last solution. We are going to let it get close to us. Kind of watch its approach down south there. And once it's close, we are... yeah, let it come inside. And where do we want to position it? I think what we'll do is... yeah, we'll stand in the doorway here. And then... nope, that shove right there won't work. It'll go out the window. Can we see, is it large? It's medium in size. So this isn't a particularly strong one. Okay. That's not quite ideal either. Let's shove it right here.
and then step again, and we're going to shove it out real quick. Because there's an open window here, we don't have a great angle to be shoving this to saluted. So I'm going to take a moment, step back, and catch my stamina. It's trying to bust down that door, obviously. And Aiden's just going to take a moment to kind of take stock. From the inside here, do we have another good path? So once we let it inside, we can just kind of lock it in here and then head out, and our cleared venue is to the north. So we might want to back up to the north real quick once we let it in. I'll take a few swings at it as well. It's gonna bust down the door at any moment here. There we go. It is grabbing us now, and we've already spent a bunch of stamina. So we're gonna stand here, catch our breath a little bit. Oh, there's zombies behind us? Okay, we're abandoning that plan immediately. Shove back this zombie lady that came up on us. Take a few swings at her, take her down. And then we have a bakery, pizza parlor, and then the radio station. Okay. The zombie child and the other zombie are to our east and southeast. There is a skull zombie to the southwest. We're going to make our way to the radio station, I think. And we're going to just kind of... What? A zombie master. This zombie's features have tightened. Its lips pulled back into an unnatural grin, revealing rows of blackened teeth beneath large, piercing eyes. It stands tall, and its movements are fluid and tightly controlled. A feeling of danger permeates the surrounding air. The light that falls on it somehow seems harsher and more glaring. Zombie masters are a significant problem. They are going to be rapidly and very quickly, those are both the same word, evolving the zombies around them. That needs to die, but zombie masters are actually very difficult to kill. What do we do here? Okay, we have enough stamina that we could run. We could go into this place, the tower here, but I have found that these towers usually have locked doors, so we could just back ourselves into a corner by doing that. There is a building over here that's stone with barred windows. What is that? That is a gun store. If we could get to the gun store, that would actually be kind of ideal. It does look like there might be a fully busted out window, though. So we have to be careful about that. But a lot of things can't get into the gun stores. So there's also another thing. Although I have been taught many times now the error of my ways, I like scrambling up buildings. That's just a thing that I like to do in order to get away from hordes. It gives you a moment to breathe, but it also leads to a lot of bad situations. However, we have a spear. So we could scramble up this building, and these sensor towers often have stairs to go down it. So I think we're actually going to do that. We're going to scramble up. Also, another solar panel. We'll go ahead and mark. Ooh. We also see a food person. Interesting. And we can actually stand at the top here, and we swing down, killing the Shriekling first. And taking a few swings at the zombie master. We need to make sure that we're swinging at the zombie master, so I'm going to use the F key instead of just swinging with tab to make sure that I'm taking swings at the zombie master itself. And is the zombie master down? Hold on. I don't know. You hear an explosion. You pierce the zombie master. The zombie struggles to stand. I don't think the zombie master's down. Okay. It's just... There we go. The zombie master dies. Okay. We have attracted a lot, though. We are going to go prone. Yeah, there's that ladder down. Very good. But between the Shriekling and the exploding zombie, we have attracted a lot of things. We are going to rest up for a second. Oh, wait. There's a feral dwarf up here? Oh, because of... I should have thought about that. That's obvious. It's a feral. Because of the ladder, he was able to climb up. We got him down, though. Is there somewhere we can hide? This puts the ladder out of our line of sight, so we can take a moment to catch our breath. They are going to rip apart the place beneath us. Can we see? Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. So using our premonition ability, we actually can sense the creatures in the darkness beneath us. Yeah, there's a bunch down there. We do have a spear, though. We should be able to take care of a handful of these. with our spear. We'll probably break the spear doing this, to be honest. And we also need to be very careful of that grabber zombie. That grabber zombie will very likely pull us off the ceiling here. And the feral lizard folk is, of course, also a feral, so it will come up and join us up here. As soon as it hits us, we're going to shove it off. I'm sorry, what? You just did what now? Apparently, that feral lizard folk just walked through the air. We're going to have to assume that that was a successful acrobatics check, and that it is, in fact, not the second coming of Lizard Jesus. We're in moderate pain. I'm going to take a Tremadol, because that's kind of just a moderate pain reliever. Let our wounds heal up a little bit here. How are we looking? There's a huge boomer down there. And it immediately shot bio at me and is now blinded me. And I'm glowing. It covered me in glowing goo. Oh, I'm glad it's not nighttime. That's particularly mean of it. Fascinating, though, as Aiden probably kind of like grabs the stuff and kind of holds it with his fingers and just wonders what he can actually do with this goo, on top of the fact that, like, well, it's a little annoying. Okay. We're still sensing with premonition. Let's go ahead and walk. Stand up. Take a few careful swings. That guy's a problem. We really don't want that huge boomer shooting at me, so we're going to target it. See if I can blow it up. What the hell did it drop? Oh, it dropped marijuana. That's kind of funny. As we just have had a chain reaction of boomers, and then we have seen a couple new things down there, apparently. Oh, okay, we have attracted a lot of fun things. A caustic soldier zombie. The zombie that wears what appears to have been once a soldier's uniform and armor, now a series of cracked and melted plates that have fused to its skin and thickened hide. Its face and arms blister with strange mutated tubes that pulse and drip with acid. And then we also have a corrosive zombie, which is swollen to immense proportions, but still manages to hold itself together with semi-congealed acid all over its bloated, leathery body. It moves clumsily, but spits from large reserve of acid of uncanny accuracy. I know for a fact that both of these are essentially shooter zombies, as Aiden can literally see bile pouring up in them, both in the arms and the mouth of these two zombies, that is ready to shoot out like a accurate cannon at us from range. So we are going to take a step back from the ledge. We are going to take a moment, take our time. We hear things dying. The gas affects the zombies too. Take that guy out. The caustic soldier zombie is at the bottom of this ledge. We can get a few lucky hits off on it. And the other one just shot a glob of acid at us, hitting us in the torso for only 4 damage. But it is acidic damage, so it will damage our armor really fast. And I am worried about our army helmet in particular breaking if we get a headshot. But Aiden does just stand at the top of the stairs and kind of just wildly poke his spear down into the horde beneath him, the specialist group beneath him. I'm kind of just hoping for lucky hits every once in a while. I mean, we are hitting, but not very well. Okay, we're going back up and catch our breath again. Be nicer if we could get a clear view on these guys. Oh, we did manage to take down the corrosive zombie. We're going to peek down. Okay, so it's just the caustic zombie now that's left. And the caustic zombie just managed to do the thing that I was worried it was going to do. It suddenly launches a hail of corrosive darts, hitting us in the torso 3 times, bleeding our torso, and also causing us to take a significant amount of damage. This is something we have to watch out for. This is why I was being very careful with the caustic zombie. Okay, we did manage to lure it back over to the ladder and poke it down from the ladder. It looks like we can sense a creature there. Can we sense more creatures down there? We can. There seems... Oh, yeah. This premonition ability is being very useful right now, as every once in a while, Aiden's just kind of putting his hand down to the ground and using his little understood but useful psionic ability to feel that there is, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so zombies beneath us. It's hard to say exactly. I'm sorry. There was a what? A second zombie master. And a what? Aiden is honestly just excited to see this one. As he spots it, he immediately goes, "Oh shit, that's a lich!" As he sees a twisted visage of a human body decked in bone from head to toe, literally wearing bone armor. Its vague shape is reminiscent of some tabletop monster, and it walks and watches your actions, but cold and calculating demeanor. He sees it, realizes it's a lich, and has this moment of excitement of just like, "Oh, dude, I've always wanted to fight a lich. Never really got a chance. Never had a high enough level character." And then immediately realizes, "I wonder if it has a disintegrating ray." And then he thinks it might have a disintegrating ray as he steps back from the ledge. We actually don't know. We've never fought one of those before, although we have caused quite a mess here. Wait, I'm sorry. Is there 2 solar panels here? Let me adjust my note real quick. Solar panel times 2. So that zombie master is a problem, obviously. Obviously a problem. I'd like to see if I can... I'm not sure why I'm surprised that zombie masters are smart, as Aiden watches it just climb the ladder with a menacing air and immediately come up after us. It gets a few lucky hits off on us. We're going to throw it off the ledge. It seems to just... It only frustrates it. It doesn't even seem to do that much damage, as... Again... unsurprised, as the zombie lich seems to be lore walking at us and slowly approaching, as we're going to shove that one off the ledge as well. Now they're both behind that fence, which means that they're going to take a moment to get through that fence, which means we have just enough time to kind of just bandage our wounds super quick to let things kind of calm down. We're going to wait a moment. Something was really trying to bash something down below us there. Eat that lich off that cliff again. Okay, in the darkness below, we also see an ashen brawler, a fatally dangerous medium zombie, which is a gigantic, twisted human frame with a menacing stare and rapid movements. The thick clouds of smoke pour from violent-looking eviscerations spread across its muscular bodies, and appears to have elongated, massive arms. This is why zombie masters are a problem, because it is rapidly evolving the zombies around us. We're going to throw that lich off the ledge again. Take down the zombie master. Screw you. We're actually going to take its cigarettes. Kind of like a trophy, almost. Want to just swing or two at this lich? And then we're going to push it off again? Oh, man. It immediately seems to be getting some damage off. Oh, I think we just took it down. Corpse of a zombie lich. Yeah. Okay. I feel a little bit better about our situation now. We're going to crouch down again. Catch our breath. Aiden kind of just pops some chewing gum, sits his back up against the back of this cooling unit, and just kind of thinks about his situation. He's not really too terribly concerned about what's going on here, as he's just going to take a moment. In fact, I think he's probably just going to read a book or something like that. He's just going to take a moment to let the repair nanites do their things. Hey, we have a tailoring book. Just trying to take some moments to let the repair nanites do their thing. Kind of stretches a little bit. He's a little concerned about the pain. It's kind of honestly getting pretty bad. So he's just going to let the zombies below him kind of do their thing. You know, bash down doors, bump into things. It's not really that big of a deal. We did spot a pupating zombie. It's pretty far away. It's not really something that we have to worry about too much. After reading for a few moments, I'm going to get back up and see if we can take care of that ashen brawler. Saw something for a moment there. So the grapplers are something that we don't really want to deal with. Yeah, it looks like most of the zombies are literally inside the building beneath us. They probably smell us or something. Can we peek down and look in there? Yeah, there's another screecher in there. With all the screechers, we could probably fire our gun without much issue. Can we farhand this pupating zombie a couple times? Kind of crush it against the wall. Swings at it. I think we're going to have to force shove this pupating zombie to be able to kill it. Or we somehow coax it into finishing its pupation and explode. I'm not sure how we would do that, as Aiden does kind of take an experimental hand at like just pulling with farhand, pulling the pupating zombie up against the wall in order to kind of crush it. And we actually did manage to do a bunch of damage with that, but not enough to really take it down. And it is already regenerated again, as it is in the throes of metamorphosis, so is quite capable of regenerating. Taking a few swings at the ashen brawler down there with our spear. I'm being a little bit more careful and cautious about this one, because the ashen brawler does have the ability to potentially grab us off the ledge or hide something else that can grab us off the ledge. Grappler zombie is now pretty close. Looks like the Ashen Brawler actually bloods death, as the smoke is also cleared. The speed at which these pupating zombies regenerates is truly prodigious. Oh my god, and now there's 2 of them. It's a shady pupating zombie. So the shady zombie that was nearby has actually morphed into a pupating zombie. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Not in real time like that. I mean, with enough criticals, we might be able to kill one. We got one down to 2 bars of HP. Bleeding badly. Come on, it's so close to death. There we go. We managed to kill one of the pupating zombies. Jesus Christ. It is a bit like a fish in a barrel here. Taking swings at targets that can't really defend themselves, but going down there sounds like an absolutely terrible idea. We do have this ladder here for once we do decide to go down there. Can we kill this normal pupating zombie then? Possibly, with a few lucky crits. We're also getting probably very good at piercing weapons at this point. And I'm honestly very, very, very alarmed that our pipe spear has survived this entire encounter. Aiden, in a moment of bravery, hubris, insanity, hard to say with Aiden, decides to climb down the ladder and loop around behind the pupating zombie. And with just one hand, he just shoves it back against the wall and then slowly and carefully, like a kid on a playground holding up their fingers to crush a friend's head in their mind, crushes it against the wall. We are going to wait here a moment to see what comes around. Oh, I don't like that. We'll thrust this guy up against the wall, and then we're going to head back up. And feral soldier. Okay. This guy we have to take pretty seriously. What did he swing at me? Oh, he had a knife. He cut our jeans. What a jerk. As the feral soldier scrambles back up the ladder, it lunges at us with the knife and gets a deep, deep bleeding wound on our torso. Aiden's smile is momentarily wiped off as he realizes this feral soldier, which is on its last legs as well, is a problem. With our last bit of psionic energy, we're going to push it, and we got a lucky push, pushing our nearly maximum distance as it falls down the ledge. But we know it's not dead yet. We're going to drop our spear, pull out our gun, and with a move that the soldier would recognize. We are going to stop running, though, because I believe it messes with our recoil and our steadiness. As we were aiming up, Aiden had one knee on the ground, ready to this thing charging back at him with this knife, a wild look in its eyes. It crumples over from the bleeding. We're going to pick our knife spear back up, apply some bandages to our bleeding wounds, ignore the crushing of the sounds below, and I think we're going to take some of his stuff. I would really like this Molly assault pack, but it is so incredibly damaged. Tactical gloves as well. Ooh, fully fine ballistic plates. Will those automatically go into my... Oh, it doesn't fit in my ballistic vest, I don't think. Can we insert them? So let's go insert and then do the plates. We can insert the plates. Yeah, so these ballistic plates are in a better condition. It's only 27% chance of coverage, and they're still pretty heavy at 5 pounds. However, they provide 25 bash, 50 cut, 50 ballistic, and 40 pierce. Whenever they do defend us, they are going to be defending us very, very well. We are a little overloaded, though. I really want this army helmet. I don't think I care about the hard chest guard anymore. We'll drop that. And the rest of the overloaded is coming from our pain. He's going to crawl. Aiden's going to crawl back behind this thing again and just kind of wait for a few minutes, letting the repair nanites do their work again. If it weren't for our also prodigious regenerative abilities, we would be in a lot of trouble here. Once again, not really concerned by his situation. He's going to pull out a book and read a little bit more about tailoring. We'd love to be able to repair like some of these things, like our army helmet and stuff like that. And strangely enough, a lot of that often is tailoring. I'm not sure about the army helmets. He kind of flits through the book while listening to the zombies have that kind of a little bit of a field day beneath him. And
just kind of like tries to get a sensation or a sense from the book about, you know, maybe repairing is more of like a fabrication thing because like it is going to require Kevlar. And next thing you know, several minutes have passed, the pain is starting to come down, and you know, he kind of has to adjust his glasses a few times reading the book. So there's a few cracks in them now, but it's not really that big of a deal. We did just notice that we have finally managed to damage our spear, but the spear's in still pretty good condition, and all things considered, we have plenty of time before it actually gets bad enough to be a problem. And we've killed quite a few zombies here. I think what we're going to do is we're actually just going to leave at this point. We're going to climb the tower super fast. There's a survivor's map up here. Very nice. Go ahead and pick that up. Looking around, we haven't added a lot to our map. One thing I'm interested in is what's kind of down here. We have a swamp down here, a questionable forest, and a goblin camp. Interesting. Some sort of magic meadow. A couple cabins, some more swamps, some sort of dairy farm on the edge of town, and there's another town off in the distance. Nothing too interesting or memorable. It does seem like we have a proper, it says lake, but this is pretty huge. This is like a great lake to the north here. Some of the points of interest that we're going to be looking for might be separated from us by that lake. We'll catch our breath up here real quick, and then as we head down, apparently there was a zombie predator beneath us. Ooh. That zombie predator is actually kind of a little scary, huh? It just managed to do a lot of damage to us really fast. Holy crap. Actually, it wasn't even the zombie predator. It was the grappler zombie that did so much damage to us. Going up the tower has attracted a handful of, let's call them neighbors. And our nearest location to retreat to is this bar and grill kind of area. Excuse me, I was checking my map. How did you get a hit off on me when I was checking my map? I'll actually kind of go back up to the top here and wait for a little bit. Aiden does kind of grab the main ladder of the tower and doing a trick that he's seen in many an action video game, kind of just lets go, puts his feet on either side and just slides down at prodigious speed. And as soon as we get down, we're going to push a few things and we're going to start heading north away from this crowd that we've created here. And this slavering biter is kind of following me really closely. So we're going to lead it through that car, slow it down, and get behind a door here. Always one to stop and smell the roses. Aiden checks real quick to see if any of that was edible food. It wasn't. And we head up to a nearby roof, get a snack real quick. And I think we'll have to head back down and take care of that slavering biter very quickly. It looks like the slavering biter might have lost track of us. There's at least 3 zombies on that side of the door. And there's 2 over here. We'll kind of step out. Take care of these 2 ladies. She might bleed out before she gets to us. Close enough. Ooh, there was a hazmat zombie in here with us. Do you have a better mask, sir? Ooh, a radiation badge. I think that detects radiation. That might be useful in the future. I'm sorry, but the food station is closed today, sir. You may, in fact, not have soup. No soup for you. Oh man, I knew that slavering biter was going to be a problem, and as it stepped up to attack us, Aiden tried to take a stab at it from across the countertop, but it managed to get in on us very quickly and actually climbed on top of us and started biting us feverishly. That was not an ideal fight by any means, as he is heavily wounded across the entire body now. Kind of just crawls up to the upstairs area, takes a moment in the darkness, and sits down to rest again. Aiden's gonna sit down in the dark, and as is usual in these times of needing to wait for his body to catch up with his mind, he's going to read a little bit more. Almost managed to finish that book on tailoring. Reading at least enough to get back down to mild pain. He is still in a good mood, despite everything that's going on, because, well, Aiden's not He's not one to let the monotony of his day-to-day get him down. No matter how bad things may seem, there's always a bright silver lining. For example, he's gotten a lot of opportunities to learn how to kill zombies. There's a lot of things going on over at this radio station, and there's a lot more hordes that could be attracted to the radio station. So I think we're going to just choose another location nearby, like this hardware store and library that we were also interested in, and head over there instead. We do have to have a few words with some of the neighbors, but they don't seem like they have a lot to say. Maybe they're just complaining today. Who knows? Maybe they've had a bad day. We do have a really nice point of defense here, though, as we can step back into here, and I think we can... No, we can't swing through the bars. Despite the fact that this window frame with metal bars seems like something you could totally swing through, we actually can't. And despite how much you'd like to continue, unfortunately, Aiden's just gotten to the point where he's just tired. There are just so many zombies out here to deal with. We're going to have to find another way to move around the city. The subway would actually, or the sewer would actually be a pretty interesting method to use. Problem being that the closest sewer entrance is pretty far in either direction. We would have to clear a decent amount to the north in order to get to that one. And I don't think there is a subway. Oh, there is a subway station a lot closer. We could try the subway. At the current moment, though, I think we just need to get back home, as it is getting pretty close to Aiden's bedtime. And despite how much fun he's been having with the neighborly kids and, you know, all of the strangers who've wanted to come and party with him, he's kind of a little petered out now. But we're going to make a beeline back home. There is a tough zombie following us. Don't like that. He is faster than us. And what we're going to do is we're going to stand here and introduce him to our good friend Apricot Tree. They seem to have liked each other very much. They kind of smashed. We'll leave them to that. And as we're stepping up, we see a military surplus geared, armed person. Definitely thought they were ready for apocalypse, and ironically are now a zombie. Well, Aiden actually was ready for the apocalypse. He was ready to live his life. So as it steps up to us, we step up to it, and we send this prepper flying backwards multiple times. But as we're taking a rest, we do see a zombie predator, a gangly hunter-killer of a zombie, come in at us. That's what I was waiting for. As it jumps at us, we dodge to the left. Does get one swing off on us, cutting our arm, but Aiden immediately shoves it into the corner and calmly heads back up to his apartment. I think he's going to kind of lay out his maps, get an idea of what he could possibly do to find the Azodi, and kind of take a moment and think about what we could potentially be doing differently in order to find these Azodi, because it's something that he wants to do, and honestly, living in the dead center of the city has been fairly problematic. It's a lot of valuable resources all the time, but there's so many people around that it does take a moment in order to get pretty much anywhere. And from a distance, he does see that going east might be even more... I mean, it'll be a new experience for sure, but it'll be a little bit annoying because there is in fact a fungal bloom over there. And it'll be slow going trying to fight through clouds of toxic spores. As much as he'd love to see what happens whenever a toxic alien spore infests someone and twists them from the inside out into an eldritch monster, it doesn't really immediately take him towards his goals, so it's not something he's super interested in doing right now. So potentially heading west would be the best bet. The best way to do west might just be the subway station. So he's going to get refueled, restocked, you know, eat up on some of the food that he's collected, get his pain under control, take a nice nap, and probably head west tomorrow, down into these the subway stations, and see if we can find anything interesting down there. As Aiden was sitting concentrating on the strange black crystal, he hears the air hum, a wire stretched taut and on the verge of breaking any moment. It's going to snap. Suddenly register a buzzing in your senses. It's getting louder in your head, begins to throb. Somewhere nearby, a tiny cataclysm has begun. We now have a portal storm, and it is on our location It is a full portal storm, not a minor one. As Aiden, in his curiosity, steps to the roof, and immediately we feel presence, both inside ourselves and somewhere far away. His curiosity is going to get the better of him. We contact it. Something more than a monologue and less than a dialogue occurs. You can feel it waiting for you to engage it. Who are you? I am nothing yet. I am endless potential. Outside your leaking reality, there are fewer rules and more possibilities. I am fertile soil, and you could be a seed. We do have premonitions. We can determine if the voice is a threat. You extend your senses alert for danger and immediately almost blinded. In the heart of the portal storm, there's danger everywhere, in the air and in the ground and in the things half glimpsed, vanished when you look at them, and in yourself, just waiting for the right conditions to be unleashed. If there's anything sinister the voices offer, you cannot tell. Well, let's close that and go, okay, well, what can you do for me? You are limited. Here outside, there are no limits. I could free you from your bonds or bring you halfway here to get a taste. What's halfway? A place with enough rules for your present mind to form function, and enough freedom to let you bend the rules to your advantage. But it is not safe, neither is your present location. Aiden thinks on this for a long moment. And for just a second, he thinks about, why not halfway? Why not all the way? And then stops as he realizes, oh, he said that halfway is going to allow us to keep our current mind in form. If we go all the way, we're probably going to be disseminated into, spaghetti or something like that. So he's thinking, let's give it a try. As we get pulled into the portal storm. Unfortunately, we got pulled in without any of our gear. And we're going to pull out the armor bayonet. And we're going to actually use our psionic powers in here. We do see a reflection of ourself. And apparently it's using our bond to feast on our essence. That doesn't seem like a great thing. One thing that Aiden is immediately curious about is, we're going to use night eyes to be able to see better in here. Using psionic powers inside the portal storm kind of just seems like the right answer, to be honest. As, yeah, there's some creatures in here for sure. We're going to look around a little bit. It doesn't really bother him too much, though, that this place doesn't seem to really make sense. But he does feel a draw to explore. At least for a little bit. We find a sloth, an animate blotch of conflicting shapes. When you look at it or think of this, a desire to stop moving rises. Oh, well, I mean, he has to kill the sloth. That's not who he is. He is not sloth. Aiden is nothing if not consistently mobile. And as we get the furthest, deepest points in this place, we find a swirling vortex over top of rough stone floor with constantly shifting patterns. And just out of curiosity, because this is something he would do, he turns on his flashlight. Looks it a little bit harder. Oh, okay. Flashlight doesn't actually do anything. It's no. Step inside. Sure. Weren't you just here? It feels thicker somehow. You hear an angry voice saying, but it's not fair. This isn't what you promised. The time loop would start. That was odd. It almost sounded like himself, but a version of himself angry at something. Something your mind can't fully parse appears. Despite the distance and obstacles, you know where it is. You can feel its presence as if it was the better part of you. And we are dead tired. We're going to step into a hole. And Aiden just kind of shrugs and just goes, yeah, this place kind of sucks. Fucking exhausted. I'll just come back later. It's no big deal. And goes back home, steps inside, closes the window, turns off his lights, and goes to bed. There's a bunch of high-pitched squealing, so he does have to pick up his earplugs around his neck and kind of just put them in real quick, and then goes to bed again. As Aiden awakens, however, strange dreams had come to him in the night. Even though he had shrugged off the eeriness and oddness of the Eldritch Realm had not shrugged off him. As he wakes from these dreams, he suddenly has almost like a compass, invisible to the eye, but always clear in his mind, a direction, and a sense of knowledge that's far, far to his northwest. There lies something in the darkness, something that will tell him
where he needs to go and some place where he can ask for more information about the Idzodi. But also to his northwest is a giant fucking lake. So, with a new task in mind, Aiden immediately thinks about how he is going to go about crossing this lake. Perhaps even having to find a new base closer to it to find a way to broach such a large body of water. Maybe we find a boat, maybe something else. We're not sure. With new dangers so close to the lake, this is going to be a challenge for sure. But he knows within his heart of hearts, somewhere within his mind, with an absolute certainty, this is the path he must take to go forward. Aiden has fixated in his mind a distant goal. And to reach this goal, we are going to have to travel a fairly long distance. It is a pretty long way out there that we need to get to. We know that if we head to this new location, we are going to get the next step in our long-reaching goals of reaching the Idzodi. It might not be the immediate goal of getting to the Idzodi right away, but it will at least get us one step closer. So I do have two ideas on how we are going to get this very, very long distance to our target. Idea number one, which is the safer idea, potentially, it actually might be the much harder idea, would be to simply go west and then north and see if we can find a way around the lake. And then idea number two, which is more interesting to me, is to head up to this cabin up here and bunker down and find the supplies nearby to see if we can figure out how to make a water vehicle. That honestly, to both Aiden and to myself, that sounds more interesting. I'm not sure if that is harder or easier. I have never made a vehicle from scratch before, but I do know that we can make wooden frames. So what I'm thinking about doing is before we do anything, we're going to turn on the lights and we're going to make some wooden frames real quick, and we're going to do kind of like a dry run of this and see if we can figure out how to, well, there's a foldable wooden frame. That might be a good idea, because maybe we can make the boat and then fold it up. We're going to see if we can figure out how to make like a canoe, for example. Like, that's all I'm looking to figure out how to make. And I haven't looked up any guides on this or anything like this. And honestly, I've never tried anything like this before at all. So this is going to definitely be a unique experience for us. But ideally, if we can make a canoe, especially like a foldable one that we can bring with us, then there's a chance that we could either A, make it here. Do I have to like deploy this? Let me wield it and then activate it. No. Okay. Can I interact with it? No. How do I... It says that I have to add it to a vehicle. How do I start? Aha! Start vehicle construction. It kind of seems like a bad idea to do this in my living room. Let's go ahead and wield this. And then we're going to start a vehicle here. And we're going to name it Canoe, ? Okay, so examine vehicle. Okay, after looking through the menu, I did manage to find some boat parts. And it looks like we have some raft and wood boat parts. So there's a thing here for a wood bolt hull. Okay, so we can make that. It only takes an hour to make. And it was saying that basically we can keep adding boat hulls to a vehicle until it floats, and then I can attach oars or a motor to get the boat to move. So can we make an oar now? Because if that's the case, then yeah, we can make oars. We might be able to do this whole thing. Holy crap. Okay, let's add one boat hull, and then after we turn this main segment, I'm thinking about a 3x1, right? After we turn the main segment into a boat, I'm curious if we can still fold it. And I'm curious what the limit of being able to fold it is. Like, how many things can we add before we can't fold it anymore? Because at some point it's going to get very heavy, right? Aha! So as soon as I attempted to make the wooden boat hull and add that, it says that would make the vehicle unfoldable. I'm actually going to drop the wooden bolt hull. We'll want to make 3 of these eventually. Okay, after some experimentation, I think that's what we can do is we actually could fold this down, right? How it's heavy at this is this now? 8 pounds. Okay, so we could actually pick that up into our backpack. So we could make a bunch of folding frames just to cut down on crafting times. How heavy is the boat hull? 6 pounds. We can also pick that up into our backpack.
we could actually make 3 frames and 3 boat holes, right? And then make it an ore and craft all of this before even leaving, right? So we're just going to need a lot of... We actually could make an ore a second ago. Why can't we make it now? Wood chiseling. We need... Oh, there's multiple recipes. Okay. I just need planks. Okay. I got really concerned there for a second that we somehow lost access to something. So we just need a shit ton of planks. So we're going to go on a little bit of a deconstruction spree here and kind of break down a lot of the stuff in the nearby apartments in order to just mass get planks. Then once we have enough planks, what we're going to do is we're going to try and load up with 3 frames and 3 holes and then some ores. And we're going to take all of those to the cabin near the lake and try and craft a boat there. It looks like in order to make the foldable ones, we need sticks. So I'm curious if there's a value to making the folding frames. So the normal frame is 15 liters and 17 pounds, and the foldable frame is 12 liters and 8 pounds. And then whenever you have it on the ground, see, it's the liters. I'm going to need the folded ones because we're going to run out of literage very, very quickly doing this any other way. And by that, I mean the literage in our backpack. So on top of getting planks, we're also going to go into each of the houses and disassemble these tote racks in order to get sticks, because we need 3 folding frames and 3 boat holes, and then I'm guessing 2 ores. We're just going to put 2 ores on it just because that seems like a good amount to have. And this is going to take me a hot minute. So we're going to be back once we have all of our supplies. And here's a fun tip for people. If we were trying to craft a stick, it would take, like, look at this. So crafting a stick from a plank takes an hour. Now it'll be cut down in almost half if we have carving and be down to 30 minutes. Alternatively, if you go to your disassemble menu with the butcher B, capital B, you can disassemble a long stick in 1 minute to make 2 sticks. Now, mind you, long sticks are more useful, so that is something to keep in mind, that you are getting rid of something that is arguably much more useful. But at the same time, we just need sticks right now. Okay, we're now making our 2 folding frames. Oh, and as we got that, we just got an insight. Instead of shoving someone away from your location, you could push the force orthogonally to knock someone to the ground if you didn't figure out the proper technique. That's definitely something we're going to have to figure out the proper technique for here very soon. That sounds like a very useful power. Okay, we have the frames. Now we just need to make the boat holes. And surprisingly, I even woke up at 10 a.m. this morning and it's 8 p.m. So we have... I don't know if you've ever made a boat in real life. I personally haven't, but I have seen plenty of boat be made in real life, and I've seen the process, and crafting an entire canoe in a single day is literally insane. We are also now proficient in basic carpentry, which is a deeply unsurprising thing to me. I do think that this particular method here of just getting a boat and getting some ores, this might be dangerous. I'm just thinking about it, and what do we do if we run into danger out there? Nothing. We do nothing. We will probably just die. So it's going to be a big question on whether this is actually a good idea or not. I actually think it's probably very highly a bad idea, but at the same time, crossing around the eastern side of this enormous lake seems unlikely. Aiden has been able to see the coast of the lake, or has not been able to see the coast of the lake off in the distance. It goes for a very long time, and we do believe that our destination is on the opposite shore, so you can kind of see how far away our destination is. Yeah. It's 181 map cells to the northwest, which means that if this is on an opposing shore, we have a very, very long distance to go. We do have all of the basics done, and we're just about ready for a test run. The first thing I want to do as a test run is I want to first equip all of my armor, and then after I have it all equipped, I want to see if we can pick up everything. Oh, okay. So we're slightly overloaded picking up everything. We can pick up all of the frames, but the boat hulls are kind of a lot. I don't really want to make 2 trips of this. So what I might do is, we've been getting a lot of suggestions to go to some of these houses and find a trash can that we can use as a cart. So that's probably something we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to try and see if we can find a cart to be able to move all of this stuff. However, because we're very fucking tired at this point from all of this carpentry, we are going to spend the rest of today probably meditating on this new power we just got access to called Knockdown. Contemplate your powers, improve your ability to knock your targets over, and hope that we can get this insight tonight. Waking up fresh, we are going to see about finding a cart of some sort. I could potentially make one myself. I have had a couple people suggest that we do such a thing, but having looked around in that menu a little bit, I wasn't really sure, to be honest, how to do it. I couldn't figure it out on my own. So we are going to see if we can instead find a rolling trash can nearby that we could use instead. And it's ironic that I actually was complaining a bunch about how quote-unquote useless the athletics masteries are, but this is going to be a muscle-powered vehicle, which means that having those athletic masteries are actually going to be useful in this situation, which is funny because I thought I would literally never use them as Aiden. After taking down just a handful of zombies, I think we're going to check a series of houses here to see if anyone has a trash can for us. And we're going to, of course, be pretty careful and make sure we take down everything we come across. What ammo type does our guys use? 9x19s. Okay, there we go. So we want to take these. There's a paramilitary zombie. Of course there is. Home is never going to be safe because of the wandering hordes. So we always have to be careful whenever we leave home. How injured is this guy? Literally not at all. Let's see about changing that. We're going to pull him back to the spiky boards. Take a few swings at him, and as soon as he grabs us, like that, push him back, and do it again. And of course, there's a Dissoluted Devourer nearby. Why wouldn't there be a Dissoluted Devourer nearby? There's always a Dissoluted Devourer nearby. We're gonna come up to here, and we're gonna rest here, because if he does come up the stairs, we can push him out the window. He did not come up the stairs. Where is he right now? Hard to say. We're actually gonna smash out this window too, so we can look around. He's over there right now. I'd very much like for him to not be over there right now. Can we use our noisemaker power to see if we can maybe bring him over to here? We made a loud thump over here. Let's do it again. Oh, that's actually a really good point. We can use this window here to actually take care of some of these guys. He's just really attached to these stairs for some reason. And I don't know why. Let's make the thump out a little bit farther. Maybe there's other noises going on right now that is preventing him from caring about the loud thumps that we're making. Yeah, he just does not want to get off these stairs for some reason. Maybe we do it over here instead. Well, that managed to track over the fact zombie. It's not exactly what we wanted, but I guess it's technically useful. Yeah, why is the Dissoluted Devourer just kind of stuck on the bottom of the stairs there? Because I mean, it's a large one too. That's really unfortunate. Well, our pipe sphere is actually officially breaking, so we are going to take a momentary break from our regular scheduled Dissoluted Devourer destruction to make a new pipe sphere super quick. To be honest, we might make a pipe staff instead, because it actually does more damage. It doesn't have the range, and it's not as fast, but it does more damage, and it has some better techniques with block and sweep attack and strike. And it will start teaching us a decent amount of bashing, which is a good thing to get our strength up. I'm learning that I think I need another way out of my apartment, so that in situations like these, I could maybe go out to the east wing instead of going out this way, because this Dissoluted Devourer has put a wrinkle in all of my plans by just being in the way. And no matter what I do, I can't seem to get this guy to want to move. He is just staying on these stairs. Is he deaf? Like, what's going on here? I don't understand why he just does not want... He, A, doesn't want to come up the stairs, and then B, he just doesn't care about the noise we're making. Okay. We did something kind of risky. We went into run mode, and we went down, and we pulled out our gun to just fucking fire at this thing. Your H&K MP5 misfires with a muffled click. Oh, that's not the greatest thing to have just happened. Okay, we're going to back up a little bit farther here. Where'd it go? I really hate these things. This guy is just not responding to noise, and I'm not sure why. Maybe he only responds to visual cues. He's literally standing on the stairs, and he won't come up. There he goes. Okay, let's take some shots at him. And he's attacking us, so let's take him upstairs. I have an idea. Let's climb the fence here and shoot him through the fence. Wow. We just shot so many bullets into him, and he barely frickin' cares. Okay. Well, we're going to pull the pipe staff back out, and he's going to clang against that for a little while. Open the door here. He's not being very smart. And once we get him to here, we push him off the edge as he falls down the ledges. Of course, he's not dead. Oh, he actually got really badly hurt by that. Thank goodness. It means that we've plunged through all of his temporary HP. As Aiden kind of just takes a breath and is going to take a long breath here. A cunning feral? What? Something managed to climb the stairs. This feral's eyes look more focused and its movements steadier than others of its kind. They're carrying a crude spear and have assembled some basic armor from scavenged clothing and bits of riot armor, though you can see through several gaps. Despite these signs of greater intelligence, this creature is still only a few steps away from being a zombie itself. Ooh, that thing did a lot of damage to us very quickly by actually, it's thrust a spear at our leg and our arm. We are going to shove it back against the back wall, and twice now, despite the fact that it basically looks like a human, Aiden is going to reach out and destroy this thing. That thing was actually pretty scary. Okay, now we are in severe pain, and we have once again failed to leave our apartment. This is why I'm thinking that the boat might be a bad idea on some level. We'll get recovered, and then we'll see about figuring this out. As Aiden meditated on his powers, not only to meditate, but also to internalize the feeling of this pain and ignore it, we have in fact unlocked Knockdown. We'll stop meditating. Let's see what Knockdown does. Slam something into the ground, the burst of telecomagnetic force, doing a small amount of damage, but downing them. Ooh. It actually does seem to do a little bit more damage than Force Shove too, because if we pull out Force Shove, it claims to do 4 to 6 damage. That might be something we're going to have to practice a little bit more. We're going to practice that for just a little bit longer because we're still in moderate pain, despite meditating on our abilities for 4 hours. Yeah, that's a lot. As we were looking around, I think that at some point our halogen bar got pulled off of us by the Saluted Devourer, because I was trying to do some basic deconstruction, because I was trying to see if I could figure out how to make a cart myself, and we don't have a halogen bar anymore. So I need to check to make sure that this didn't get pulled off of us at some point. Let's check the roof as well, because we did get kind of pulled around here. Ooh, there's a feral human on the roof. How'd you get up here? That's concerning. Well, he's dead now. There it is. Okay, halogen bar. Thank goodness that we found that again. I would have been very concerned if we had actually fully lost that. We do still have a Dissolute Devourer around here somewhere. And there's a zombie soldier. Okay. There's also a smudged scroll here. Interesting. We'll have to look at that in a second. The Dissolute Devourer is at full HP. But we do know that it is... Yeah. It is out of temporary HP as Aiden pulls it back into his little kill box and immediately shoves it against the wall and destroys it. Okay, where's that smudge scroll? It's all the way over there? Okay. Let's go check that out super fast. We don't really know much of anything about magic this time around, so I'm kind of curious what this is. Where is it? It is Cause Bear. Okay. I mean, it's good to have, I guess, and we'll hold on to it. But it's not something that we're going to really care too much about. We've kind of looked at Cause Bear before. Oh, there's 2 steel frames here. Those are pretty nice for making vehicles and stuff. There was probably... Yeah, I actually remember that there used to be garbage cans right here. Unfortunately, at the time, we didn't know that we needed them. There is an entrenching tool on this zombie soldier, though. That's pretty useful. Man, the amount of destruction that things have done nearby to all of the houses and everything is honestly kind of wild to me. Never even seen this much destruction before. Ah! I figured out where most of the horde is gone. That's terrifying. So they've been falling into the basements of some of the nearby buildings and getting trapped down there. Let's try this knockdown power. Oop, that's the wrong button. Let's try this knockdown power. Knocked to the ground, down and staggered. Ooh. It also did 4 damage. That's pretty nice. I'll have to test at some point if it'll break a grab. Well, good time to test it, actually. You knocked him to the ground. Am I still grabbed, though? I am still grabbed. Okay. So the only one that breaks the grab is the knockaway. I am realizing that we're burning a lot of stamina testing our powers. So we're going to back up a little bit here and catch our breath before continuing to fight the zombie cop. I don't really want to take a whole bunch of damage unnecessarily from a basic zombie. As Aiden is around, just kind of trying to honestly just explore some of the local area to see if we can find a cart. We are once again running into a problematic amount of hordes. Seems like we have not cleared the area as much as I previously thought, or they're starting to move again. This knockdown ability is pretty good, though, as long as we are willing to spare the stamina for it. Aiden being able to basically just shove a zombie's face into the ground slightly just before going in for the melee attack is allowing us to seriously do some real work here. We see another hole in the ground and more zombies. Yeah, it definitely seems like they are falling down into the undergrounds here and getting stuck down there, which is fine for now. Eventually there might be versions of them that become problematic down there, but for now it's honestly, I'm fine with it. They can stay down there. It gets rid of some of them. So I didn't see any trash cans. We do need to check the front of the houses, though. Do we see any trash? Ooh, a SWAT truck. I want to go up and touch that and remember where that vehicle is, because a SWAT truck, that could have a lot going for it. I mean, we'll have to see if it has all of the appropriate things, like it has an engine and a battery and all of that. But if it does, oh man, if it does. Okay, let's check it super fast. So it has a battery, it has vehicle tanks, one of them is draining, it has a diesel engine. Oh man, does it have 4 wheels? It has enough wheels. This actually might be a working car. Most damaged. What is the most damage right now? It's saying that something is... the battery controls are damaged? I don't know what that means. Security system... oh, the controls are damaged. Oh. That's actually very unfortunate. So basically the driving seat and stuff like that is damaged. But we are going to remember the vehicle position because that's really nice. Also, there might be some stuff in here. Smoke bomb and a heavy duty gun. Okay, we want to get away from it to discourage them from breaking it down into pieces, because they are going to just tear that thing to pieces if we give them a reason to. It'll be difficult for them to do so, but they will try. After taking a look around, we do see one rolling trash can. It has some casters on it and an extra light frame. That one might be in too bad of a condition, but we're getting an idea of what we're going to be looking for, because I don't know vehicles very well. But so we're looking for just a frame, casters, and a can. Honestly, I might just be able to make that myself. If we got a foldable frame, right? What does it take to make casters? I don't know if we can make casters. Maybe that's what we find, is we just find the casters. Ooh, there was a feral on the ground here. How did you die? Strange. I mean, there was a bunch of things that were disassembled over here. Is there a pair of casters just lying on the ground from when stuff got disassembled? Does not appear to be so. Sort of wish that I had realized that these carts were going to be more useful earlier, so that we could have grabbed the ones that were just right next to us right here. While we were stopping by, I did realize that we never opened the gun safe in this store, so we just did that very quickly. Fortunately, there was not really anything in it. And now that we've opened up this store, they tore this one to shreds too. They're just obliterating everything nearby, these zombie hordes. And looking down, yeah, we see hordes and hordes of them down here. They're destroying buildings and then they're falling into the basements. So these hordes that we thought were no longer near us are actually here this entire time. There's that turkey again. But they are falling into the nearby basements instead of coming after us. That's vaguely concerning. But at the same time, they're in a position where they're not going to be able to attack us. So I don't know if I care. I mean, I do care, but I don't, right? We need more frames. I need another foldable. But if we make a foldable wooden frame, which we just need sticks and planks for, I have found that we can install a box on this, a folding wooden box, right? And then that's half of the way there. And then if we go and look at wooden, because that's just the stuff that we're going to be able to make, right? We might be able to make wooden cartwheels. We just need a light wheel mount or a wooden wheel mount. So let's see what it takes to make a wheel mount. I'm not actually seeing an option for that. So let's see. So we need a wooden wheel mount. It requires mechanics too. That might be why we're getting stuck here. Yeah. So we actually can't finish this cart is what I'm looking at because we lack the mechanical skill. Let's make sure that we don't have a book on mechanics very quickly. Well, we can get our mechanics to 1. Oh, here we go. Mechanics to 3. Okay. So if we read this, then we should be able to get high enough to at least do the recipes to make the cart. And once we have a cart, we're going to be able to move all of our stuff to the north with our boat and get out onto the water and at least test the boat. That is a sub goal for me. Okay, it took us the rest of the day to get to mechanics 1, but I don't think we can make light wheel mount. None of this is what we want. And I think pulling this without wheels is just a bad idea. There's a possibility that trying to find one nearby might be a better idea than trying to build one ourselves, because it's going to require mechanics 2 or 3 in order to be able to get the recipe that we need. And that's a pretty long way off. Okay, we found another one. It looks like the extra light frame and the casters are in pretty good condition. How much time does it take us to move this? 2 seconds per square. Is it possible to repair this? We would need an industrial trash can in order to repair this. And it looks like the casters themselves, we actually could repair, but we would need mechanics too, which we do not have. But this is what we're going to be looking for, something like this, a rolling trash can, because we could load the entire frames for our boat up into one and then get it there in one trip, which is more important than I really can fully state, because, well, we don't want to try and get through all of this town, 5 or 6 blocks of town, in multiple trips. I'd rather do it in one and bring a lot of stuff with us so we don't have to try and survive multiple trips here. Okay, so there's some of those in front of almost every house, and there is a block of houses over here to the east. So once we take care of a few of these stragglers that are following us right now, we're going to head into the house here to hold them to a place where they're going to be at a speed deficit to us. We are going to head over here, and as we're heading to the east, we've actually had multiple crashes now where there's a zombie right around here, a tough zombie. Now, whenever we try and push him into a wall, the game freezes. So I'm actually hoping to be able to find this tough zombie again, but this time not push kill him, but just kill him the normal way. Holy crap. Aiden doesn't really know his own strength as he goes to crush this zombie against the wall, the skeletal zombie, and it actually explodes into a shower of viscera. Wow. I guess our horse shove ability has started to get quite strong. Either that or it was very weak and we overkilled it by a huge amount. Hard to say. There's the tough zombie that we keep crashing on. So we are going to see about Well, we're gonna push kill everything else here because this zombie hunter is a problem. Okay. Perhaps that was part of the reason that we were running into issues, is because we were also running into an achievement bug in this version of Cataclysm. Every time we did a Magicalism achievement, or heck, any kind of achievement, it causes an error message for some reason. Take out this dog. I'm actually going to quick save a few times here because every time this happens, I'm losing like 15 minutes. Okay, here's the tough. How durable is he? He's not that durable right now. So we're going to try and kill him the normal way without push killing him. It costs us a little bit of HP, but nothing too bad. Okay, hopefully that means we're past whatever weird crash was going on. It also means that our force shove has reached level 10. That's what that achievement was for. What I was saying before we crashed several times, is that there's a little bit of a neighborhood all throughout this area here. I want to see about figuring out if we can check these houses for trash cans. See if we can find any that are in better repair than the ones we've already found in the past. Okay. That is... Man, the second we step out, it's just zombie horde after zombie horde around here. Unfortunately, we have to drag it back to the darkness of our apartment tower and just take care of some of these guys. Okay. I think we can actually cross the street now. We have already checked this canister down here. Its wheels are very broken. And I don't think we have the skill to, like... Ooh, a quiver. Nice. I don't think we have the skill to take the wheels off of some and put it on another one. We're going to have to find one that is relatively close to repair, although solder is going to be useful in the near future. Because we'll be able to make solder eventually, but it's going to be a hot moment before we can make solder ourselves. What is this? Alien moss and alien grass? An area of something that almost looks like moss. It's pale bluish in color, and clumps of it seem to be very slowly moving across the ground. And the alien grass is literally bladed. Oh, that's not something we want to tango with. Let's check the front of these buildings here. We don't see any containers, per se. Let's not mess with the alien grass. If anything comes for us, though, we might be able to lead it across the grass. How many zombies are following us? Not an unmanageable amount. Kill as many of them with melee as possible. I don't like that crowd right there. Ooh, what is that? What is that? I just saw it coming in. A shuffling corpse of a medium-sized bipedal dinosaur covered with tattered feathers and black putrid liquid, as Aiden accurately identifies it as a Struthiomimesis zombie. Zombie dinosaur. That's not the greatest thing in the world. And there's zombies behind us as well. We really need to get better at killing zombies. This is problematic. Oh, it can't get in. Interesting. Well, those guys can. I'm going to kind of wait here in the darkness. Oh, that's a feral. We need to find a path out of here now. If that'll work. And kind of just run, because feral and 3 toughs is enough to kill us. Wait in the darkness for a moment, and then bring these tough zombies in. Try and reposition. As soon as it grabs us, send it into the wall. We're quick saving a lot because I'm worried about that crash we've been having. Not because I expect for us to die. Multiple feral humans. I don't know if I got the right angle on that one. As we just turned them into a pile of corpses in the corner. That's fine. We've killed so many zombies at this point that Aiden has stopped thinking of even the ferals as being human. And they're more of just monsters, right? They're just something for us to kill on their path. They're obstacles in front of him. On top of that, we've gotten to the point where our force shove is almost easier than running. It's second nature to Aiden. With the powers that he's starting to accumulate, his ability to take down zombies is increasing dramatically. Although hordes like this is still a problem. We need some sort of area of effectability to be able to take care of larger groups like this, which are becoming more and more common. We might be able to get away from this zombie hunter. we just run in a straight line and we don't run into anything. Okay. We're going to bring it back into this darkness here. It did manage to bite us. It jumped on the other side of us, but we don't care. We're going to use that to our advantage, shoving it as it did a somersault above us. We shoved it into the far wall and did the same with the tuft that came around the corner. Finally letting him catch up, catching our breath as we take him down with a single clubbing to the head with our staff. That is a zombie brute. That will eventually evolve into something terrifying, and I don't want it to do that, so we're going to destroy it, and we're also going to take its genes. I actually want to clean those genes and use them to try and repair our genes, potentially. We can actually do that with a couple different things here. Okay. I think we got most of them off of us. I'm not sure what's happening, but I am now consistently getting crashes with the force shove kills, which is very bad because we have been relying on that this whole time, basically. Yeah, we're gonna not stop per se, but we are going to quick save a little bit more often for a little bit, and I'm hoping there are some more powerful, more direct damage telekinetic abilities that are going to be available to us relatively soon, and hopefully we can just get those so that we can stop force shoving. As much as I love the ability because it requires a lot of planning and positioning, it is starting to become problematic. On this one recording today, a hour and 15-minute recording, I have crashed 9 times now trying to force shove things. Whenever I've not changed anything, I've not updated anything, so I'm not sure why it's happening. With a neighborhood to the south of us here, I think it might be a good idea. Ooh, I don't want to be trapped in a corner with these two guys. I think it might be a good idea to try and head south. Take a look at all these houses down south here and see if we can't find anything that'll suit our needs. See another zombie and another Halligan bar. That's really nice. There's another zombie brute there, though. The zombie brutes really need to die. They are inherently dangerous as they are, but they become something even more inherently dangerous if we give them time to evolve. So we're going to let it in, and it's going to be pretty fast. And once we get it into the darkness here, we're going to attempt to shove it a few times. Pretty badly damaged. I don't want it hitting us, though. There we go. The staggering mechanic is making it very hard to get around. There we go. We finally took it down. That guy really needed to die. I wonder if there's some logic to where the trash cans are being kept. Like, are they always on the street side? Can I just come up to the street here and look down the street to see if we can find any? It'd be really nice if that was the case. While we're out here, we do probably want to gather from some of these bushes, though, because we're actually very low on calories right now. Kind of step into this doorway, take out the zombie runner, eat some calories because we've been using psychic powers left and right. Oh, there's another one. Okay. How's that one doing? Oh, that one's completely destroyed. Okay. Go ahead and mark off these 2 houses then. That one was also facing the road, so I wonder if all of them are going to be in front of the buildings. And not every building seems to have a trash can. Ooh, that one was particularly gruesome as Aiden reached out and went to force push this zombie child, but she got stuck on something and just was literally torn to shreds. Poor thing. There's another one. Even the ever optimist Aiden is a little disgusted by that. He doesn't think of it as his power disgusting him, though. He thinks about it as just the situation of the universe and how it is right now. Okay, so there's another one right there. Can we get close enough to see it? There's a lot of creatures around. Oh, there we go. Rolling trash can, and it's in great condition. Great condition. Okay. So that's where our trash can is going to be. Now we just need to clear the area enough to be able to go grab that. The feral human and the shambler are after us. We're going to move up, push this human back, and then blast him against the garage door here. And we're going to kind of let things catch up to us as we catch our breath here. And kind of just push some stuff around. I saw that boomer chasing after me, so we ducked into the building here, because we know we don't have good defense against boomers right now. So what I want to do is get around to the other side of it and blast it back against the wall like that. We tried to use knockdown, and I just noticed that it said you hear an explosion. Apparently, the knockdown ability is incredibly loud. That is something we're going to have to keep in mind. I think we can go for it. There is a slavering biter. Doesn't see us yet, though. That sees us. We'll take out the marbles that were in it and grab the rolling trash can. How long does it take for us to move? It has changed our speed and our move cost only a little bit. And if we run with it, we actually aren't burning stamina that fast. So it's actually pretty efficient. Okay, I like this. Let's go ahead and get back to our house, and we'll load up all of the boating materials. And of course, we can just kind of let go of it anytime we want. Like now. And fight stuff that comes our way. What all sees us? 2 fat zombies, a full HP tough, and a zombie. We're going to go into a run. We're going to back up, and we're going to make sure we take out these properly, because these are also very close to home. Before we push any tough zombies, we're going to quick save again, because holy crap, the amount of crashing today is just... I normally don't like, breaking the third wall too much and talking about just straight up the video game, but the amount of crashing today is just excessive. I'm almost kind of like holding back on using my power just because of the crashing. I say holding back, but obviously not completely holding back. Thrust this one into the wall. Take a few swings at it. And take them all down. Okay, let's go grab our cart. There's a zombie hunter out here. Ah, it sees us. Pull it to this corner here. And shove it up a couple times. Take down. We also need to memorize where the location is on this vehicle. And grab it. I don't know. Yeah, we need to be careful about grab fighting. I don't know how badly that's going to mess with my ability to fight. But I assume it's not good. For sure. We're no, like, Ragnarok Online blacksmith that can use cart foo in order to use our cart as a damaging weapon. Oh, as a dog managed to come around the corner and take a hefty bite out of us. Fortunately, though, we're doing fine. Well, we found that dinosaur zombie from earlier. I think what we're going to do is we're going to push this thing back. We'll push it across the spikes, which means it's going to have to come across the spikes to come at us again. We're going to quick save because we're going to need to use our push liberally here. Push back the tough zombie all the way into the wall. This thing is just so much faster than us. Okay. This is a good place to fight it. We can just shove it into the wall. Take a few swings at it. Oh, okay, we took it down. That was a little scary. Grab our cart again. We see a zombie brute. He is shoving the cart into us. Please stop shoving around my cart. Stop moving my cart. You didn't damage it, did you? No. Let's activate Dead Eyes so we can see what we're doing in here a little bit better. There's a bunch of smoke in here. I don't like that. Hopefully that's from a smoker zombie and not from something catching fire. Because there are ferals and zombies that could catch fire to some places. Can we pull this upstairs? Can't drag things up and downstairs. Okay. In that case, I'm going to move it out here so it's out of the way. And hopefully zombies aren't going to bash through it in order to get to me. Because the zombies have been kind of destroying everything around here, right? So I'm very worried about the safety of this trash can right now. Everywhere I would potentially put it, there's a lot of destroyed stuff. We'll just have to do this quick then. Let's head upstairs. Let's not worry about resting or anything like that. We're just going to start grabbing parts and moving them into the cart downstairs, the trash can. Okay, so we want to drop any of our wooden frames. We'll also drop our solder in there because we'll probably want to be bringing that with us eventually anyways. Okay, the wooden frames do fit. Good. I was worried about that for only a moment. We do hear things bashing into walls over here. And we crashed again. Unfortunately, that crash put us pretty far back. The Struthiomimus zombie is still alive, and so is the tough zombie. So I'm gonna fight this stuff, and we're gonna try and get some stuff into a trash can, and hope to goodness that I can actually get this done without crashing the game more. I'm suspecting maybe it's just because of the sheer amount of zombies nearby. I'm not 100% sure. Please leave my cart alone. Okay, we managed to kill the tough zombies, the dinosaurs, and all that stuff that were dead previously. We'll go see if we can grab our stuff. And I would very much like to test out this canoe before the end of the episode. That would be absolutely incredible. Okay, after many trips and one more crash, we have actually managed to grab pretty much all of our boat materials. We also grabbed all of our tools, which on some level I think is a bad idea as well, but we've done it. And we also grabbed the strange black crystal to bring with us as well, as we're going to load all of this into our can here. And now we have everything loaded up and ready to take on our journey to the north. We're going to want to try and get all the way up there. That's going to be an affair, isn't it? It's going to be an affair. Considering how much trouble we had just managing to do this much of the journey, I am actually thinking that it might be a good idea to try and take this a little bit slower. As much as I really want to just go for it, I think if we did, we would just die. I honestly think that we would just die. But we have the rolling trash can completely filled with essentially everything we need to build a boat. Now, mind you, if anyone wants to get in the comments and tell me something that I did wrong on what all we need to build a boat, I will greatly appreciate it. Your suggestions and your comments are always greatly appreciated here on the Areima channel. I am a little worried that we're going to get there and we're just going to not have everything that we need. But with this, Aiden now has his sights set on a, maybe not the best, but a reasonable way of getting across the lake. It'll not be long now for us to be able to set journey out across the water and set our sights on what is on the far side, what we have seen in our dreams and our visions. Aiden thinks that this is the next step to not only exploring the Cataclysm and the apocalyptic wasteland that he now lives in, but also exploring himself. We are not only finding the Idzodi, we are finding out who we are and what we are becoming.